Worlds Between by Heather Lee Dyer and Drake Mason. They took our world with no battle. It was over in a few days, destroyed the cities and the bridges, shot down the planes over the army bases. Global commerce came to a screeching halt. The food supply rotted in warehouses as people starved. The invaders never came down to show us their faces. Instead, they sent an unending supply of drones and robots. At first, humanity fought back. They'd cheer for a few hours after every futile act of defiance. Each time, a dozen more mechanical soldiers were immediately deployed to wipe out anything breathing in a 1-mile radius. It didn't take humanity long to stop fighting. Now we do the only thing we can. We survive, hiding from the visitors as they plumb our planet's depths for whatever drew their ships across the universe. Chapter 1. I wake to a deep, thrumming sound. My hand reaches for the knife under my pillow as I pull the threadbare quilt off. I step toward the door, avoiding the creakiest floorboards and taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart. There's enough morning light filtering in through the small window to see my little brother, still asleep on his mat. I whisper a prayer as I open the door slowly, lifting it up so its normal grating doesn't betray me. I hear the large drone overhead again, and slip outside to follow, barefoot on the cool grass. Our valley is still half shrouded in mist. I keep to the shadows of the forest as I scan the early morning sky, trying to sniff out the smell of engine oil over the strong scent of pine and damp earth. Just when I think I've lost it, the drone whizzes above me, a few feet over the tree line. I hold my breath as I watch it zoom toward our cabin. But then it wobbles and changes direction. Downward. I take a deep breath and start running. As I close in on where the drone is dropping rapidly into the forest, I slow my pace so I don't trigger any of my own traps. I hear the instant the battery in the drone gives out. Then its rotors go silent. I wait behind a large tree until the metallic beast hits the forest floor, but peek around to see it flailing in a small clearing. Thin legs slide out of its main body and reach toward the ground. It crawls eastward like a giant black spider, trying to head back to the Kreon base over the horizon. Electricity flows through me as I sprint toward the machine and drive my knife into its center. It makes a loud metallic screech before going silent again. I crouch over it, listening to the surrounding forest. I don't like being this exposed. I hold my breath until finally I hear the birds start their chirping again, then quickly disable the cameras by sawing through the wires with the tip of my knife. Once it's dead, I take a deep breath and grab the machine in both arms, pulling it tightly to my chest and risking a rare smile. This one weighs a lot, which means more parts to sell. I take a while to make it back to the cabin. The weight of the machine keeps me from moving too quickly. My chest tightens as I listen for anyone following me who might have heard the death of the drone. Although well into the harvest months, I shiver only slightly in my thin nightclothes. My blood is still warm with adrenaline, and the winters are fairly mild in our valley anyway. This makes hunting easier since the game doesn't head for warmer climates, like up north. My father chose it well, almost like he knew what was coming. I bump open the door of the cabin with my shoulder and use a foot to kick it shut again. Jamie is standing in the middle of the room glaring at me. "I didn't have time to wake you." It's the only thing I can think of to say. I'm tired of apologizing to him for the things I have to do to keep us fed and safe. I cross the room and heave the drone onto the sturdy workbench. It used to be our family dinner table, back when our parents were here and we were an actual family. I turn back toward my little brother. Although his brown hair is tousled with sleep, the serious expression he's giving me makes him look just like our father. I swallow the bile rising in my throat as I remember the last day we saw him almost a year ago. It's his fault Jamie is afraid every time I leave the cabin without him. He thinks I'll disappear too, and he'll be all alone. Fine. I'm sorry, Jamie. How about I let you work on this one instead of parting it out? It's one of the biggest we've caught. I tilt my head as I watch Jamie's expression soften. His curiosity has always been his weakness, a weakness we both share. My stomach clenches as the bribe seems to work. Although this will appease him for now, I know Jamie won't stop bugging me to go out beyond the woods. And I can't keep him confined to our little valley forever. I look back at the large drone. The excitement of finding it drains and leaves my body feeling weak again. This hunk of Kreon metal would have gotten us almost a month of supplies in trade. But keeping Jamie safe and happy was more important. I'll just have to find another way to get food this week. As Jamie looks over the drone and pulls out our stash of tools from under a floorboard, I go outside to get breakfast. Underneath thick rosehip bushes, I pull up a wooden hatch covering our cache of foodstuffs. Lying on my belly on the cool morning grass, I look down into the hole. My heart sinks as I pull out my small flashlight, our only flashlight. It flickers but finally illuminates the near-empty box at the bottom of the dirt-chilled hole. I reach down and grab the last chunk of cheese and a bag of dried meat. I'll have to go to the trading camp soon. Dread burns in the pit of my stomach as I turn off the flashlight and tuck it into my waistband. I close the makeshift cellar and stand up. Back inside, I slice the meat and cheese thinly with my knife. Jamie and I sit on the edges of our sleeping mats and eat in silence. We'll need to sell this drone, won't we? Jamie asks as he wipes his mouth with his sleeve. He gazes at the worn floorboards in front of him. No way, this one's yours. I promised you the next drone. I'll show you how to take this one apart and fix it. I force a smile. It seems different from the others, so it should be an interesting one. I used to be able to lure smaller drones out of the sky with a mirror and then disable them quickly. But that trick stopped working, and it had been nearly 2 months since my last catch. The truth is, this larger model worries me. What was it doing here? Jamie looks up at me, his light blue eyes showing a maturity well beyond his 9 years. But we need the food. I nod. I'll figure something else out. I reach over and muss his hair. He pulls back, growling. I laugh. Don't I always figure it out? We haven't starved yet, and we're still living free. Jamie gets up and stomps over to the drone. Yes, I know you will, Raya. You always have. He holds up one of the drone's broken rotors. But I've learned all you can teach me about fixing and repairing drones, comms, and generators. There's nothing else to do out here, in the middle of nowhere, and you still won't let me go hunting with you. He pouts as he unscrews one of the drone's emergency legs. I stand up and lean against the wall next to the workbench. I know you're getting bored, but it's dangerous out there and we need to be careful. You'll get to go hunting with me soon. You've been saying that for years, he grumbles. I lean over and pop out the brain chip out of the drone with my knife and hold up the gleaming silver square. And besides, even though you think you know everything about machines, you still haven't learned hacking. I wink at him and place the chip with others in a wooden box I keep high on a shelf. What's the use of learning all that if I'm hungry all the time? Jamie slams the tools and the drone leg onto the bench and storms out of the cabin. I sigh and rub my temple. His dark moods are getting worse, and I have no idea what to do about it. I look over at the faded picture on the shelf of my brother and I, standing in front of our smiling parents. It's the only picture we have of our former life. Mom was angry when Dad came home with the Polaroid camera. She said it was a wasted trade. I'm glad he insisted. Without this photograph, I'm afraid Jamie will forget them. At night, in the dark, I try to picture their faces from memory, but I feel them slipping away from me as well. Anger wells up inside me as Jamie's dark mood spreads. It feels like a physical presence in the cabin, thinning the air and making it hard to breathe. Why did they have to abandon us? I want to grab the frame and smash it on the ground, but I slam my fist onto the workbench instead, sending tools scattering across its surface. I shake my head at myself as I rub my hand. Jamie is right. We're barely living as it is. Our small cabin consists of one room with 2 thin mats, a workbench, and a shelf of books. I walk over and drag my finger over the worn spines. Almost all the books are Earth history, from ancient times up until the first invasion 30 years ago. If I were found with these, the Kreons wouldn't hesitate to put me to death. But these books were my dad's hobby, and I can't part with them. He said the history and stories in them would be important to us one day. I flip through the pages, letting the musty smell and the feel of the leather bindings calm me down. I can't let myself think too much, so I quickly put my day clothes on and sheath my knife into the leather holster around my waist. I grab my backpack and head out to look for Jamie. It doesn't take me long to find him. Although he complains all the time about not going hunting or scavenging with me, he's also afraid to go too far from our cabin. Instead, he goes up. I blink against the brightness of the blue sky, scanning the tree line surrounding the valley. I find him in one of his favorite tall pine trees, at the edge of a rocky stream. Securing my pack around my shoulders, I climb up after him. I sit on a thick branch across from him and look out at the little valley we live in. You can almost see past the ship today, I say, nodding towards the horizon. Across the valley, a gleaming alien leg rises from the trees like a metal serpent and continues up through the haze created by the refineries. It ends where it attaches to the city-sized Kreon ship, blocking out the sky. Below it lies the crumbling remains of a sprawling human city, now abandoned except for the sharp Kreon structures that glitter like a thorny crown in the dark shadow of the hovering spacecraft. Yeah, the smoke isn't as bad, Jamie grumbles under his breath. I smile, trying to coax him out of his funk. Why don't you come down and get your chores done? I'll check only the closest traps today and wait until tomorrow to go to the traders. That way we can work on that drone together tonight. I bump his foot with mine. What do you say? He frowns but looks over at me. All right, but before it gets dark, I want to show you how much my aim has improved. I narrow my eyes. Agreed. But you still can't go with me tomorrow. I know you're getting good with your bow. But there's more to hunting than just the actual shooting part. He starts to climb down the tree, dropping lightly between the branches. I move more slowly, my grip tight as the tall trunk leans in the wind. Like what? I ask. I know how to avoid the drones and watch for human and Kreon traps. I close my eyes for a second before heading down after him. The truth is, I'm more comfortable with the traps. But he doesn't need to know that. Leave them empty, and return when the catch is dead. No need to listen to the creature's dying screams. Yes, and you're getting fantastic at those things. But knowing isn't the same as doing. It takes practice, and we need to start nearby first. Especially if the Kreons are getting more active in our section, I think, remembering the large drone. I'll take you soon, Jamie. I promise. He grunts as he lowers himself to the ground, but I'm not sure if it's a response. Jamie's frustrations are growing stronger each day, but I'm not ready to introduce him to the world beyond our valley. I put on a brave face when I go to market, but the truth is I'm terrified to be out there on my own. The Kreons aren't the only danger for a solo traveler. And it's not just that. I know Jamie is expecting more. From the fairy tales Dad used to read us when we were younger, about knights and quests, he's expecting a grand adventure. But the sad truth is, there's nothing out there for us. We silently walk side by side back toward our cabin. I'm so deep in thought, I don't hear it until Jamie grabs my arm. I freeze next to him, listening to the silent forest. And then I hear what Jamie was alert enough to hear first. Another drone. We look at each other with wide eyes and hurry off the path, squatting low beneath a cluster of blackberry bushes. I look up through the branches searching for the drone, ignoring the thorns digging into my skin. 2 drones in one day is not a good sign. Drones rarely come to our valley on purpose. I usually have to hike up and over the eastern mountain toward the human compounds or west toward the abandoned city to capture them. Jamie points over our heads and I see it. It's a small metallic orb I recognize as a spy drone. All the Kreon drones are really spy drones, but these little ones are for specific missions. The Kreons are looking for something. Or someone. I slip my pack off and pull out the foil emergency blanket. I cover Jamie and I with it quickly, pulling him into my arms. We wait as we hear the drone pass overhead. It seems to hesitate, and I hold my breath. Maybe they've improved their heat-seeking tech. My joints are stiff and shaking before we finally hear the drone fly off toward the nearest human compound. I pull the blanket off, and Jamie and I take deep breaths. I check the sky above us to make sure it's truly gone. I look back down and see that Jamie is crying. I pull him back into my arms, combing his hair with my fingers. It's all right. It's gone now. We're safe. When he stops shaking enough to walk, we head back home. Jamie is unusually withdrawn the rest of the evening, probably embarrassed that he cried in front of me. It's been a long time since he's had an episode like that, and he's not a little kid anymore. He does all of his chores while I go check a few traps, without me reminding him. Even when I bring home 2 rabbits and we finally have a good meal with carrots and potatoes, he pushes his food around quietly. He doesn't even ask to work on the large black drone sitting on the workbench. The silence is almost worse than the outbursts, but I know he just needs time to recover from the drone incident. That's the closest he's been to real danger in years. I decide not to drag Jamie outside to watch as the stars appear in the evening sky, which is our normal nightly routine. He lies on his mat staring up at the ceiling, his hands interlaced behind his head. From Dad's bookshelf, I choose one of my favorite storybooks to read out loud. I don't care if Jamie is listening or not. Tonight, this story is more for me anyway. A way to fill the uncomfortable stillness in the cabin and the weight of the unknown future hanging over us. As I lay in our little cabin, clutching the old book to my chest, I envy the power and freedom the princess has in the story. I fall asleep, imagining myself as a beautiful princess on a magical quest, who walks openly among thriving populations of free humans. But even in my dreams, I know it's a lie. There's nothing out there but brutal, senseless violence and chaos. In our world, there is never a kind old woman who bestows magical gifts or a fated romance. And as far as I can tell, nobody lives happily ever after. Chapter 2. I wake to Jamie's face right next to mine. I turn and burrow deeper into my blanket. Just a few more minutes, I moan. Raya, wake up, you need to see this. Jamie gives me a hard shove. I roll back toward him and open my blurry eyes. I find him holding one of my rabbit traps. Dad showed me how to make them from scrap metal we'd find at the old dump. What were you doing outside this early? I'm suddenly wide awake and throwing off my cover. I was hungry, so I checked the closest traps. I know how to do some things around here, you know. He's standing with one hand on his hip and the other holding the trap in my face. We have leftover rabbit stew, so he couldn't have been too hungry. I bite back the stinging remark that comes into my mind, and instead stand up and look closer at the metal trap he's holding. There's blood and hair on it, but otherwise it's empty. Did you already take the animal out? Was it a squirrel or a rabbit? I look around the room. No, it was like this when I found it. The others are exactly the same. Someone stole our meat, Raya. I look back up to see Jamie's eyes glistening with anger. I take the trap from him and place it in the cleaning bucket in the corner, trying to clear my head. I can't imagine who would steal from us, Jamie. Are you sure the animals didn't just squirm out of the traps? Maybe I didn't tighten the springs enough. I checked all 4 of the closest traps. They're all the same. There was obviously some animal in the trap at one point. There's no way 4 could have gotten out, right? He plops down on his mat. Sitting there with his face leaning on his knees, he looks like the small 9-year-old he really is. A slight build from not enough rations, blonde hair sticking out in all directions, and well-worn pants that are too short for him since his last growth spurt. But the scariest part is, he looks excited by this new mystery, because it's finally something new. You're right. This is strange. I need to go to the trader's anyway today, so I'll pick up meat as well. I'm sure this is just a rogue coyote or something like that. I'll check the other traps on my way back. So I have to stay here again by myself? Jamie whines. Why can't I at least go with you this one time? I'll be quiet at the trader's and do exactly as you say. He looks up at me with his best, sad little brother face. I turn away. I hate always saying no to him. The truth is, I'm worried about the extra drones and the empty traps. Part of me wants to give in, just so I can keep him close. But it's too dangerous out there. It's hard enough keeping myself safe, and I can't afford the distraction of looking out for him. The trading camp is supposed to be a safe haven, since they change locations every week and take precautions against Kreon raids. But you still have to reach it, and I'm not ready to risk the only family I have left. I'm sorry, Jamie. Soon, though. I promise. I turn back to him and ruffle his hair, giving him something he can really growl about. I smile as he doesn't disappoint. You always say that. He stomps over to the workbench and starts wrenching off the drone's mechanical legs. I frown at him, but don't say anything. I know he's being careless with the tech just to annoy me. I watch as he removes the largest pieces of the drone first. He puts them next to the drone in the same pattern he took them off, methodically, like I taught him, and like my father taught me. People from all over the sector make the trek to the traders at least once a month. Our nearest neighbors are fairly decent, although a few are a bit odd. Comes with the years of isolation, I guess. But some of the other survivors that show up to trade have been out in the wilds too long and are rough and desperate to survive. I've seen the hunger and violence in their eyes. I wasn't ready to let Jamie see it as well. My gaze skitters again to the family picture on the bookshelf. Only this time anger burns in my belly. Mom disappeared when the Kreons first reached our sector, so I don't remember too much of her. Dad promised that he'd always be here to take care of us, until he disappeared as well. Now we were all alone. I square my shoulders, firm in my decision. Jamie will have to grow up eventually, but not today. I grab the baggy, dark gray, and navy clothes I wear in public, and step behind the privacy curtain hanging in the corner. It's mostly symbolic, since the fabric is torn and near transparent with wear. I dress quickly, making sure I secure my hunting knife at my waist. I pause, but then reach under my mat to grab the small paring blade Dad gave me. It fits snugly on the inside of my boot where I've fashioned a holster from rabbit hide. I don't always have it on me, because it's one of the few things I got from my father, and I'm afraid to lose it. But today I'll feel better knowing I have more than one weapon. I step over to the small, cracked mirror we have hanging over the water basin and squint at the image staring back at me. I roll my eyes at myself before pulling a brush through my auburn hair and tying it up with twine. I pull on my father's old brown hat and tuck the wisps of hair underneath. The clothes make it hard to tell that I'm a 17-year-old girl. But my eyes are the same ice blue as my brother's, which gets noticed too much around our sector. Most of the people who fled to this valley have dark hair, or at least have brown eyes, like Dad. I turn around, but Jamie is still ignoring me. I resist the urge to ask him how I look, knowing he'd say something mean. Instead, I pull my bed mat away from the wall. There's a notch in one of the floorboards, and I tug at it, my feet braced shoulder width. The trapdoor creaks open, and I lean it against rough wood. "Do you need help?" Jamie is next to me, looking down into the hole. I smirk. "Sure." You grab that side. We both reach into the hole and grab thick metal loops and pull up. We ease the box out and place it onto the floor. The box is made from blue-hued Kreon metal, which is why it's so light despite its size. Dad scrounged up the metal scraps years ago. I'm really not sure where he found the materials, or what he used to forge them together. I'd tried leaving pieces in the fire for hours, and could still barely make a dent in it. "How much will you take?" Jamie asks, as he pries the lid open. I grab my backpack and empty the contents onto my mat. Just a few tools and extra traps I won't need today. Then I peer into the box. So we need food, new water filters, and more metal for arrows, Jamie adds. I wrinkle my nose as I calculate. Then I turn to Jamie. "So, with that much stuff, what do you think I should take?" Jamie's always been fast at calculations, so I test him every time I go to the traders. At least I know he won't get ripped off when the time comes for him to go alone. My chest tightens at the thought of him at the marketplace without me, and I push it away. Jamie reaches in and pulls out items and lays them on the floor in front of us. When he's done, the box is nearly empty. I sigh, but I know he's right. Even though prices tend to fluctuate at the traders each month, we can estimate within reason. We've been stockpiling for weeks, and we still have barely enough for the supplies we need. After years of scrubbing our immediate area for anything of value, it's getting harder to find resources of value worth trading. Plus, we'd never had to buy meat before. I resist the urge to glance at the new drone. I don't want Jamie feeling guilty about it, and I did promise him he could keep the next one. It's a lot of stuff, Raya. And with someone stealing from our traps, are you sure we'll be all right? I slam the box shut. Of course, I think the traders will be near the old recycle plant today, so I'll scavenge afterwards for more metal. Maybe we can build something together and sell it next time. Jamie nods and reaches down into the hole, pulling up a leather bag with a thick strap and handing it to me. Thanks. Now, while I'm gone today, I need you to do all of your chores. I grasp his shoulder and look into his eyes. And, Jamie, I need you to practice your letters as well before I get home. All right? He shoves my hand off and stands up. What's the use of me learning to write if you won't let me go with you trading? All we have here are those stupid history books and stories for children. I grind my teeth. No books are stupid, and you need to be literate before you go to the traders so you don't get taken advantage of. So keep practicing. Secretly, I promise myself I'll keep my eyes open for an age-appropriate novel to bring him. I'm better at calculations than you are, he grumbles as he walks back over to the workbench. Yes, I know, and you'll do great at the traders with your grasp of numbers. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. He sits sullenly and goes back to work on the drone again. I lower the near-empty box back into the hole and look at the items we've pulled out. 5 small drone engine batteries, a dozen rotors, and 2 complete spy drones. It took Jamie and I several weeks to repair the spy drones that were damaged in the process of catching them. There are always a few techies at the traders that will pay good money for intact drones. They repurpose the Kreon drones and camera parts to protect their own homes. Some drone chips can even be hacked and reprogrammed to detect incoming drones or mech robots. A few years ago, our neighbor Melvin showed us how to do it. After Dad disappeared, sometimes I'd check on him and help out with chores, in exchange for lessons about mechanics and hacking. I'd barely scratch the surface of what was possible, but what I already know seems valuable enough to command decent prices at the market, at least to the right buyers. Most people would rather eat than fool around with dangerous and illegal stolen alien technology. I sigh as I place each item carefully in my backpack, with the 2 drones placed in the extra bag. I was hoping to have enough to get new clothes for Jamie and a new book for myself, but now I'd have to buy meat instead. If someone was really stealing from our traps, they'd probably already passed through the area. But we need to be prepared in case it happens again. A shiver goes up my spine, thinking about the thief. Not only is someone coming way too close to our cabin, but if they planned on making it a routine, we'd burn through resources too quickly, which meant a confrontation. I wish Jamie wasn't in such a hurry to go with me. He has no idea what a bad place it can be for someone young and innocent like him, or a girl like me. Each time I go, I try to look enough like an older boy so that the others will leave me alone. But in the last few months, my figure has been filling out, making it harder to conceal my curves. I pace on a smile and go over to where Jamie is trying to figure out how to get the main body apart without breaking the thin encasing. I don't say anything as I watch because I know he'll figure it out, eventually. He hates it when I interfere. I give him a quick kiss on the cheek. He flinches slightly, then goes back to ignoring me. I'll be home before dark. More silence. I'll look for something special for you to take apart at the dump. Nothing. That usually gains me at least a quick, hopeful glance. The older he gets, the harder it is to bribe him, and his anger seems to fester for longer periods. I take a last look at him to see if he'll say goodbye. He flips his dirty blonde hair out of his eyes, but stays concentrated on the large drone. At least that'll keep him busy for a while. I tie my jacket around my waist and grab a water bottle. Love you, Jamie. See you tonight. I close the door slowly, hoping for a response. When nothing comes, I shut the door tightly and head toward the old city. I stick close to the river that runs through the valley. I've used the natural boundary many times to escape Kreon mech patrols. They're all metal armor and electronics, so they won't go near the water. Nobody knows what the Kreons actually look like, or how many there are. As far as I know, they never come down from their ships. But they don't need to. Their robotic soldiers are more than capable of reminding humans we're no longer in control of this planet. When I was younger, I saw a boy throw a stone at one of them. A second later, he was a pile of ash and charred clothing. Thankfully, I haven't seen any Kreon patrols recently. They were more frequent in our sector years ago when they were first rounding up humans. Back then, they were after the humans that actively protested against the alien rule over our planet, or tried to sabotage the Kreon refineries or buildings. My parents moved us from the city out to this valley when we were young to avoid them. It's easier to stay invisible out here. But the rebellion has been wiped out, and nobody is dumb enough to fight against the Kreons anymore. Not for the first time, I wonder how the Kreons got my mother. Did she turn herself into one of the human compounds, leaving her husband and children behind? Or did they catch her in the woods somehow when she was being careless? I stumble over a tree root and catch my balance on the rough bark of a large pine tree. Stop dwelling, Raya. Get supplies and make sure Jamie is fed. Focus on today and today only. I keep walking and make it to the old dam, destroyed years ago. Here the river splits in two. One waterway tumbles over the stones that once held back the water, and then heads toward the old city, a scar on the landscape. The second winds around the ancient structure and heads deeper into the valley. On top of one of the broken retaining walls is a single oval rock. To a stranger, or the Kreons, hopefully, it looks like just a random stone blending in among the dam it rests on. But to the locals, it tells which direction the traders are each week. I hop across the boulders to reach it, lifting it gently to find an arrow drawn with chalk, pointing slightly southwest, toward the giant metallic leg of the Kreon ship. I let out a grunt and carefully make my way to the other side of the river. The remaining wall of the dam, although somewhat underwater, makes a perfect, yet slippery bridge across the river. I reach the other side without getting my boots too wet. I'm just starting up the hill when something white catches my eye. I squat down and peek through the branches of a bunch of aspen trees. I freeze when I find what caught my attention. A rabbit's head. A fairly recent kill, too. The rest of the body is nowhere to be seen. This head was discarded here recently since there's no blood. I doubt anyone would be hunting this close to the trading camp, which means it's probably from one of my traps. I hear footsteps running up ahead on a path that meets up with mine. I shift deeper into the trees to hide, just as a boy with dark hair and a leather jacket disappears over the top of the upper dam. He's alone, like me. I sprint after him, as fast as I can on the loose pebbles. My lungs burn, and my legs cramp as I crest the top and spot him, further down along the path. Hanging over his shoulder looks like a string of small animal skins. I count them to be sure. My rabbits. I stop and place my hands on my knees to catch my breath. There's no way I'll catch him when he's so far ahead. My stomach tightens painfully as I realize this stranger was prowling around near my cabin. We only have a few neighbors, and I know them all. What was he doing in my valley? I look back the way I came. What if there are others? Is Jamie in danger? Sharp pain spreads up through my chest as I imagine mech guards or desperate humans from another sector surrounding our cabin. I drop to my knees and take deep breaths. I concentrate on the sounds around me. Birds chirping, wind through the trees and tall grass, the gurgling of a nearby stream as water flows over the smooth stones. Finally, the gray at the edge of my vision clears, and the pain eases in my chest. Jamie has his bow and arrows and a knife of his own. Dad taught us both to defend ourselves. I have to keep going. We need this food. Knowing I have no other choice, I stand up and stiffly start again toward the trader camp. Unease eats away at my stomach as I break into a jog, but I turn my focus away from the cabin and Jamie and toward the dangers that lie ahead. Chapter 3. My senses go on hyper-awareness as I near the camp. The first thing I notice is a flock of birds fly noisily up from a grove of trees and heading back toward the valley. The second is harsh laughter echoing amongst the trees, and the smell of burning flesh and home-brewed beer. Traders, camping after a successful day at the market, no doubt. I can tell they've used clean wood to send up less smoke, picking out the bark and moss, but it's still stupid of them to celebrate this close to the market. I push on until I'm through the entrance, then slow my pace to catch my breath. Burly metal workers heat portable forges along the perimeter of the camp. The blacksmiths turn pieces of metal in the hot embers. They seem concentrated on their work, but I know they notice everything that goes on around the camp. People from other sectors rarely find the trading camp without being invited, but when they do, the leaders who run it want to make sure no trouble starts. The sweaty muscles at the gate act as a deterrent for anyone with darker impulses. I pass the closest blacksmith, who recognizes me with a nod and a smile. Dad introduced him to me on my first trip to the market, years ago. After my dad disappeared, I went asking around for him, begging for information, but nobody had any clue where he went. Since then, I've talked to the man a few times when my knife needs sharpening. I don't remember his name, but I know I can trust him. His presence is reassuring, but I pat the metal blade at my waist nervously, checking to make sure I still have it. I keep my chin up and shoulders straight, then walk deeper into the market. I know which merchants I need to visit, and I walk with purpose toward the first one. I bite my lip as I stop at Sonia's table. She's one of my neighbors, a large, tired-looking woman in a navy blouse and a white apron. She keeps turning to yell at her kids playing in the dirt behind her. I pick a jar of canned peaches and a treat for Jamie, something special to bring home for him tonight. I know the bar of chocolate is an extravagance, but if we cut it into small pieces, we can make it last for weeks. As she wraps the jar in cloth for me, she gives me a look of undisguised pity. She knows my secret, that my father disappeared and left Jamie and I alone. I suspect some of the traders also knew my mother, though I've never had a reason to ask them about her. I trade Sonia one of the drone brain chips that I've so carefully collected. I know the chips are worth more than a can of peaches, but her husband is one of the few men, other than Melvin, who knows how to reprogram the Kreon drones, and I don't have time to negotiate or look for another buyer. I wait for Sonia to offer me an extra loaf of bread, or some pulled taffy, as she sometimes does. But today she purses her lips and doesn't give me anything extra. It seems things are tight for everyone this week. I take a deep breath and head toward the hunter's area, in the center of the trading camp. Here I find several tables laden with a variety of animal skins, dried meat, sausages, and hanging carcasses, all heavily salted so they last longer. I stop to buy dried meat first. I cringe at the increased prices, then hand over all the batteries for only a few weeks' worth of deer meat. I shove the meat deep into the bottom of my backpack with the jar of peaches. I pat the 2 drones in my bag. Those should get me enough water-purifying tablets to last a whole month. I turn to look for the chemist and run right into someone at the next stall. I step backward, and I'm about to apologize when I recognize the leather shirt and dark hair. You. I step toward him and reach for the animals slung over his shoulder. He catches my arm and squeezes. I swing with my other arm, but he twists me around and wraps both arms around me. From behind me, he says, "What are you trying to do, kid?" Strands of hair have fallen loose from my hat, and I blow them away angrily, taking back what's mine. "And why do you think I have anything that's yours?" He pulls me tight against his body. I grit my teeth and slide into a wide stance, breaking his hold on me. Then I shove both my elbows into his midsection. I hear a satisfying grunt and he stumbles away from me. I reach for my knife, but out of the corner of my eye, I notice we've attracted attention. Several men are surrounding us, their hard eyes on both the boy and me. Weapons are prohibited in the market, but fights aren't uncommon. I know nobody is going to get involved or come to my aid, which means I've just started a fight I can't win. I slide my hand carefully back out of my jacket and turn back to the boy. He's rubbing his ribs but is sporting an annoying smirk, like this is just a game. I'm trying to survive, and this cocky asshole doesn't even care. "You stole my rabbits," I say, pointing to the animals slung over his shoulder. My cheeks burn, and I clench my fists, trying not to show that my hands are shaking. He just stares at me with those large brown eyes and innocent expression. But then his eyebrows come together sharply. Maybe you should check your traps more often. There's a trace of humor in his voice. My stomach sinks. It was him. He was near my cabin, and he just admitted stealing from me. But he made no move to give back what was mine. His candor threw me off, and I paused to look him over. If we had met some other time or at one of the yearly harvest gatherings, I would have thought him handsome. He's almost a foot taller than me, his skin several shades darker than mine, with muscles that are well defined even under the rugged leather clothes he wears. Even though he's young, he's got an edge to him that allows him to blend in with the traders. You shouldn't even be in that part of the valley. I know all my neighbors. You don't belong there. I switch balance to my back foot, but am unsure whether to charge or run away. I can feel the men watching us. So much for keeping a low profile. He lowers his arms, keeping his gaze locked with mine. Actually, I had business with some of your neighbors. I flinch as I see he has a small knife in one of his hands. It appeared so quickly I didn't even see him draw it. He uses it to point at the alien ship's leg curving over our heads. About them and what we can do to get your valley back. My heart feels like it's going to beat out of my chest. We shouldn't have to keep going on living day to day, struggling to make ends meet and fighting with each other. This is our planet. He raises his voice, and I see the men nodding in agreement. His gaze is mesmerizing, yet makes me jumpy at the same time. I swallow and force my eyes down to his chest, preparing myself in case he uses his knife. My only goal is to survive every day and feed myself and my brother. I point toward the tied-up rabbits. Something you're making harder. Is that how New Terra works? Stealing from the same humans you claim to protect? It was just a guess, based on his rhetoric, but his jaw tenses and I know I'm right. A few of the women gasp, and the men turn away suddenly. I've basically just outed him as a terrorist. In public. As far as I knew, the New Terra Revolution was stamped out years ago, but it wasn't the first time I'd heard a passionate young man use similar speeches to impress a girl. Dad never approved of their violent tactics. Even though they claimed to be working toward getting our world back permanently from the Kreons, every act of sabotage only resulted in brutal retaliations against innocent people. The dark-haired boy forces out a laugh that I can feel deep in my chest, but the humor doesn't reach his eyes. Instead, he looks worried and angry. I take a step backward, unsure of his intentions. I don't know what you're talking about, he says suddenly. Then give me back what's mine, I say. This time I draw my knife. It's a bluff, but I know the others won't want to get involved in this conflict, even if there's just a small chance this kid really is New Terra. Like me, they've learned to steer far clear of potential terrorists. He holds up his hands in mock surrender. I don't want to fight you. He grins at the large men around us, like he's enjoying the attention. I don't fight girls. Shit. I reach up and feel how much of my hair is exposed. He must have figured it out when he had his arms around me. I was too soft to be a boy. I'd exposed his secret, so he'd exposed mine. He turns, like he is going to walk away, but I follow after him stubbornly. But you'll steal from me and let me starve? His smile fades and his eyes harden. If he is here, recruiting people into New Terra, he won't want to let an accusation like that hang, poisoning sympathy against his cause. Fair enough, he says. I flinch as he grasps the rope tied to his backpack and pulls the rabbits free. He holds them out to me. You'd better get them skinned before they rot. I step forward and snatch them, half expecting him to drop them in the dirt. Then I step backward quickly and tie them to the bag at my side. His irritating smile is back. He leans forward, speaking softly, as if to a child. It was nice meeting you, Raya. My name is Elin. You'd better get home before dark. He points at the setting sun in the distance as it casts a soft pink light across the monstrous ship in the sky. My gaze snaps back to him and I take another step backward. How do you know my name? I stutter. Elon holds up his hands. I told you. I was talking to your neighbors. They would never give a stranger information about me or my family. I clench my jaw and glare at him. True. He nods. They weren't going to tell me anything. Your little valley and the people living in it are very sheltered. His expression is serious as he takes another step toward me. But I was only there warning people that the Kreons are going to make another series of roundups. They need more workers in the mines and have started building new compounds. I think they're looking for something particular in your sector. His words come out fast and dark. I can feel the hate for the Kreons seeping out of him even at this distance. It's about the only thing we have in common. I think of Jamie alone at the cabin and my whole body tingles with fear. That's why there have been so many drones lately, I say, my shoulders sagging. He nods. In this light, his eyes have a greenish tint, like sage or olive. But how do you know? I look around as the men surrounding us drift back to their tables. I bite my lip. My gut tells me just to walk away. Stop talking to this rabbit thief and get home to Jamie. He crosses his arms, but his expression has softened. I have my ways of getting information. I'm frozen between wanting to know more and the desire to get as far away from Elon as possible. I had him pegged for a fanboy, someone who believes the new Terra rhetoric but has never actually seen action. There hasn't been a real revolution for years, but if he has information like this, he must be pretty connected, which means the revolutionists are active in our area. If he's for real, getting involved with him is way more dangerous than a couple of missing rabbits. The noise and chaos of the traitor camp brings me back to my senses. Ellen steps back and waves his arm out in a dramatic flourish for me to go around him. I flex my jaw and push past him, weaving through the crowds until I can no longer feel his eyes on my back. After seeing what was selling at the traders today, I know exactly what I need to scavenge for next week. If I can find more batteries like I had this morning, I could probably buy Jamie more clothes next month. We will need it for winter. He's already outgrown last year's coat. I finished trading the rest of my drones at the chemist for purifying tablets, and trade one of the rabbits for 3 new books. It's a better haul than I expected. As I leave the camp, I spot Alan in a heated conversation with Sonia's husband. They seem to be well acquainted with one another, but I can't hear what they're arguing about. I didn't think Sonia would ever let her family be involved with someone like Alan. My irritation toward him makes me stop in my tracks. I narrow my eyes and watch Alan's smooth smile as he puts Sonia's husband at ease about whatever they were talking about. They clasp hands, and Alan saunters off into the crowd. I growl under my breath. I want to warn them that he's not to be trusted, but they wouldn't believe me anyway. There's something about Alan that everyone else around here seems drawn to. Everyone but me. Part of me wishes I knew how to talk to people like that. Maybe Jamie is right. We spend so much time alone, we're forgetting how to be human. I return my concentration to my footing and the direction I'm traveling. I don't want to waste any more time getting lost or thinking about Elon's smug face. I push myself faster despite the burning in my lungs. Panic and adrenaline keep me moving as the shadows of the trees grow long and inky. Finally, I'm back in familiar forest. I slow my pace so I can catch my breath and let my burning muscles ease up. The sun goes down behind the tops of the trees, and it takes a few minutes for my eyesight to adjust to the darkening forest. I check all my other traps, but find nothing. They're undisturbed, so even Elon hasn't been near them. I relax as I get closer to the cabin. I can't wait to see Jamie's expression when I tell him how I got our rabbits back. I love our part of the forest. I inhale the pine scent and the wild rosemary my mother planted at the edges of the valley. I take off my hat to feel the breeze through my hair. The birds are still rustling around in the trees, and I hold my palms against the tall grass, taking a deep breath. I pause to listen for anything unusual, but hear nothing. Suddenly, my pulse spikes as I realize something feels different. It's too quiet. I race past my perimeter securities and break into the clearing. The cabin is dark. I run up the steps and swing the unlocked door open, wincing as it hits hard against the wall. No Jamie. I rush over to his mat and see that his backpack is gone. That makes me relax slightly. If the Kreons came here and took him, they wouldn't allow him to bring anything. I look around and find he's taken his bow and arrow and a few tools as well. Was this why he was so quiet last night? Because he'd been planning to go out on some foolish mission while I was at the market? I should have come straight home. I might have been able to stop Jamie from going off alone if I hadn't been sidetracked. My anger turns inward as I realize I let Elon get to me. I'd wasted all that time confronting him. For rabbits. I clench my fists as I step out onto the porch. I leave my pack on the bench and toss the rabbits into the cooling box, before trekking a wide circle around the cabin. I check with my closest neighbors, each about a mile apart, but they haven't seen my brother. My heart feels like it's inching up into my throat. I stop to catch my breath and watch the last reddish rays of light disappear behind the trees. He'll be back by dark, I keep telling myself, until I realize the sun has already set. In 30 minutes, the forest will be pitch black. We don't use lights at night because they'll alert the drones to our position, and Jamie knows better than to stay out this late. I return to the cabin with lighter steps, daring to hope that I'll find him at home. I could have just missed him along the way somehow, but as I look at the dark, empty cabin, and my hope fades, I crumple to my knees before I reach the front door. According to Elon, the Kreons will be out this way soon, and now I don't know where Jamie is. I want to grab my flashlight and keep looking, but I know that's a mistake. We need to be hiding, laying low, not wandering around at night, lost in the forest. I pull myself onto the bench my father built into the front porch and pull my knees up to my chest. I keep watch for Jamie with heavy eyes, thinking he's just upset and he'll be back as soon as he gets scared in the dark woods. The alternative, that he's already been taken, is too terrifying to consider. I slow my breathing, trying to force myself to relax. Cold seeping into my bones wakes me. I realize with a start I've fallen asleep on the porch, and the morning sun is just barely peeking up over the distant mountains. I've been asleep for hours. I scramble to my feet and rush into the cabin. Still no Jamie. My stomach heaves as I realize Jamie is really gone. Swallowing down bile, I grab my pack and tighten it around my shoulders. I throw most of the food I bought into the cellar under the rosehip bush. If Jamie comes back before I find him, I don't want him to go hungry. After writing him a quick, desperate note, I shut up the cabin tight and set the safeties all around the perimeter. This time I head the opposite direction from the alien ship. I would have seen or heard him if he had gone the way I just came back from. The forest is thick in that direction, and there aren't a lot of safe paths. He would have had to take the same path I did. My mind races as I try to figure out where Jamie would have gone. He probably was bored or angry that I didn't take him to the traders, so I bet he wanted to prove himself. He was always hungry, so I head for my large game traps, the ones I didn't check yesterday. I pause on the hill, looking down into the valley. Sadness seeps into my bones as I gaze over the only home I've ever known, wondering if I will have to live there alone after losing every member of my family. I check all the traps. There's no sign of any animal in them, and no Jamie. In front of the last trap, I turn around in a circle, looking up at the blue sky over the green canopy of trees. No Kreon machines or drones are visible, apart from the unmoving presence of the main ship that fills the sky, today barely visible through the haze. I close my eyes, feeling the filtered sun on my face and hearing the birds chattering high in the trees. Then I realize where I need to go, and I feel like I've been hit hard in the gut. I sit down on the grass, still wet with morning dew. I breathe in the fragrant forest air to dispel the grayness creeping around my vision. As a wave of nausea washes over me, I stand up and shake off the panic. When I was little, I had medicine that helped me cope with the attacks. Although I couldn't escape the dangers of living under Kreon control, the meds helped me stay calm and think clearly. When the meds ran out, Mom developed routines for me that helped me control my emotions. For years, she was the only thing that could keep me from getting overwhelmed. After she was gone, Dad tried his best, but he was no replacement for her soothing voice. So instead, he taught me how to fight and work on machines for focus and discipline. I count the branches on the nearest tree, like they are parts to a device, until my breathing slows. I look up through the green leaves, feeling a tiny sense of calm just in knowing what I need to do next. Except that what I need to do is check the nearest compound. If Jamie was discovered, that's where the Kreons would take him, for re-education. We'd always given the gated community a wide berth. Only the stupid or weak humans sign away their freedom to become slaves for the Kreons. I pray Jamie isn't one of them. Chapter 4. The path out of the forest is worn from years of scavenging in the old city. I can already catch glimpses of it through the trees. The dark, sheer lines of the crooked beams and columns, the slabs of broken concrete and exposed pipes. They look like giant teeth and claws of a buried titan, and stand in stark contrast with the perfectly smooth Kreon vessel floating above the ruins. Sections of the city had been hollowed out into great pits, as the Kreons burrowed through the ruins. Nobody knew what they were digging for. It was just something they did, like ants. We assumed they were building shelters or mining for rare earth metals. To the east of the vast pit and holes drilled into the earth, they built the compound to protect their human slaves from the rest of us. Wouldn't want their precious, brainwashed minions mixing with us dirty, untamed heathens. There are signs of recent footsteps in the path before me. Large, rectangular tracks. I also spot broken branches and signs of a Kreon patrol. I tighten my fists as I think about one of the mechanical soldiers taking Jamie. A frantic part of me still hopes Jamie just went someplace I haven't thought to check, but I know I'm running out of places to look. I veer off the path and head toward Melvin's. He's our farthest neighbor, and the only one that Jamie really knows. I sometimes took Jamie with me when I went to Melvin's for lessons on the drone tech. My brother was quicker than I was with the equations and the logistics of drone mechanics, but I'm still the best with the actual hardware. He doesn't have the patience of it. I can picture all the pieces of a drone all at once in my head, and know exactly where they fit in relation to one another. At least with the tech I've been able to get my hands on. I sidestep the safeties Melvin has around his A-frame cabin. He taught Dad and I to put in early warning systems around our land as well. though nothing as elaborate as this. I hope in the last several months he hasn't said any new ones. I yell out his name so he knows it's me. I walk into the open area around his place. There's a lean-to attached to the cabin that covers his supply of firewood. There aren't any flowers or grass in his yard, or decorations on his house. If I didn't know any better, I would have guessed this was an abandoned property. Melvin, it's Raya. My dad told me once Melvin wasn't even his real name. He keeps his real identity a secret, even from friends, and took his pseudonym from some famous scientist. It fits, since apparently he's some kind of genius. I face the front door and wave. He has a series of cameras hidden all around his cabin and the surrounding property. He knows I'm here. Dad always thought we should do the same, but we never seemed to have enough money to buy the parts. And neither of us had perfected the reprogramming of the vid chips in the drones. It was too dangerous to take the chance of the drone vid link broadcasting a live feed back to the Kreons. My skin crawls thinking about some gross alien up in his metal ship watching me eat dinner with my family. The window on the second floor opens up and I catch a glimpse of a white beard. "Raya, it's not a good time," calls a rough voice. He's probably in the middle of some new project. I shake my head. "I'm not here for a lesson. Jamie has gone missing. I came home from the traders yesterday to find him gone. Have you seen him?" This time he pokes his whole head out the window and stares at me through the tangle of hair covering most of his face. The unkempt look is part of his way of being invisible. He's actually only a few years older than my father, but he looks much older. He came to our valley from one of the other sectors already under Kreon control, so he knows how to avoid them. He's always seemed weird to me, a little too paranoid. For the first time, I wonder if he was right, and I was careless. My father used to have conversations with him about how to stay under the Kreon's radar. With Dad's engineering background and Melvin's computer expertise, they were able to figure out the Kreon drone technology together. The drones soon became our main source of bartering. We either bartered the drones themselves, or Dad would teach people like Sonia's husband how to work on the tech for trade. None of it kept my parents or Jamie safe. I frown as he continues to stare at me. I'm not sure what inner dialogue he has going on, but he suddenly slams the window closed. I'm startled by the abruptness, but I stand my ground and wait. After being alone so long, sometimes, Melvin can be a little unpredictable. After a few minutes, the front door opens and he walks out. Years ago, he somehow got hold of some old military uniforms, maybe from the revolutionists. Now he only wears the green camo. He stops a few feet away and holds out a package. I step toward him and take it. "What is this?" I unwrap the rough brown paper. My muscles tense as I stare down at the tip of a broken arrow. One of Jamie's. I didn't know what to do. It was a full Kreon patrol. They took him with a group of other humans. Last I saw, they were heading towards the compound. I look back up, tears in my eyes. Melvin confirmed my worst fears. The finality of hearing it spoken out loud is almost more than I can handle. Why wasn't I more careful? Melvin looks down. "I'm sorry," he whispers. "I understand, Melvin," I choke out. "It's not your fault." I clench my fists, gasping for breath. He nods and I look to the side, blinking the tears away. I pace the front yard, under Melvin's watchful eye. I count my footsteps, 12 in one direction, 12 in the other, and think of a way to save my brother. The compound, although meant to be a safe reservation for humans, is basically a fenced and guarded prison. Rumor is they get whatever food or entertainment tech they want. But they can never leave, unless it's to become a slave in one of the Kreon ships. And then only after re-education makes them more compliant. "I have to get him out," I say quietly. I don't know whether to hope Jamie resists, or complies. I have to believe I can rescue him before he needs to make that decision. Stay here. I'll be right back. Melvin orders and then disappears into the cabin. I keep pacing. I haven't heard of anyone escaping from the compounds or from any of the Kreon homes. They all just seem to vanish off the face of the earth. Maybe they do. Maybe the Kreons takes their loyal servants with them, back to wherever they came from, somewhere out there in the stars, which means I may never see Jamie again. I stop and look up, feeling weak and small. I watch the birds and butterflies flying around the cabin and meadow. They remain free, no matter who rules this planet. If only we were so lucky. This is the first time in months I've thought of something other than keeping our knives sharp, our bellies fed, or our cabin pieced together. Despair rushes through me, cold as ice, as I realize this is what Jamie craved. He just wanted something to hope for, a chance to do something more than survive. He wanted his life to have meaning. But we don't live in that type of world anymore. If something happened to me, he would have stayed alone in our cabin for decades, eventually becoming a hermit like Melvin. No wonder he wanted more. Melvin comes rushing back out the door and walks right up to me. This close, I can see his green eyes mirror the sadness I feel in my heart. He holds out a fist. I open my palm, and he places a metal bracelet into my hand. My stomach cramps as I recognize it as a Kreon ID tracker. I look back up into Melvin's eyes, my heart skipping a beat. Seriously. In his eyes, I see resignation, and maybe a bit of the hurt and anger he's seen over the years, his gift for me, his way of saying sorry for not being able to save Jamie from the Kreon patrol. This will get me inside? I ask, already knowing the answer. This is only a last resort, Raya. It's suicidal to go in there. I really think you should find another way. How? Tears threaten to overflow. Melvin looks away. I don't know, but you need to understand what you'd be walking into. Try everything else first. Promise me that, Raya. My cheeks grow warm. Thanks, Melvin. I will. It's an empty promise. We both know there's no other way. He reaches up to brush the hair away from his face. If anyone can succeed at this, you can. Your father believed in you, Raya, and so do I. He ends with a whisper, and my mouth gapes open. At first, I think I've misheard him. This is more of a conversation than I've ever had with Melvin. And I didn't realize Dad had any confidence in me. He was always pushing me to be faster, smarter, always chastising me for my mistakes. And if he knew what I was about to do, he'd never forgive me for it. I squeeze the metal bracelet in my warm palm, but I'm frozen in place. I know I need to go, but the reality of my task is sinking in hard. Melvin, looking like he's reached his social quota for the year, shuffles his boots in the dirt and glances back at the open cabin door. Thank you, Melvin. I sigh, tucking the bracelet away. I mean it. If I don't come back, maybe you could check my traps. Keep the game or take it to the traders. All right? He freezes and looks back at me, his expression serious. I understand. It's the only thing I have to offer, and I don't like taking gifts without fair trade. I walk briskly in the direction of the compound without looking back, not trusting myself not to just run back home. I force myself to the main path and jog toward the giant alien ship in the distance. I haven't been this way in years, but my father brought me once, when I was younger. And I know I'll find the compound somewhere beneath its smooth, metallic girth. It looms over me now, taking up most of the sky. So wide I can barely hold the whole thing in my field of vision. After spending a lifetime avoiding this place, Every nerve in my body feels like it's revolting against me as each step brings me closer. I push away all thoughts of what I'm about to do, and instead take inventory of all the reasons I'm doing it. I think of the promise I'd made to my father, to always look out for my little brother, and I picture Jamie's innocent 9-year-old face. I remember watching him take his first step, climb his first tree, and the expression he always had when he was concentrating on taking apart a drone. Jamie, please be safe, wherever you are. Part of me hopes he just ran away, or is hiding someplace, brooding and angry. I even wish he is injured, lying in a ditch with a broken leg. Anything but being trapped in the compound. Nobody comes back from there, and if they do, they aren't even the same person anymore. I've never met any of the human representatives of the Kreons, but I've heard the stories. Defenders of the overlords, puppets of our invaders, mindless zombies with no free will of their own. My lungs are burning by the time I turn left on a narrow path and emerge from the safety of the forest. I stop in the shade of a tree and look out at the stark brown landscape. Miles of trees and buildings were flattened to make room for the compound. From this distance, the orderly rows of white houses and buildings look almost quaint. I can see gardens and livestock and even a playground. Kreon hover vehicles travel back and forth between the human settlement and the distinctly alien Kreon city directly beneath the ship. Above me stretches the enormous metal cable anchoring the vessel to our planet, and this close I can see faint lights of the ship above, as the sky dims with night coming. I hold my breath as movement draws my attention back to the wired fencing around the gated entrance. Human-shaped mech robots patrol the perimeter, holding tactical laser cannons as long as their arm. During the first invasion, people thought these robots were the Kreons themselves. Eventually, they learned they were just automatons doing the bidding of their unseen alien masters. I've heard dozens of monstrous descriptions, but no one knows which stories are really true. Some say the Kreons are so hideous, one glance will burn your eyes out. The uncertainty just makes them more terrifying. And this is the world I'm about to walk right into. I shiver as I stare at the beige and white buildings beyond the tall metal fence. Going inside could mean a lifetime of service to the Kreons. At least that's what I've heard. But who knows? Maybe they grind us up to make flour and bake human treats. We don't know anything about what happens after re-education. Not for certain. I glance at the Kreon city directly underneath the ship. It's all metal and sharp angles. But that's not what concerns me. My biggest fear is that I'll lose myself, that the Kreons will turn me into somebody else completely. I wonder how much time I can stay before I won't even want to leave. I close my eyes and picture Jamie's face, knowing I don't have a choice. Without my brother, I'm already lost. But that doesn't mean I need to be reckless. I sneak down the hill, then walk along the fence line toward the main gate. I'm sheltered from sight by the ridge of junked vehicles and dirt surrounding the fence, human debris cleared to make room for the Kreon settlement. There are 6 Kreon mech guards that I can see. I count their footsteps as they clank back and forth in front of the entrance, feeling a prickle of nerves run down my neck. They're bigger this close, built with the same blue-hued metal as the drones. I duck behind an old metal car. It's upside down and half buried by dirt. It's only a few yards from the fence, so I crouch down and stare into the compound, desperately looking for Jamie. Inside the gate, kids are moving from one building to another, or talking in groups. They're wearing colorful clothes, and a few are even playing a game with a ball. One girl leans against a tree, reading a book. All the buildings look new. Square boxes with rounded edges that are no doubt efficiently designed inside. A hover car stops just inside the gate and unloads its prisoners near a white, squat building without windows. Most are young children, weeping for their parents, or malnourished adults quietly walking in line. The range surprises me. I knew the Kreons liked younger recruits, but some of these kids were younger than Jamie, and a few of the adults were so feeble they practically stumbled through the entrance. I search for a weakness in their security, but feel hope drain away the longer I watch. They have cameras and mech guards everywhere, and even the other humans inside the compound could be a threat. They certainly didn't look like they wanted to escape, and that's assuming I even get inside. My heart races as I realize I haven't thought this plan through. How will I explain having a citizen's bracelet but being on the outside? What if they know I'm lying and just kill me outright? I press my back into the cool metal as I slide to the ground. What good is getting in if I can't get us back out? I pull the bracelet out of my pocket and turn it over in my hands. Melvin said it was a suicide mission to go in there after Jamie, but he wouldn't have given me the tech if he didn't think it would work. The truth is, none of us really knows what goes on inside the compounds. I frown as I hover the bracelet over my wrist. All I have to do is put it on and activate it, and I'll be a citizen of the Kreons. If Melvin did his hacking right, I'd register as a totally new identity. I'd be giving up everything, even my own name. But at least we'd be together. I startle as a flock of black birds takes to the air from the forest, just a dozen yards from where I'm hiding. I flatten myself into the dirt next to the car and stare into the darkening woods, cursing myself for getting distracted by my emotions. I think I see a dark shape near the tree line. I stare at the spot and finally am rewarded as it moves. In profile, I see the dark-haired boy from the trading camp. I tighten my fists. What is he doing here? At first, I'm afraid he's following me, but he doesn't even glance in my direction. He's staring at the entrance, watching as the heavy gate winds closed behind the last vehicle to leave the compound. The mountains are bathed in an orange glow as the sun touches the horizon. The lighting makes the Kreon ship look like a giant hot air balloon, lit with fire. When I look back at the tree line, Ellen is gone. I growl under my breath and make a run for the forest. I hate to give up my vantage point, but I'm not ready to go inside anyway, and sleeping so close to the fence would be stupid. Once I hit the tree line, I spin around and look back at the compound from behind a large pine tree, panting for breath. It doesn't seem like anyone spotted me. I dart into the woods, watching for any signs of which direction Elon went. Scuffed dirt on a narrow trail leads toward a small stream in a gully. I walk along the stream for quite a ways before I see a few broken branches on trees overhanging the water. My heart races as I know he can't be too far ahead of me. I pick my way carefully alongside the rocky stream bed. The sides of the gully get taller as I head into a small valley. The climb steepens, and then I hear voices in the distance. I hurry my pace, even though my lungs are burning. The voices are louder now, so I slow down, keeping hidden in the trees. Soon I see a faint light ahead in the dimming daylight, and I peer around a large boulder. Against the side of the gully, there's a cave with light emitting softly from its mouth. It's flanked by a pile of rusty bicycles and the remains of a couch with ferns growing through it. I creep up to the entrance and look inside. Several figures are talking quietly around a small fire. I recognize a person standing behind the circle of men. He leans forward and the light from the fire confirms that it's Ellen. He's talking to one of the men on the ground, but I'm too far away to hear what they're saying. I step back away from the cave entrance and lean up against one of the tall trees growing in the gully. I promised Melvin I would try every possible idea before using the bracelet to get into the compound. But asking this guy for help after he stole my rabbits makes me feel physically sick. I don't know what he's doing here, who he's with, or if he'll even be willing to help me. But his sudden interest in the compound makes it seem like we have something in common. which could make us allies. I finger the bracelet in my pocket and swallow. Even if this bracelet works and gets me in, I need a way out. I close my eyes and try to think of what my father would do in this situation. He always said family was the most important thing in the world, and I believe him, because after Mom disappeared, it was like part of him did too. But he also warned me against the New Terra rebels and called them dangerous, idealistic fools. Interrupting a private meeting of terrorists might be just as dangerous as breaking into an alien compound. I hesitate, frozen with indecision, until I hear a noise. Footsteps, getting closer. I fall into a crouch and watch as someone leaves the cave. It's Elon, and he's alone. Chapter 5. I follow him from a safe distance for a few minutes, until I realize he's headed back towards the compound. Then I circle around, pushing my lungs and muscles until they burn so I can cut him off. I wait just before the path merges with the main trail, squatting behind a clump of raspberry bushes. I pull the paring knife out of my boot and listen to his footsteps get closer. I see a flash of his leather shirt as he trudges up the trail toward me. Just before he reaches my hiding spot, I jump out and block his path, brandishing my blade with my stance solid. He flails his arms as he practically skids to a stop in front of me. "What the hell?" He puts his hand over his heart and shakes his head. Then he straightens and flashes that annoying smile. "You almost gave me a heart attack." "I just need to talk to you," I said. "With a knife?" I give him a small nod to step off the trail, my eyes hard. I don't want his buddies to find us if they come looking. He raises his hands and steps into a grove of trees. He's trying to play it cool, but I see the flash of anxiety in his eyes. He's trying to figure out if I'm dangerous. I watch his hands closely, because I know he has several knives on him. Each time he tries to lower his hands, I push the tip of my blade between his shoulder blades. Finally, I stop and tell him to turn around slowly. "Sorry for the drama." I wave the knife, but I need some answers. I feel stupid, threatening him, but for all I know, he's dangerous. Better safe than sorry. "I've seen you watching the compound. Why?" I nod in that direction. My pulse rises as I watch him carefully steel his face into a neutral expression. "Why do you want to know that?" he asks, searching my face. "Just answer my question." I take another step toward him, my knife hand steady. He narrows his eyes at me, the only movement he makes. "Just gathering intel," he said. "Keeping tabs on the Kreon forces, that kind of thing." His answer throws me. I picture the others around the campfire, wearing combat clothes and sporting assault rifles. If he was really just gathering information, why did he need so much help? And why would the revolutionists be interested in the compound? Were they planning an attack? Was Jamie in danger? "I don't have time to interrogate you, but I could probably get several weeks' worth of rations for turning you in. I hear they pay well for terrorists." It's a bluff, based on a rumor I heard once, but I see him wince. "You wouldn't dare," he says nervously. I hesitate as I study him. Out here without anyone watching, he's not as cocky as he was at the Traders. I grip the knife tighter, in case he lunges at me. My father's training races through my mind. But I don't want to fight him. I just want answers. "Tell me the truth. Why are you interested in the compound? What are you planning?" I pull out my second knife from my waistband. It's larger and I hope more intimidating. I square my shoulders, taking up as much space as I can. But instead of looking scared, he laughs. Actually laughs at me, which makes me angry. I take a step forward, pushing him up against a small tree. His smile fades. Why? He asks again. Why do you want to know? I switch the weight from one foot to the other. The knives are getting heavy, and in a minute my arms are going to start trembling. Maybe it's time to change tactics. I think my brother is in there, I say, laying my cards on the table. He lets out a deep sigh, then rubs his hand over his face. His expression changes, all the edges melting away and turning into something warm and personal. That's too bad, he says. I'm sorry. My face flushes warm. I don't want your pity. Just answer my question. He gives me a small nod. I have someone in there as well. Someone who has some very valuable information that I need. He relaxes his arms a bit. Maybe we can help one another. I search his face for any signs of malice. It's almost too perfect. I wonder if he's already figured out why I stopped him and is just telling me what I want to hear. How? I ask. He points with one finger to my knives. Do you mind we talk without those? I frown. All my training says not to. But I'm out of options, and every minute I waste, the Kreons could be doing who knows what to Jamie. I lower my knives and take a step back. If you try anything, I'll scream. From this distance, they'd probably have drones here in seconds. He studies me, then lowers his hands, cautiously. Then I'd better be on my best behavior. I promise not to try anything you don't want me to. His grin is back, but this time his eyes are grim and full of respect, rather than the condescending smirk he flashed at the market. I ignore his flirty innuendo, even though I feel my cheeks warming. So, what exactly do you want from me? I ask. I'm not planning on signing up for New Terra anytime soon, but I'm also not naive enough to believe they'd help me without getting something in return. There's a girl that works with our group. He scans the sky overhead as he talks. My comment about drones probably made him nervous. She went in weeks ago, but she hasn't been able to make it back out without blowing her cover, and we need the information she's gathered. You have a spy inside the compound? Part of me was almost impressed. Whoever this girl was, she was brave. I couldn't imagine going into the compound on purpose unless I absolutely had to. Elan nodded. There was softness in his eyes, and I wondered who this girl was to him. If you can find her and get the information from her, I'll help you get back out. And my brother, I add quickly. And your brother. He frowns, and the shadows turn his face almost sinister. He's got an expressive face that broadcasts his emotions, whether manufactured or real. I'm not sure if I can trust him, so I double-check the terms of our deal. He's the whole reason I'd be going in, so it has to be both of us getting out. My voice ends up louder than I intend, and we both pause to listen to the forest. Branches creak in the wind, and somewhere close, I hear the whisper of wings and terrified squeaks as a mouse is hunted by an owl. I understand. He nods solemnly, holding out his hand. I only hesitate for a second before I shake it briefly. His palm is warm against mine, and his grasp lingers until I pull my hand away. Do you have a way to get inside? He asks, leaning back against the sapling. Yes. I pull the bracelet out of my pocket. And do you have a way to get me out? He crosses his arms. You don't trust me? Not even a little, I say. Do you think I would put one of my team members at risk if I couldn't get her out? I ignore his question and swallow. I wonder if Elan and his friends are risking so much for this one girl, or for the information she is holding. Either way, as long as I found her and stuck close, they'd have to get us out eventually. Tell me what to do. Elan describes a girl about my age who entered the compound to meet with a deep cover operative. He doesn't know what she's calling herself inside, but he describes in great detail what she looks like and some of her quirks, including a scar on the inside of her left arm. We walk back to the main path as he talks, and I wonder again what she is to him. Whoever she is, it's obvious that he's been paying close attention. We part ways at the main path, him going toward the compound to do another check, and me keeping inside the tree line until I reach the edge of the woods. I find a large tree and climb it until I find a good couple of sturdy branches. Even after making the deal with Elon, I'm not ready to just rush in. I need to see what I'm getting myself into first, and confirm Jamie is really even inside. From here, I can see the lights of the compound. There's something almost comforting about the warm glow of the human settlement. Everywhere else, we keep our lights off at night, so the landscape is always pitch black. I realize the compound is the only place where nobody has to be afraid of the dark. My heart feels heavier and darker than it ever has, but the tears won't come. I take a few pieces of dried meat out of my pack and chew on them as I study the compound. It's quiet at night, almost peaceful. I hear the night creatures come out, and a chill settles across the valley. I cross my arms to stay warm and settle against the rough bark of the tree. I jerk awake at dawn and grab onto a branch to keep myself from tumbling out of the tree. From my vantage point, I watch the guards and the hover cars and take notice of the activity inside the settlement. I don't see Elon again, but I'm all right with that. I know I can't count on him anyway. I'm trying to get a feel for the patterns and rhythms so I can time my escape. But by noon, I'm anxious and starting to wonder if I'm not just wasting time. I've yet to learn anything useful, other than the camp has tight security. A few older humans pass through the gates, but they scan their bracelets every time. The entrance is narrow and surrounded by mech guards and cameras. Each day, nearly a dozen new recruits get dropped off by hovercraft. My stomach rumbles. I'm about to climb down the tree to forage for some fresh berries when I see Jamie's dark, shaggy hair. The Kreon guards have him grouped with other children for some kind of orientation, but he's not crying or fighting back. My heart soars as I see him safe and unhurt. I push away a tear, leaving the back of my hand streaked with dirt. I haven't showered since yesterday, and it shows. I hear a noise behind me in the forest and freeze. I peek through the branches of the tree and spot one of the Kreon patrols coming down the main trail. The tree shakes as the mech guards stomp closer. Every instinct in my body is telling me to run, but I hold my ground. As they get closer, I can see past the two mechs in front. Behind them is a line of human prisoners, all looking as tired and hungry as I feel. I shimmy down the tree and quickly fasten the ID bracelet on my wrist before I can change my mind. It beeps twice as it locks on tightly. I imagine it burns against my skin, and I take a deep breath as I watch it glow green. It feels like a restraint, like a collar. This one was probably scavenged off a dead body. What have I done? I tuck my extra knife inside my pants, tight against my skin. I leave the backpack in the bushes and heft a large rock to block it from view. As the guards get close, I stride toward them, hoping to sneak into the line without getting seen. A thread of doubt radiates painfully through me. What if Elon is lying? What if the bracelet doesn't work? I clench my jaw and walk slowly toward the Kreon patrol. I inhale the fresh pine scent of the forest as I get closer to the mechanical monsters that have plagued my dreams since I was little. This close, I can see the beady red lights of their optic lenses as they scan the terrain. This is a choice, my choice. No matter what happens, I swear to myself I will do everything I can to get Jamie out of the compound. Just before I merge with the line of prisoners, I'm spotted by one of the guards. He snaps up his weapon, an extension of his metal body, and pain tears through my body. Bright orange electricity ripples over my skin as I convulse on the ground, sharp twigs scratching at my cheeks. Right before I black out, I see a familiar face hidden in the woods. Elan's eyes watch as I fall. Chapter 6. I wake with a splitting headache. I try to rub my temples, but I can't move my arms. My eyes snap open, and I find myself strapped to a hospital bed in a brightly lit room. I turn my head frantically from side to side, but all I see is a machine displaying my vitals and rows of blinding fluorescent lights. The lines on the machine bounce erratically, and alarms shrill as I thrash around trying to get free. My first thought is that Elan tricked me. Our plan was for me to walk in with all the other prisoners, not get shocked unconscious. But he wouldn't know the Kreons would tase me, right? I soon hear the click of a door and footsteps behind me. Calm down, please. I freeze at the monotone human voice. A woman dressed in white comes into view and pushes a few buttons to silence the machine. She checks the leather straps around my wrists and ankles. What are these for? Aren't I in the compound? I was coming here on my own. The guards shouldn't have stunned you. She touches my wrist, her fingers icy cold. The straps are just precautions against the effects of the energy that went through your body. I'll take them off in a minute, as long as you promise to settle down. I lie still and take a good look at the nurse. She's human, but her expression is dull, and there is no life behind her light brown eyes. She seems unfazed by the alarms and checks the machine methodically until it quiets down to a low buzzing. Re-educated? Drugged? Both? My lip curls back as I see for myself what the Kreons have done to our people. Compliant, empty, just waiting to do the bidding of their masters, the perfect servants. And I could be next. My stomach threatens to heave, and I try to sit up. The restraints only allow me to curl up slightly. The movement makes me realize I'm wearing nothing but a thin paper gown. The horror of someone stripping me naked while I was unconscious turns the revulsion into anger. Where are my clothes? I demand. She's just standing beside the bed as if waiting for something. She tilts her head, looking at the glass panel against the wall. I thought it was a mirror at first, but now I wonder if someone else is on the other side watching us. She blinks, then looks over at me as if seeing me for the first time. Let me scan your bracelet again and I'll get the appropriate clothes for your level. Again? If they already scanned me, it means they know my secret identity. And I don't. I keep my mouth shut, afraid asking too many questions will conflict with my cover. I hear the door open and heavy footsteps cross the room. My mind conjures images of repulsive Kreon monsters, and I lean back in terror. But I relax as I watch a man walk around the machine. He looks human enough, with a gray beard and glasses. Unlike the woman, he gives me a warm smile. For some reason, I find this even more terrifying than the woman's stoned expression. The stories around the valley say, if you come here willing to live by the Kreon rules, they won't re-educate you. But it's hard to believe anybody would be here by choice. The doctor stands next to me and holds a small machine. He unfastens one arm strap and passes the machine over my bracelet. My heart races. The monitor betrays my nervousness with its increased beeping. I squeeze and release my hands to calm down. The bracelet flashes between red and green and finally stays yellow. I breathe out and watch the doctor. He stares at the machine a second longer, then addresses me without making eye contact. Lila Larson, age 16, green eyes, both parents deceased, no siblings. He stares at me, waiting for confirmation. Yes? My eyes seem green or blue, depending on the light, I say quickly, forcing myself to look between him and the nurse. I feel like my heart is going to beat out of my chest. The doctor nods and scribbles a note on a clipboard. I've never been very good at lying, so I'll have to be careful. Lila Larson. I repeat the unfamiliar name in my head. I guess it's mine from now on, or at least until I'm out of the compound. The doctor turns toward a cabinet on the wall and pulls down a few items. She's a yellow, apparently. Someone must have started processing her in another compound. Yes, doctor. The nurse disappears behind the machinery. I strain my neck, hoping she doesn't go far. I'm not comfortable with this strange man, strapped to a bed and nearly naked. The doctor turns back to me and pushes the ID bracelet up my arm. I narrow my eyes as he sprays my wrist with sanitizer. What are you doing? I try to pull my wrist away, but he holds onto it firmly. The sharp scent chemicals makes my eyes water. We're just giving you the compound identifier. That way, if you get lost again, the sentinels will know where you belong. That must be what they call mechs here. I'd have to be careful not to speak too much. While still holding my arm, he pulls a rolling table out from behind the other side of my bed. It has a small mechanical machine on it, shaped like an elongated horseshoe. The nurse comes back with a clear plastic package and lays it across my lap. These are your clothes. You'll start with yellow, which are level 1 privileges, but it shouldn't take long to earn your way up the higher levels, if you behave. While my attention is on the nurse, the doctor fits my hand and wrist through the small machine at my side. I feel an intense, burning pain, like 1,000 bees stinging me all at the same time. I can't help but cry out, but the doctor holds me firmly until the machine beeps. He finally lets go of my arm, and I hold it up to the light. There's a perfect thin yellow line tattooed around my wrist. I turn my palm up and see one black slash through the yellow line at the top of my wrist. My mouth gapes as the nurse unlocks my arms and legs. I'm too stunned to move. I expected my new identity to be temporary ruse, but this feels permanent. I'm now branded forever as a traitor to my kind. A mark like this could get my killed in the wild. We'll step out so you can get dressed. I'll send one of the girls to come get you and show you around the compound, Lila. What did you do to me? I hold up my wrist, my outrage outweighing my caution. I already had a citizen's ID. You scanned it, and it read just fine. What's with the brand? That was just your general ID tracker. The Kreons updated protocol this year to keep better track of loyal citizens. The mark shows that you belong to the new Elmira compound. Each level you achieve, you'll not only earn more privileges, but another slash mark and colored band and clothing. This should have been explained to you. Right, sorry. I think I'm still groggy from getting zapped. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. She looks plastic somehow, but maybe it's just because she's so clean. She holds up her arm, and I count the 5 thin, colored rings encircling her wrist. Yellow, orange, red, green, and purple. She turns her palm up, and I see 5 black slashes. So she's a level 5. I look over at the doctor, who is putting the tools away. He's wearing a white jacket and navy shirt that fit him perfectly. As he moves, I can see a glimpse of a blue band, which marks him as a level 6. The doctor and nurse say nothing further. They just both turn and step out of the room. I rip open the plastic package and find underclothes, pants, and a shirt. All yellow, even the underwear. I slide off the table and get dressed quickly. The clothes are stiff but are warmer than I'm used to, and made from a smooth fabric I can't quite place. I stare down at the long sleeves and pants. Just about every inch of my body is covered with canary yellow material. I turn my wrist to look at the perfect yellow line, which is still a bit red around the edges. What have I gotten myself into? The door clicks open, and I cringe. My heart sinks as I realize my old clothes are gone, along with my knives. I should have been paying more attention, though in my defense, I'd arrived here unconscious. I glance around the room for a weapon or anything I can steal. A girl around my age steps around the bed. She's dressed in yellow, like me. I'm supposed to take you to the dormitory. Her brown hair is pulled back into a severe bun, but her hazel eyes are sharp and intelligent. Definitely not re-educated. I relax, glad it wasn't one of the Kreon guards. I follow behind her in silence, wondering if this is the girl Elon described. Some of the features seem to match, like the freckles across her nose. But if I'm wrong, I could reveal myself as a fraud on my first day. Better to play along until I get my bearings. When we exit the building out a side door, I shade my eyes from the afternoon sun. We're in the building closest to the gate. I can't have been out more than a few hours. Everyone is walking in straight lines, silently. Just as I saw from my spot in the tree, they all are grouped together by their colors. I know Jamie is a yellow, like me, but from close-up I can see the groups are divided by age or height as well. The buildings are all new and white with small windows. They look like they've been cut from one piece of plastic, with smooth, sleek sides. The Kreon logo is painted on every single one. A black circle with a smaller solid blue circle, offset inside. There are mech guards outside every building entrance. Sentinels, I correct myself. My pulse spikes as I stare at the nearest one. I've never seen one this close, in broad daylight. Its mechanical body is more solid than I would have guessed, though fitted with snug bits of colored glass at the joints, which hide internal wiring. I've seen how fast they can move, so I assumed they were made of thin, light metal. But this one is built like a tank, with sharp edges and flat armor. It cradles its gun arm across its chest without moving, but the red eyes pulse as it watches us approach. The girl in yellow sidesteps him, swiping her wrist against a metal panel. The door opens and she steps inside, waiting for me. Will mine do that? I ask, nervously glancing at the guard as I follow her inside. It should. It'll only allow you to go in yellow designated areas, though. She turns and walks down a bright white hallway. I hurry to catch up with her. We take a lift up 2 floors. The building is deceptively large. I try to remember our path in case I need to retrace my footsteps. We get out and walk down another hallway, this one tinted slightly yellow. The girl halts in front of a door with the number 327 on it. This is your room. Mine's right next door. My room? I stutter, trying to keep the amazement out of my voice. I've never had my own room before, not ever. She nods, but her eyebrows furrow together, like I'm a puzzle she can't solve. Her intense gaze makes me want to duck in my room and hide, but I'm afraid that will just make me look more guilty. So I try making conversation instead. I'm Lila, I say. The syllables feel strange in my mouth. Have you been in the compound long? Maybe if I ask enough questions, I can figure out if she's the new Terra contact I'm supposed to be looking for. It's not like I can ask her outright if she has any top-secret Kreon intel she wants to share. I'm Tessa, she says, but don't bother getting to know anyone around here. We don't stay here very long. She folds her arms, frowning at me. So much for small talk. I guess I'll see you later then, I say, backing towards my door. She narrows her eyes, Then before I can say anything else, she grabs my arm tightly and pulls me down the hallway. "I'll show you where the bathroom is," she says loudly. She maintains her fake smile as we pass several doors. "But I don't need to go right now," I protest. She digs her nails into my arm hard, so I stop talking. At the end of the hallway is a set of double doors. We push through, letting them swing behind us. Tessa doesn't slow down, as she pulls me along behind her. We pass a row of sinks, toilets, and then at the end there's a large bathing area with single stalls along the perimeter. She pushes me into one of the separate showers and closes the flimsy plastic curtain behind us. Tessa pulls my face close to hers and whispers, "They don't have cameras or listening devices back here. It's too wet. So this is the only place you can ask me questions about this place. Real questions. The rest of the time, you need to at least pretend to go along with the program." I nod quickly, grateful for the opportunity to speak plainly. But my heart is still pounding from being dragged through the halls, and I've got so many questions I don't know where to start. Plus, this could all just be a setup. I had to be careful, at least for a few days. "You come in here to find a better life, or were you caught?" she asks. I grind my teeth. "Caught?" "Thought so," she says. "Just watch yourself. They don't like yellows to socialize. We haven't earned that right yet." I frown. "What did you mean? No one stays here? I thought this was a safe haven?" She laughs and shakes her head. "That's just what they tell us on the outside." She leans against the wall. It's a training arena for the Kreons. They're always observing us, testing us. They try to figure out where we'll be most useful in their society. But once they place you, it's a life sentence. And if they don't place you, it's even worse. Her words sound like a growl. Then she sniffs and suddenly recoils away from me. "Did I do something wrong?" I ask. I watch as the muscles flex in her jaw. "Just be careful, Lila, and take a shower. You stink." Tessa turns and hurries out of the stall. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be next, but a shower sounds like a great idea. I peek my head out of the shower stall and see a wooden shelf full of thick yellow towels. I leave my clothes in a locker and return to the shower booth, twisting the metal knobs until a jet of water rains down on me. I adjust the temperature quickly, moaning as it goes from frigid to warm. I'm no stranger to hot showers, but they were solar-powered and merely a drizzle of liquid, and even then, they only lasted a few minutes before the water pressure ran out. Compared to that, this was an entirely new experience. I stay in until my skin is red, and use the soap and shampoo containers screwed into the wall liberally until I'm cleaner than I have been in years. The scent of lavender follows me back to my room. I swipe my wrist against the panel on the door, scared I'll be locked out in the hall wearing nothing but a towel. But then it beeps, and I push inside, shutting the door behind me. The room is small, but clean and modern. A single mattress against one wall, a desk and chest of drawers in the other. There is even a mirror. Best of all, there's a window, looking over the central courtyard. I can't believe all this is mine. For the first time, I realize why some people would choose to live in the compounds, even if it means giving up their freedom. I grew up learning from my father that the New Terra revolutionists were dangerous to our free way of life. For every small act of terrorism, the Kreons responded by destroying entire communities. Women, children, animals. It didn't matter who or what was in the houses. They would purge hundreds of humans if it meant getting rid of a few troublemakers. Humans can only survive by being invisible and not fighting against the alien invaders. It isn't giving up, according to my father, and it isn't cowardice. It's the only smart move in the face of absolute Kreon power. But now, I realize there is something even more dangerous than revolutionists fighting a losing battle. It's clean sheets and lavender-scented soap and soft towels. It makes me doubt everything my father taught me. If living in the compounds is this comfortable, why spend years hiding out in the woods, cut off and isolated from each other? Either way, the Kreons win. I get dressed and dry my hair, then hang the towel up to dry. I'm just starting to go stir crazy when there's a knock on the door. "We should get down to dinner," Tessa says when I open it. "We'll have a group meeting afterward, and then it will be bedtime." I follow her downstairs. We leave the dormitory and follow lines of girls and boys dressed in different colors. Tessa drags me over to a line of yellows. As we wait in line outside a tall building, I look around for Jamie, but I don't see him. When I glance back, Tessa is studying me. I shrug and lean closer. One question can't hurt. "My little brother is here somewhere. I just want to make sure he's all right." I shrink back under her glare, which has turned hostile. "Tell me you didn't come into the compound just to find him?" she hisses. I wince and nod slightly. The line is moving slowly. Tessa grabs my arm and pulls me forward. She leads us ahead of many yellows who turn to look at us as we pass. "Aren't we supposed to pretend we're compliant?" I whisper harshly. "You're getting us a lot of attention." My palms start sweating as I remember Ilan telling me to make sure to stay under the Kreons' radar. Sentinels flank the double doors into the cafeteria building, towering over the children. For a second, I think Tessa is going to hand me over to them and out me as a fraud. I shiver as we pass between them and enter a large cafeteria. Inside the moon-shaped building is a kitchen and serving area, with long tables in curving rows. It has a high ceiling and is ringed with large, opaque windows. Tessa turns her head slightly so her face is next to mine without slowing down her steps. "You want to find your brother, don't you? The littles eat first, so we need to hurry." I pull my arm out of her grasp and walk behind her with my arms at my side. I do my best to look like I'm just as emotionless as the other kids here, but my eyes are desperately looking around for Jamie. I've never seen this many teens and children in one place. Even on the busiest trading days, only a handful of kids come along with their parents. Each color group is getting trays of food and then sitting down together at tables in the large room, according to age group. The noise level is higher here, a quiet murmur mostly, but with so many bodies, it harmonizes into a steady hum, punctuated with the occasional burst of laughter. Talking must be allowed in certain areas. Tessa leads us to the front of the yellow line, and we take plastic trays. Adults with vacant eyes drop food on our plates. Tessa leans in and whispers, "Don't drink the milk here, at all." She makes eye contact with me until I nod that I heard. "Why?" I whisper as some sort of meat cubes are plopped onto my tray. "Just don't. I'll explain later." She grabs a container of juice, and I do the same. I crane my neck toward the plastic tables as I follow Tessa. The smell of the food makes my stomach growl, and I realize I can't remember when I last ate. She leads us slowly around the perimeter of the room. As hungry as I am, I smile. She's giving me time to look for my brother. I don't know if she's humoring me or setting me up to get in trouble, but either way, I'm grateful. I slow my steps and sweep my eyes over the gray tables. A few of the kids are shoveling food like they ain't stir tea. Then I haven't eaten in a while. My stomach rumbles again as I look out at the sea of faces. Some of the little kids are smiling like this is just a regular day. Like they aren't prisoners in an alien compound. They're all clean, and although some are leaner than others, none are malnourished. I wonder if their parents brought them here to keep them from starving, or if they were part of the Kreon roundups. Raya? The small voice makes me stop in my tracks, and my heart thuds in my chest. I almost drop my tray in surprise. I know I shouldn't respond to my real name, but I can't help it. I turn slowly toward the table I just walked past. There, looking up at me with his bright blue eyes, is my brother Jamie, looking healthier than I've ever seen him. Chapter 7. I try not to cry as I look at my little brother. I didn't even recognize him at first. His hair is cut short and his skin is practically glowing. They must have groomed him after orientation. I lean down and hug him tightly until he gives me that familiar growl of annoyance. But then he unpins his arms and wraps them around me to hug me back. I think my heart might burst as a single tear runs down my cheek. Jamie, I was so scared when I couldn't find you. I whisper into his ear. I'm sorry, Raya. You need to call me Lila in here, I whisper. He nods and his eyes are wide and serious. I pull back slightly and kneel beside him so we're eye level. The important thing is that we're back together. I'll get us out of here somehow. I look around and see Tessa tapping on her wrist. Time's up. Jamie lets go of me and puts his hands in his lap. I fought as hard as I could, he murmurs. He's holding back tears as well. For the first time, I see the bruises on his wrists, underneath the newly etched yellow band and black slash that marks him as a citizen. I feel like my heart has been ripped out, but I smile and squeeze his shoulder. I know you did, Jamie. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Tessa leans down and whispers in my ear, We've got to go. You're drawing too much attention. I glare at her, but she's right. Jamie wipes his eyes and picks up a fork, staring at his plate instead of me. You need to eat with your group, he whispers, without raising his eyes. He squares his shoulders and goes back to eating, his posture stiff. I look up and see we've already caught the attention of the adults. Afraid they'll call the sentinels just outside the doors, I turn to go. But I lean down and whisper in Jamie's ear, I love you, Jamie. Be safe. He nods slightly as Tessa pulls me away. We sit with a table of yellows that are all around my age. Well, actually more like Lila's age. They all look a few years younger than me, and I'm the tallest, other than a quiet boy they introduce as Gage. He smiles at me when I sit down. He's the only one who acknowledges my presence, though I see a few furtive glances in my direction. I pick at my food. Besides the cubes of meatloaf, there's mac and cheese, string beans, and even chocolate pudding. It's good. Better than I've had in years, but anxiety has stolen my appetite. I'll have to find out later from Tessa what's wrong with the milk, and how she knows. I've found Jamie, but now what? How much time did I have to find the new Terra contact and signal Elin? In between bites of food, I listen to snippets of conversation, while watching Jamie talk with other kids at his table. He's never had anyone else to talk to other than my father and me, and occasionally neighbors like Melvin. Part of me is happy he's making friends, but another part is terrified he'll tell them too much. When a buzzer rings and the others start collecting their trays, I scarf down the rest of my food quickly and follow the others out of the cafeteria. I lose track of Jamie in the crowd, and finally stop craning my neck to see which direction he went. Somehow, I've got to find out where he's staying. Tessa tells Gage to lead our line, and we walk single file toward another building. Tessa seems to be the unofficial leader of our little group, even though she's only been here for a few weeks, which is probably why she was assigned to be my welcoming committee. She leans in close to me as we walk. I know you're upset about your brother, but you need to be vigilant around here to keep yourself safe. I follow her eyes, noticing the mech guards spread throughout the compound. They're walking around the perimeter fence in between the buildings, and of course near the main gate. Their mechanical eyes make it seem like they're looking right at me. Small spy drones crisscross overhead, and my skin crawls as they buzz past. But the human soldiers are easier to miss. Along with adults dressed in colored outfits, I notice a handful of figures in dark uniforms, the top half of their faces covered in some kind of vision-enhancing visor and helmet. Without the electric batons glowing softly from their waists, they'd probably be swallowed up in the shadows. Enforcers, Tessa whispers as I study them. I shiver and give her a nod. I understand. I can't help Jamie if I get myself caught. I give her a fake smile, which she returns and then faces forward again. The narrow path leads through the center of the compound, featuring wide, round pools of water with raised bridges between them. They're pierced by some kind of kinetic sculpture, tall, jagged fountains made of shifting cubes of gleaming metal. White lotuses drift across the smooth surface, giving off a heavy perfume that clings to the air. I had a sister once, Tessa says suddenly as we walk. I look sideways at her. Although her facial expression is neutral, I can see the deep hurt in her eyes. I'm sorry, I say. She flexes the muscle in her jaw. I don't press her anymore, here in public. But I add it to the list of questions to ask her later in private. If she lost a sister, it would give her motive to join New Terra. Maybe I could get her to open up about her past and reveal her true identity. We pass another pair of Met guards and enter an older building that's full of chalkboards and desks. My interest perks up as Gage leads us into a large room full of partially built rabbit-sized robots, shelves of metal parts, and tables full of tools. I reach up to wipe my mouth, making sure I'm not drooling. I walk along the shelves, touching the unfamiliar alien tech. Some of the machines are brand new, and others look old, but polished up and repaired. This stuff would be worth a fortune at the market. I look up to see Gage watching me. Are we allowed to be in here? He laughs and walks over to me. He's got an easy smile and broad shoulders. This is our evening class. It's all right if you don't know anything about the tech stuff. We're here to learn. They give us simple machines to learn how to use and fix for when we're placed in a household. I look at Tessa, who has joined us. Do they allow everyone to take tech classes? Only the older kids. Humans make decent engineers, especially for dangerous repair missions. The Sentinels aren't good at the sensitive stuff, Gage adds, wiggling his fingers. We're better with our hands. Some better than others, Tessa adds with a smirk. He blushes and looks away. There's warmth there, and I wonder if they're having a relationship. I'm pretty sure dating in the compound is illegal, but I make a note of it. It could give me leverage later. An older man with glazed eyes steps into our room and leads us in some sort of Kreon mantra. He's rotund and balding, with droopy eyes and a sick pallor like he spends too much time indoors. We face a flag in the corner of the room that has the Kreon black and blue logo on it against a white background. I stumble over the unfamiliar words. Something about service and duty. There is no emotion in the other students' voices as we recite it. It's just something expected of us. When we're done, the man gives us instructions for class and then leaves the room. Working with the tech helps me to forget, at least for a few hours, that I'm a prisoner in a guarded compound. I can just concentrate on something I'm good at, fixing machines. There are tools in the class that I've never seen before, and there doesn't seem to be a tracking system for them. I know there are cameras in the room. I can see their red blinking sensors, and they hum as they swivel overhead. But if I'm careful, I might be able to steal some tools to help Jamie and I get out of here. I take a mental inventory of what's available and where it's stored. Then I relax and lose myself in the work, keeping to myself in a corner of the room, surrounded by large chunks of alien hardware. Although I usually work on drones, the Kreon household tech is similar in build. Busted tech is usually just faulty wiring or a loose connector that needs welding. Through trial and error, you can isolate the broken part and, if you're lucky, find a matching replacement from another device. I take a food processor apart and put it back together, amazed at the whirring internal blades that power the machine. They aren't like anything I've seen from the Kreons, but must be harmless enough if they let us work on them. This one has a missing spring, so I fashion a repair out of some loose wiring before cleaning the nodes around the battery. It's near dark before I finish. I flip the switch and listen to it power up, then step back to admire the machine on my workbench. I turn to find my classmates staring at me. "What?" I ask, my skin itching under their gaze. Gage steps over to me, staring at the device. "How did you do that?" "Do what?" Gage's friendly smile is gone, replaced with an expression of jealous anger. "We've been trying to figure out how to get the processors back together for weeks." He points at the other workbenches around me. There are pieces and tools scattered all around the main carcass of each machine. "Who trained you?" asks Tessa, crossing her arms. Her eyes flash, with what looks like a warning or maybe an accusation. "My dad?" I frown. "Why? What's the big deal?" Most kids coming through here don't know this much about Kreon machinery, so I've got to wonder how you were exposed to so much alien tech. Her dark gaze drills into me as her nails sink into the skin of my arm. "I'm not a Kreon spy, if that's what you think." I rip my arm out of her grasp and place my hands on my hips. "I've just always been mechanically inclined. This," I point at the machine on the workbench, "is how I survived all those years by myself." My words echo back to me in the silence of the room, and I wonder if I've said something wrong. I basically just admitted to hacking stolen Kreon tech. I glance into the corner of the room and see the flashing red light of a camera. My skin grows cold as I picture the mech guards bursting inside to arrest me. Tessa looks at me for a few more seconds, then shrugs and starts putting away her tools. Gage is still staring daggers at me. "Way to go, Raya. Make enemies on your first day." We all line up at the door and wait for our turn to exit. I'm shaking as I pass between the mech guards. The air is cool as the sun sets, and I gulp down some calming breaths. Hundreds of kids stream out of classrooms, heading toward the slightly taller dorm building. Some of the kids are gathered around a small campfire, roasting marshmallows and singing. An outdoor screen is projecting an action movie. As the light fades, I notice the white petals of the lotuses glow like lanterns, and the calm pools reflect the stars. The compound is nothing like I expected, and I still can't believe they're teaching humans to repair Kreon tech. I wonder what everyone else is learning. Part of me wants to stick around longer, just to soak up as much useful information as possible. I wonder if that's how the new Terra contact feels, and why she hasn't left yet. I scan the perimeter, checking again for weaknesses in the security. Something catches my eye just outside the fence. I narrow my eyes as I recognize the shape at the edge of the tree line. Elin. A shiver goes up my spine. I trip and stumble into Tessa, who is walking in front of me. "What's wrong with you?" Tessa glares back at me over her shoulder. I nod toward the forest. Alan is still standing in the shadows, watching us with a frown. Tessa sees him too, and I see a flicker of recognition in her eyes. But before I can press her about it, we hear a loud crash and spin towards the thick gate at the entrance of the compound. It swings open slowly, and an armored van rolls inside. Tessa pulls at me to walk faster, and we hurry to catch up with our group. We need to get back. Now. Chapter 8. There's fear in her voice, so I stay quiet and follow after her. We walk back to the dorm silently. She seems distracted and disappears into her room without saying goodbye, leaving me alone in the hall. I hold my arm out with my new tattoo against the scanner on my door. The light glows green, and below it my new name scrolls across a digital display. Larson, Lila. I collapse on the bed, which is softer than I expect, and when I open my eyes again, it's morning. I jerk awake at the sound of bells, until I realize it's just a call to breakfast. I get dressed quickly and follow the others downstairs. This time my tray is filled with eggs, potatoes, and even a slice of bacon. I haven't had a breakfast like this in years. As I eat, my eyes scan a list of rules posted against the wall, along with a general warning. Humans will be disciplined for any infractions. If you hear or see any resident of New Elmira breaking these rules, you must tell the nearest supervisor, or you will share their punishment. Tessa is missing for most of the day, and I see her chatting with a new girl I don't recognize. More recruits must have arrived in the van last night. I don't get a chance to talk with her until after dinner. Someone has been in my room when I return to the dorms. My bed is made, and a basket of personal items is on the shelf with a toothbrush, toothpaste, and soap. After I shower, I follow the voices to a common room at the other end of the hallway from the showers. The room is brightly lit and has couches with colorful pillows, long wooden tables, and chairs scattered around. I frown at the self-serve hot chocolate machine as a girl fills her mug with a generous portion of whipped cream. If there's one thing I've learned so far, it's that good things always have a cost. Some girls are studying, others are playing board games or cards. Cheery classical music frolics in the background. There's even a bookshelf full of novels, no doubt carefully screened by the Kreons. I grab a book and settle in, listening as the girls around me talk in measured tones about their day, the projects they worked on, and what kind of jobs they hope to get. The noise and company is soothing, but for some reason I feel more alone here at the compound than I ever did in our small cabin in the woods. Tessa comes in with a pile of laundry and sits not far from me on one of the couches. I scoot closer. She sees me and nods, but doesn't initiate conversation. "Tessa?" I ask. "Yes?" She glances around the room, then looks at me under lowered eyelashes. "I was just wondering why they allow us a choice in jobs here. Why don't they just," I lean close to her, "re-educate us into the jobs they need?" I finish in a soft whisper. Tessa stares at me for a second, then takes out one of her t-shirts and holds it up to my chest, leaning her whole body in close. The re-education only works on attitude, not aptitude. Their re-education machines can only make us suggestible to their training, not give us the ability to learn and do the jobs. Her whisper is harsh, a warning I shouldn't be asking questions like this, here. They won't put you under the machines until the next level you earn. That's why they give us mood stabilizers in the milk first. "Stabilizers?" I ask, repeating the unfamiliar term. "Drugs to rough out the edges, make us more docile." "What? They make us happy on purpose?" "Sure," she smirks. "The more content we are, the less likely we'll want to leave or start trouble. They've probably found we're much more dependable if they give us the illusion of choice, something to focus on, a reward for good behavior. So we have to work to prove ourselves to them. It's clever, actually. They understand us more than you might think." More loudly, she says, "Yes, we should definitely get you a different size shirt tomorrow. You're closer to my size than the size they gave you." She throws her folded laundry into a basket and stands up, ending our conversation. I watch as she treads down the hallway, wondering if I've done something to offend her, I kick myself for not asking her about Elan immediately. I'm sure she recognized him, but did that mean she was the contact I was looking for? If so, I needed to get her to trust me enough to give me the information he was after. But if it wasn't her, and I told her I was working with the rebels, would she turn me in? Elan told me the girl had a scar on her left arm, so I spent more time than necessary hanging around the bathroom, looking at the other girls. I'm pretty sure they were starting to avoid me, at least everyone except a redhead named Stacy, who winked and blew me a kiss. 3 more days pass in a blur of schedules and classes. Following Tessa's lead, I'm just trying to blend in and keep my head down until I have an opportunity to escape. At lunchtime, I catch a glimpse of my brother, and during tech class, I get to lose myself in repairing machines. I don't even know what some of them do, but each one is like a little puzzle. Fit all the pieces, connect the wires, find the switch that turns it on. Although they restrict us to household electronics, I'm happy to be working with tools again. I don't get a chance to talk to Jamie again, though, and at least once I'm pretty sure I've seen him drinking the milk. Tessa makes sure I don't wander away from our group again, but also shuts me down whenever I try to go explore. I know she's just trying to help me, but I wish I could spend more time with him. At least I know he's safe. For now. Most of my other classes aren't as enjoyable. Whenever I walk into our history class, I want to throw up. I sit there in my desk listening to the teacher, with blue clothes and a dark mustache, talk about all the ways the Kreons have helped improve human lives since the original invasion. The first few days I asked questions, trying to poke holes in his alternate history. But after getting kicked under the table by classmates, I now stay quiet. A good percentage of our class seems to actually agree that the Kreons saved humanity from its own inevitable destruction. Calmly, a girl named Rachel tells the class how the Kreons founded the compounds to educate us, have stopped our wasteful energy production, and saved us from starving. There's a fervent sheen to her eyes as she describes how corporate greed endangered nearly every other species on the planet, and I know she's a model citizen in the making. When she says only the best of humanity are accepted into the compounds, and everyone still living on their own are barely more than wild animals. I roll my eyes at Tessa. She keeps her face stoic, but I see her lip curl into the tiniest of smiles. I haven't seen Elan again, and part of me is afraid he's already given up, or gotten the information he needs without me. I don't have a backup plan, but I start taking precautions in case he doesn't come through with his end of the bargain. My yellow uniform is a bit baggy, which gives me places to hide tools without suspicion. Several times a week, I knock the tools off my workspace with my elbow as I'm fixing the tech. In all the confusion, no one ever notices a missing screwdriver or chisel. I don't know yet whether they'll be useful, but I feel better being prepared. I'm pretty sure the floor in the corner of my room is a blind spot where the cameras can't reach. At night, I shake my clothes out and hang them in the back of my closet, while sliding the tools in the gap between the wall and the bed. Then I stare up at the ceiling, going over the campus layout. During morning exercises, we run laps around the perimeter, but each day I feel less confident I can get Jamie and I out on our own. There are too many buildings I haven't explored. The drones seem to have no recognizable pattern, and adults in purple and blue clothes are always coming out of doorways or around corners unexpectedly. Then there are the other students. We're rarely alone, and even some of the younger kids with clear eyes seem to have an overblown sense of loyalty to the Kreons, almost like they're trying to earn their place. I've seen them casting me dark looks if I don't finish washing my plate, or if my steps aren't properly aligned with the leader of my group between classes. It takes most of my attention just to keep up and learn the rules of this place. I'm pretty sure the fence is electrified. Whenever I'm close, I can hear the steady buzz that raises the hair on my arms. And yesterday, I found a dead bird in the grass. Which means I'll need to disable the center power grid first, assuming I can even somehow cut through the lattice of tightly strung wires. I'd need at least a 15-minute window for all of that, and it probably needs to happen after dinner, when the shadows creep across the compound, but before everyone is in bed. Nobody is allowed outside after curfew. When we aren't in classes, we're given chores or manual labor. Most of the girls my age are assigned to the garden, a sprawling indoor greenhouse full of potted plants and neat rows. Some of the plants I recognize: carrots, potatoes, green beans. I've grown similar things in our valley, or at least tried to. There's another section towards that back I'm not allowed to enter. The temperature is kept raised and it's humid inside. Whenever the sealed door opens, a cloud of thick vapor escapes. Inside is a foreign-looking plant I don't recognize, and I wonder if it's something from the Kreon home planet. Some of the older students are carefully wrapping wire around the gnarled trunk and branches to give it extra support. Suddenly, my eyes zoom into focus as I see something inside the sealed area that raises my heart rate. It's a pair of long-handled wire cutters, perfect for getting through the fence. They're too large to steal, but maybe I could pick them up after class and stash them behind the building. "Daz," Rachel says without looking up. She's wearing gloves and repotting a rooted plant that looks like ginger. I snap my head to look at her. I didn't even know she was next to me until she spoke. "What?" I ask. "It's a kind of tea," she says, rolling her eyes. Up close, I notice how long her eyelashes are, and that her blonde hair smells like grapes. Once we ascend to level green, we'll get to learn the preparation ceremony. It's a key part of Kreon culture. "Oh," I say. "Awesome!" She glares at me, probably trying to figure out if I'm being sarcastic. I smile, then go back to work, trimming the leaves of an apple tree that's just about to bloom. It's the most she's talked to me all week. "It's an honor even to work with the Daz," she says, nodding towards the raised platform holding the foreign plants. One not everyone appreciates. 3 weeks ago, a boy named Eric tried to sabotage the crop. He left the water on, killing some of the plants. Some people think he was with New Terra. I'm pretty sure he was just careless. I raise my head at Rachel, my eyes wide, then glance up again at the camera. She is speaking quietly, and nobody else is around us. But I still can't believe she's talking about the revolutionists so casually. I wonder if this is a warning, or a trap. "What happened to him?" I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. She smiles grimly, peeling off her garden gloves and heading towards the sink near the tool shed. I finish quickly, taking one more snip of the sapling before standing up to follow her. I put my tools away, then stand next to her to wash my hands. Once they realized who did it, he was dragged out of the dorms by mech guards and killed. They zapped him into ash, said he'd serve the Daz better as fertilizer, and mixed him into the soil. In fact, you've probably got some Eric on you right now. She smiles at me, and bile rises in my throat. I stand over the sink and scrub my fingers until they are raw. I don't know if Rachel is just messing with me, but I can barely eat anything at dinner. If the Kreons killed a boy just for screwing up their crop of specialty tea, what will they do to me if they find the stolen tools in my room? I don't want to find out. I have to get Jamie and I out of here as soon as possible, but I need a distraction. Ilan told me to signal when I've made contact with his new Terra agent, so he could plan our escape. I've been in here nearly 2 weeks and still have no idea who I'm looking for, but Tessa seems like the best bet. She matches the physical description at least, and a couple things Ilan told me about, like sucking on the ends of her hair and tapping her toes restlessly. It's too risky to keep the tools in my room, so just before bedtime, I move them into the common area. I tiptoe down the hall in my bare feet. While I'm pretending to check out the books, I slide them behind the bookshelf against the wall. It's late, and most of the younger girls have already gone to bed. I hear whispers coming from Tessa's room and press my ear against her door. Is someone in there, or is she talking to herself? I duck into my room as the knob turns and heavy footsteps retreat down the hall. I wait on my bed until the door clicks open again, then grab my towel and head to the bathroom. Tessa likes to wait until the other girls are done showering, so I'm hoping we'll have a moment alone. I hurry as I see the double doors swing closed ahead of me. Once in the bathroom, I check under each stall to make sure no one else is in here. Tessa hears me and spins around, towel in hand. I nod toward the single shower we talked in last time, just after I arrived in New Elmira. She narrows her eyes, but casually steps out of the range of cameras and into the stall. I strip, wrapping the towel around me, then cross the floor and step in behind her. Unless someone was watching really closely, they wouldn't have noticed we were both in the same stall together. "What do you want?" she whispers. "I need to talk to you." Her eyes pierce me and she crosses her arms. "So talk." I hesitate, now that we're alone. If I say the wrong thing and she's not New Terra, she could turn me in. There's only one way to find out for sure. I grab her arm and pull up her sleeve quickly. There, above her compound tattoo, is a long scar that reaches up to her elbow. It's the last sign Elan told me to watch for, and the confirmation I need. I exhale a sigh of relief as she pulls her arm away and shoves her sleeve back down. "What the hell, Lila?" "Sorry. I had to double-check before I said anything." I whisper. Tessa tries to push past me, but I block her way. "I need to talk to you about Elan." Her eyes widen, but then narrow again, skeptically. "Never heard of him." She frowns. "My real name is Raya," I say. "I know you don't have any reason to trust me, but Elan is worried about you. He says you've been in here too long without any messages to the outside. He sent me in to find you." Tessa actually rolls her eyes at me. "You're right. I have no reason to trust you. And there's no way you're New Terra. You really were in the woods too long." She breaks my grip and pushes out of the stall. I'm about to follow her when a siren goes off. Her expression goes from anger to fear. Her whole body tenses like she's expecting a fight. When nobody busts into the room, she puts her hand on her chest and takes a deep breath. "What's that?" I ask. "The main compound alarm. Whatever it is, it's bad. We have to go." She runs out the bathroom, pulling on her clothes as she moves. All the girls are hurrying down the stairs, most of them in their pajamas. I follow, my heart racing as the grass tickles my bare feet. Outside, the mech guards line us all up in rows in front of the dorm, facing the center courtyard. A spotlight turns on and illuminates the grassy field, where kids play sports in the afternoon. It's so bright I shield my eyes. A group of mechs are standing in a tight group, and when they shift, I can see there's someone standing between them. I gasp as he turns his face towards us. Tessa, right next to me, swears under her breath. Her eyes are moist as she watches Gage struggling against the firm grip of the sentinels. He's wearing thick metal restraints and has a deep purple bruise on his cheek. His lip is split and his jaw is swollen. Drops of crimson blood stain his yellow t-shirt. I keep my eyes forward as half a dozen enforcers pass in front of our row. These ones are wearing some kind of protective body armor around their dark uniforms and hefty sight augmentation goggles. I've never seen more than one or two in the compound, sulking in the shadows, which worries me. Is there a security center somewhere in the compound full of human soldiers I don't know about? Or did they come in with one of the recent shipments? When they pass again, I focus on Gage, wondering what he's done to deserve this punishment. Although I've seen him whispering with Tessa, I didn't get the feeling he was one of the revolutionists. I wish I knew more about him. You are given everything you need here. A voice booms across the compound. It doesn't take me long to find the speaker. He has dark hair that's slicked back away from his bushy eyebrows, and his blue uniform is studded with glowing patches that illuminate his face from below. He must be some kind of general. His face isn't covered like the other enforcers, but his pupils are so large and black they look like olives. Next to him is the doctor I met on my first day, but now he's wearing a crisp navy blue jacket and tie that seems out of place. You should be grateful for what you have, and desire nothing. Yet this boy has stolen from the community, from the Kreons. Gage is shaking his head violently. "It wasn't me," he shouts. "I'm loyal to the kingdom." One of Met guards slaps him and he crumples hard into the dirt. I step forward, but Tessa catches me by my wrist. "Don't," she hisses at me. "There's nothing you can do for him now." I step back in line, just as the general pulls out 2 shiny objects from a bag he's holding. "We caught him sneaking out of the girls' dorm," the general continues, "a place he obviously does not belong. When we searched the common area, we found these." My chest tightens and suddenly I can't breathe, as the general holds out my stolen tools for everyone to see. The ones I hid behind the bookshelf, less than an hour ago. The Kreons depend on me to enforce the law in New Elmira and the other compounds like it, but my options are limited. I have had to study history for inspiration. Do you know what the punishment for stealing was in some of Earth's more primitive cultures? He pauses dramatically before nodding at the guards. 2 of the uniformed soldiers pull Gage to his feet, forcing him to tiptoes. They grab his right arm and hold it tight, as a mech guard aims the metallic weapon embedded on his arm. Before we can even take a breath, Gage's arm has been severed from his body by a red laser. Gage screams and falls to his knees as the guard passes his disconnected arm to the general. He lifts it up, along with the tools, so we can all see its fingers twitch, and then go still. I want to vomit. "May the punishment fit the crime," he says. I'm numb with shock. There's a roaring in my ears, and after a moment, I realize it's the other children around me, hissing their approval. The sound makes my skin crawl. All I can do is stare, as the mech guard uses the same laser to cauterize the stump of Gage's arm. He convulses with pain, showing the whites of his eyes, before laying still in the dirt. His forehead shines with sweat, and I can't tell if he's still breathing. This boy has failed to live in accordance to our rules. You will show him no sympathy. But I'm in a generous mood, so we'll give him a chance to redeem himself. Who knows, maybe he'll still become a worthy servant to the Kreons. After a week or 2 in isolation, I think. The younger girls behind me are choking back sobs as mech guards carry Gage into one of the armored vans. I watch the doors grind open, sick to my stomach. The remaining guards bark orders, and we return, single file back into our dorm room. My legs feel like jelly, and I can barely remember how they work. I tremble as we pass through a row of guards and swipe our tattoos under the scanner. No one speaks as we stumble up the stairs, but despite the general's warning, the hall is filled with the sound of sniffles and soft crying. I reach my room, but I can't get myself to turn the knob. Tessa steps next to me and I look up. She doesn't reach for her doorknob either. Her eyes are red and she has tears falling freely down her face. I try to push back the swirling storm of emotions. I'm angry at the Kreons for treating us like cattle, for taking over our planet, for taking both my parents and then my brother away from me. And I'm angry at the human general, who can be so cruel to his own people. But behind that, I feel a deep shame, burning a hole in my gut. I'm sorry, Tessa, I say quietly. It's not your fault, she says without looking up. I bite my lip, and in the silence, she snaps her head up and locks gazes with me. There's a shock of recognition as she reads the guilt in my expression, and before I can react, she slaps me hard across the face. It was you, she breathes. My cheek is still stinging, and I'm sure it's turning red, but I don't deny it. Suddenly, she grabs my arm and pulls me into her room. Sobbing, she pulls me over to her bunk and hides us both under her blanket. I wrap my arms around her until she stops shaking, but then I feel something hard pressed against my thigh. I glance down under the covers and see a small data drive. It's what Ellen sent you in for, she whispers. We need to get you out of here. Tomorrow. Do you have a way out? I pull back in surprise, but grab the flash drive and tuck it into my pocket. Maybe, I say, but it'll be harder without the tools. Get a message to Elin, she says, and your brother. I'll help if I can, but we have to act fast. There are more Kreons coming, more than we've ever seen before. They're looking for something in the mines, and they're getting close. I think it's some kind of weapon. You have to get this information to New Terra as soon as possible. You're not coming with me? I ask, gripping her hand. She chokes back another sob. I can't leave without Gage, and there's more I need to learn. I nod, looking into her hazel eyes. I think this is the most emotion I've seen out of her since I've known her. I'm not sure how to console her, or if there is even a way to. Get your brother out, find the weapon, then come back for us before it's too late. A shiver goes up my spine. Why the change of heart? I ask. You trust me enough now? She shakes her head. I don't have a choice now. You're naive and reckless. I thought Elan was crazy, trusting you with a mission like this. But maybe I get it now. You're good with tech and brave. You'll make a good addition to New Terra. If we both survive this place, maybe we can be friends someday. I'd like that, I say, though I'm not planning on joining the revolutionists. She pulls back suddenly, drying her eyes. What's that supposed to mean? She asks warily. My father told me the rebels caused more damage than good, that the only way to survive was to avoid conflict, live free in the wilderness. Wait until they leave. Tessa's face turns a bright shade of pink. And you still believe that? After being here? Don't you get it? The Kreons aren't going anywhere. They're cultivating a new society. You think they'd waste all this effort training humans if they weren't sticking around? I don't know, I say. But what use is fighting against them? You saw what they did to Gage. What can we do against that kind of power? Whatever we can, she glowers back. Otherwise, the Kreons will exterminate us. Hide out in your cabin too long, and you'll be the only one left who isn't a brainwashed servant. Is that what you want? I don't know what I want, I replied. I didn't want to get sucked up in a useless cause. But could I really go back to my little valley and pretend like none of this ever happened? It was too much to even think about. I'm only doing this, I say, scratching my arm, to get Jamie and I out of here. Then maybe I was wrong about you, she snaps suddenly. She stands up and I take that as my signal to leave. I pause at the door, closing my eyes briefly. When I open them again, I push my shoulders back and straighten up. I've survived this long without the revolutionists, I whisper. Let's hope you come to your senses, she shoots back, before you get us all killed. Chapter 9. The next morning, I'm exhausted from tossing and turning. Every time I fell asleep, my dreams were full of Gage's screams, the bright flash that took his arm, and the cruel smirk of the general as he raised it up as a warning. And with the flash drive burning a hole in my pocket, it could be me next. Tessa is quiet during breakfast and doesn't talk to anyone. I feel bad about the way we ended our conversation last night, and I have more questions now that my head is a little clearer, but we never have an opportunity to be alone. I shuffle in line behind the others, going through the motions, when I see Tessa dart out of line. She takes a bite out of an apple, then tosses it towards the garbage can. It misses by a foot, then rolls across the grass, stopping within a few feet of the gate. She's already back in line, as if nothing has happened, but I know it's the signal. I scan the trees, and when I see Elon at the tree line, my anxiety peaks. He nods, but I'm careful to keep my eyes trained ahead of me. Does he know what happened last night? He's supposed to provide a distraction so that we can make it through the fence, but after last night's excitement with Gage, the guards will be extra vigilant. Part of me wonders if we wouldn't be safer just staying in the compound. I've seen Jamie around the campus. He seems to have made friends in his group. I've watched him laughing and playing with them in the common area. He seems happier than he's ever been. But we can't stay here forever. Eventually, the Kreons will move us somewhere else to serve them. Sooner rather than later, according to Tessa. We'll be separated. Jamie will grow up a slave to the Kreons, or worse, a willing servant, like the soldiers in the black uniforms. It has to be tonight, before my brother isn't even the same person anymore. In tech class, I look around the room at my classmates and feel a pang of guilt as I stare at Gage's empty workbench. But I stuff my emotions down and concentrate on what I need to do next. For Jamie. My nerves are on fire, and my stomach is cramping as I go over the plan in my head. If Elon can be trusted, he'll have a vehicle waiting for Jamie and me once I cut the alarm and fence behind the dorm building. I put my hand in my pocket and run my fingers over the drive I've taped against my hip, under the seam of my pants. Tessa is the only one who knows my plan, but I'm sure I can trust her, despite our argument. The only problem is, now that my tools are gone, I need another way to cut through the fence. The portable blowtorches are locked up after class. I need a pair of sharp pliers, but they're all being used. And if I ask one of my classmates to borrow one, they'll ask what happened to mine. A day after Gage was caught with stolen tools, I can't risk raising any suspicion. I hear the 2-chime warning that it's time to get ready for dinner, and my pulse spikes. I glance at Tessa, my eyes wide. She rolls her eyes, but then lifts her project back to her shelf, leaving her tools in clear view on her desk. I swipe a screwdriver and slip it into my pocket. I'm about to grab her pliers, but a hand shoots out to snatch them off the table. "I'll put these away," Rachel says sweetly. "We really can't be too careful." I want to stab her with the screwdriver, but I just nod numbly and back away towards the door. Over her shoulder, I see Tessa shrug. I barely have enough time to grab a small black box from the shelf before we head over to the cafeteria in single file. I keep my hands in my pockets because now they're shaking. I don't take a tray this time, telling Tessa I'm not that hungry. She looks at me strangely. I swipe a few pieces of fruit to stuff in my pocket for later, and follow the yellows to our usual table. I hang back at the end of the line. When I spot Jamie, I quickly walk over to him and bend down to whisper in his ear. "Meet me at the back corner of the dorm right before bedtime." Then I hand him an orange, and more loudly say, "Make sure you're eating enough fruit." He starts to say something, but I turn quickly and walk back to my table. Everyone in my group stares at me as I sit down, but they don't say anything. We all know we're being watched. Tessa gives me one of her warning looks. I need to be more careful, or someone will turn me in for suspicious behavior. The evening seems to drag on, as if time has slowed down. I'm anxious, and my heart won't stop racing along with my thoughts. It takes 20 minutes to rewire the battery I stole, praying it will work for what I have in mind. Then I lie down on my bed and wait. When I hear the girls start getting ready for bed, I get up and casually walk down the hallway and duck into the stairwell. I'm nervous Jamie won't show. What will I do if he doesn't? I shake my head at myself. I won't have another chance. We already gave Elon the signal, which means he has everything ready on his side. I just have to get Jamie and I out of the fence and reach the tree line. My stomach twists as I step outside. I hesitate as my eyes glance at the center field. Even from this distance, I can see hollow where Gage was kneeling. I quickly walk around the back of the building where another row of perfectly spaced trees runs parallel to the building. In the shadows, I see Jamie. I smile as my heart feels like it will burst out of my chest. I hurry toward him. When I'm standing right next to him, I notice he's grown since we've been in here. I'm about ready to grab him up in a hug, but he's got his arms crossed and his expression is dark. Jamie? I pull up short, my arms hanging loosely by my side. What's so important? We'll get in trouble if they find us here after lights out. I glance around, but we've timed it well. The guards won't start their final perimeter sweep for another 15 minutes. I look back at Jamie. We're getting out of here. Tonight. He uncrosses his arms and steps backwards. But I like it here, he says quietly. We can't stay here. We need to get out before the Kreons use us as slaves. I have enough food here, and I've made friends. I'm thinking of becoming a chef for the compounds. I like cooking class the most. My heart sinks. I know, Jamie, but they won't keep you here forever, you know. After re-education, they'll take you somewhere to work for them. You won't have a choice where you go. I might never see you again. Like we had choices before. Jamie's voice is tinged with annoyance as he steps toward me. There were no choices for me in the woods either. I couldn't go anywhere or do anything I wanted. Same thing. Different warden. My mouth gapes open, and I feel like I've been hit hard in the chest. He moves toward me, stepping into a strip of dim light from the moon above. His pupils are large and his eyelids are sagging, giving his sharp little face a disturbing detachment. I know what my brother's angry face looks like, and this is not it. For the first time ever, I'm afraid of him. Shit, I should have noticed it earlier. It's like he's wearing a mask I don't recognize. I was so caught up in trying to get us both out of here, I lost sight of what was happening to Jamie. It was exactly as Tessa said. Give kids a milkshake and a purpose, and they'll happily die for your cause. It'll be different from now on, I say. I promise. But right now, we have to leave. I grab his arm and pull him toward the fence. There's a portion of it on this side, toward the forest, where it dips down into a natural gully. The guards walk around it, so there's a small section of the fence they don't always have eyes on. I just need to turn off the electricity at the small transformer and then cut through the metal. Once I have a hole big enough for Jamie and I to get through, we'll make a run for the trees. Elon better be there to pick us up. We duck into the gully and I breathe a sigh of relief that nobody saw us. Then I reach into my pocket and pull out the screwdriver and the black box. Where did you get those? Jamie's eyes are wide. Class. I grabbed some fruit for us too. I smile and look at him, but his expression is horrified. It was you, he says. You stole the tools. You're one of them. I reach for him, but he yanks his arm away. Come on, Jamie. You've known me your whole life. All I'm trying to do is keep us together, keep you safe. I'm doing what I have to survive, like I've always done. My eyes fill with tears as I watch him back slowly away from me. Each step increases the space between us, a physical void I can almost feel. Whatever. The drugs in his system should wear off in a few days, and then he'll be grateful I got him out of here. My heart races as I hear the metallic footsteps of sentinels coming toward us. He glares at me as the Kreon patrol comes clanking around the corner. My whole body flushes cold. I look behind me at the fence and the long stretch of open ground I'll have to cover before I get to the safety of the tree line. Stay out of sight. There's something I need to do. I'll be right back. When he doesn't respond, I wait until the mech guards have passed and dart across the open field towards the gardens. I pull open the plastic flap of the greenhouse and make my way towards the raised platform. The sliding door is electric, and I don't have enough clearance to open it. So I jam the screwdriver into the seam and pop open the panel. Then, using the screwdriver's blade as a conductor, I fry the control panel until a thin wisp of smoke rises from the box. I pull the doors open manually and grab the wire cutters I saw earlier from the table. Back outside, I hear gunfire, but it's coming from the front of the camp. I duck as I watch 2 mech guards hurry towards the entrance. This must be Elan's distraction. Right on time. I just hope it lasts. I pause by the control panel a few yards from the fence, opening the lid with my screwdriver and flipping the large plastic switch. The lights on this section of the fence go out, and I'm plunged in darkness. I race back to the gully, where I've left Jamie, and my heart stops when I see that it's empty. I whisper my brother's name loudly, but there's no response. Then I see him. He's running across the field back towards the dorms. I curse under my breath, glancing back at the fence. Elan's distraction can't last much longer, and I haven't even started cutting the fence yet. But I don't care. I'm not leaving without my brother. I race after him until a dark shape blocks my path. It's one of the enforcers. I didn't even see him in the darkness. He reaches for me, but I zap him in the neck with my makeshift battery. It's not lethal, but it's enough to surprise him. He swears as I duck under his arms and sprint across the grass. But then I'm blinded, as bright spotlights erase everything. A siren starts wailing, the same siren we heard the other night. Fear freezes me in place, and I stumble to a stop in the middle of the field. When my vision clears, I can see my brother standing next to the general. With my pulse thundering in my ears, I can't hear what Jamie is saying to him, but there's no mistaking his intent when he lifts a finger and points directly at me. "Jamie, no!" I yell. I want to push back time so I can do a better job of explaining to him why we need to leave. I want this to not be happening. 2 mech guards stomp across the yard towards me. The general puts his hand on Jamie's shoulder and pulls him back towards the building. And then I'm being grabbed by metal pinchers, so tightly I think my bones will break. I feel like a moth being pinned down to a piece of velvet, immobile, but on full display. The soldier I zapped before sneers at me, before punching me once in the nose. My head snaps back into the mech's metal arm, and pain blossoms from both sides of my head. My vision blurs, but not before I find Jamie in the shadows, leaning back against the building. I feel angry tears well up in my eyes as he watches me being carried between the sentinels, my feet inches from the ground. It's almost ironic, and I choke on a laugh that bubbles up in my throat, tasting blood from my nose. I never wanted to join New Terra, and now my own brother has turned me in for being a terrorist. My desire to protect him dissolves into fear for my own safety as the metal claws dig into my skin. Kids stream out of the dorm to see what's going on. I see Tessa shove her way through the crowd, Shame burns through my body as I'm dragged past them. I wonder if they'll take my arm, like Gage or something else. Morbidly, I wonder which limb or appendage I would choose to live without. I look up at Tessa, who is standing next to Jamie, crying. I mouth to her, "I'm sorry." "Everyone back to their rooms. We have a Protocol 71. Everyone back to their rooms," shouts one of the guards ahead of us as he addresses the gathering crowd. My skin flushes. I expect them to take me to the center of the compound, to make a display of my disobedience. But they're pushing me along the building towards the front entrance instead. Tessa moves ahead, waiting for me by the gate. As we get closer, I ask her quickly, "What is Protocol 71? The guards have allowed me to walk on my own now, although they still have their pinchers in me." "The mines, Lila. They're taking you to the mines." She puts her hand over her mouth, and a tear drips down her freckled cheek. I strain my neck to look behind me. Jamie is still standing there, not far from Tessa, his hands clenched tightly to his sides. But he's not crying. His large pupils are lost in the darkness as I'm dragged farther and farther away from him. Chapter 10. I'm shoved roughly up against an armored vehicle near the gate. One of the enforcers pats me down and finds the tools and fruit I had stashed in my clothes. His hands linger a little too long below my waist, and I jerk away from him. He smirks, then shoves me into the van. I turn to look back toward the dorm as we pull away from the gate. Most of the kids are still watching me, but their faces are lost as the vehicle zooms forward, spitting up a cloud of dust. All I wanted was to be free and safe, to protect the last remaining member of my family. Now even my own brother thinks I'm a terrorist. Anger heats my body from head to toe. I've been given a lifetime sentence in the mines, with no trial. I want to find someone in authority and plead for justice, but I know it wouldn't matter. I stole tools. I attacked a guard. I tried to escape. And even if I wasn't actually part of the resistance, I'd made contacts with the new Terra organization, and I was smuggling intel. The flash disk. I reach into my pocket and feel the small square shape of the portable flash drive Tessa gave me, still taped inside my pants, just below my hip. They didn't search me carefully enough. It's dangerous, having it on me. My first instinct is to drop it to the ground and bury it as soon as the guards open the doors and let me out of the vehicle. What will they do if they find it on me? Keep me for questioning? Torture me? On the other hand, what if it really is valuable information that can give New Terra an edge against the Kreons? I was already going to spend the rest of my life underground. What more could they do to me? I decide to keep the chip for now. I know it's pointless, since I won't have the chance to get it back to Elon. But after everything I've been through, I don't want to just throw it away either. The back of my head and nose are throbbing, and my hands are shaking. But I'm still in one piece. They didn't even tie me up. I need to stay alert in case there's a chance to escape. Through the window, I look up at the Kreon ship high above the compound. It gleams with colored lights in the dark, hovering in the sky above the human settlement. The lights of the compound twinkle in response as my view is broken by the tree line. If I unfocus my eyes, the ship nearly disappears against the starry background. I can almost pretend it isn't there at all, and the sky is full of promise and wonder. I finally understand why the revolutionists do the things they do. Even our own family can be turned against us. Before, when I had something to lose, I didn't want to risk my small slice of freedom for a reckless and doomed fight against the alien invaders who took our planet. But now, what wouldn't I risk to save my brother? I hated the Kreons, and I hated their blank-eyed human servants even more. We drive for another hour, at least, over the cracked remains of an old highway, then turn off on a bumpy dirt road. My pulse spikes as I prepare for the doors to open, but it's not our final stop. My eyes widen as I see a group of prisoners, mostly men and a few boys my age, near at least 6 mech guards. Before I can even think about running, they're shoved forwards into the van. I scoot backwards until the vehicle is full, and then stuffed with even more people. The prisoners stand or try to find a seat on the floor. All of them look like they've been beaten. A few of the young ones are in dirty yellow uniforms. They must have failed attempts at re-education, like me, but I don't recognize them. The others are in threadbare clothing, probably revolutionist members caught in one of the human roundups, or homesteaders, trying to live free beyond Kreon rule. Elan said they've begun stepping up the patrols and seizing more human workers. I wonder if, even if Jamie hadn't run away, I would have ended up in this van, heading for the mines. I hang on to whatever I can as the van bounces forward again. One of the older men gives me a sad smile when our eyes meet, but I look away. On the other side of the van is a younger boy with dark, shaggy hair and bright blue eyes. He looks as angry and defiant as I feel, and my heart aches for us both. To be so young and so full of rage. His gaze is like a mirror, and the emotions simmering inside me come bubbling to the surface. I stare out the window as my eyes brim with tears, gazing out at the unfamiliar landscape. I've never been this far from home before. The vehicle enters the forest, the bumpy road jarring my bones, and as we're swallowed up by the trees, I feel a rising panic. With no landmarks, for the first time ever, I'm not sure where I am, or even which direction I would need to go to get back to the compound, or to find my family's cabin again. But then, the gleaming leg of the ship looms above the trees, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I know exactly where we are. With skies opaque from the refinery smoke, we've learned to gauge our direction by the Kreon vessel, which has never moved since it landed years ago. I laugh darkly to myself as my eyes follow the metal leg up to the main body of the ship. It's been there my entire life, an immobile fixture of the landscape, like the mountains on the horizon. And even though the Kreon presence make us live in fear, hiding in the forests, the massive alien vessel has been our compass. Everything I've ever known has been experienced in relation to this oppressive construction. As we get closer, I can see more of the city. I've never been this close, but my father pointed it out from a distance a few years ago, when we stopped to scavenge at the old dump. Now there's not much left. I don't even remember its name. It's only been 3 decades since the Kreon invasion, but without maintenance, the vast human settlements, which had seemed to cover nearly every square inch of the planet, were already falling into disrepair. Jagged structures tower above us, the remains of skyscrapers that were damaged during the war. I gaze up at the wreckage of tilted buildings and broken concrete. Gnarled roots and weeds grow through the cracks, like restraints tearing down the concrete hubris of humanity. The bumpy dirt road turns smooth as we reach the edge of the Kreon development. Everything on this side of the river has been raised flat. Large areas have been cleared away, replaced by metallic buildings with rounded edges that look like giant monoliths. Clumps of them are grouped together in sets of 5 or 7. The empty structures look both technologically advanced and somehow organic at the same time, like beehives. The smooth surfaces gleam in the moonlight. My throat tightens as I wonder how many Kreons are coming, and what our alien masters actually look like. My father always thought they'd go away eventually, after they got what they came for, but these structures seem permanent. I strain to look upward through the tiny window, shivering as I watch transport vessels coming and going between the belly of the alien ship and the new settlement. Then our van veers to the right sharply, and I smack my face against the metal window frame. Rubbing my cheek, I watch as we drive into a wide paved area, not far from the strange Kreon buildings. As our van straightens out, I realize it's a landing strip. Several gleaming vessels and one large spacecraft sit quiet and dark, dwarfing our vehicle. I stiffen, and my blood runs cold. Where are they taking us? I turn and look at the other prisoners. Most are wearing defeated expressions and seem weary. They're not even watching out the windows. I see a flash of blue as the man next to me folds his hands in his lap, and I realize he's got a row of multicolored rings trailing up the dark skin of his forearm. What's a blue doing here, in this van full of traitors and rebels? He straightens as our van comes to a stop, but I can see the look of fear in his eyes. Whatever we're doing here, this isn't standard procedure. I listen as metallic footsteps tread to the back of the van, just before two sentinels swing open the doors. Nobody moves until they raise their weapons. "Everyone out," one of them says, waving with his free hand. My legs are asleep from the long ride, and I stumble out of the van. The blue catches my arm, but lets go when I glare at him. We stand in a crooked line next to the van, on some kind of dark rubber material that makes up the tarmac. I shiver as a cold wind blows across the flat expanse, devoid of vegetation. We've stopped in front of the largest of the Kreon vessels. My heart races as I look up at it. I've never been this close to one of the transport vehicles before. Only drones pass above the valley. I glance down the line at the other prisoners, and then up at the smooth underbelly of the main ship far above. From this angle, it completely blocks out the sky. Fear grips me like ice in my veins. Are they taking us off-world? "I thought we were going to the mines," I whisper. "So did I," says the man next to me. "Quiet," one of the sentinels shouts. The man jerks forward as the guard hits him with the butt of his weapon, and I can see a trickle of blood in the dim light. "Straighten up," the other mech guard orders. I stand as straight as I can, my chin up, my shoulders back, just as we were taught at the compound. But it's not obedience, it's defiance. If we're about to be shot, I want to see it coming. Not that it'll make much difference. I wait for the guards to raise their weapons, but they pivot in lockstep and face the ship with their backs to us. In the silence, I can hear the rushing of water. There's a cement wall on the other side of the ship, and I realize it's marking the edge of the river. It was only a few 100 feet away. If I ran, I might be able to jump into the water and be swept up in the current before the guards have time to react. Or more likely, I'll get tased in the back. A seam of pure light tears open the smooth metal exterior of the shuttle, and a moment later, there's a door and stairs that seem to be floating in midair. I'm so startled, I almost trip out of line. My jaw clenches as a wall of energy emerges several yards between us and the ship, and something starts to take shape. 3 forms drift out of the white wall, descending until they're level with the ground. They're smaller than the mech guards, but slightly larger than humans, with long, thin limbs. I wait for them to solidify, but they never do. They're fuzzy, blue outlines of roughly humanoid shapes. I stare, fascinated. The larger shape walks toward our line of ragged prisoners and stops just a few feet away. Up close, I can almost make out the rough form of a square jawline and broad shoulders, but the projection seems to warp before my eyes, as if it's resisting my efforts to study it. I can feel the hair on the back of my neck stiffen, but I'm not sure if it's the electric buzz in the air or my own nerves. Could this be one of the elusive Kreons? Or was this projection just a human facsimile, an illusion for our benefit? The sentinels bow, and one of them steps forward to grate the newcomers. Another batch of uncooperative humans, Your Majesty. My eyes widen at the title. I've heard to the invaders being referred to as the Kreon Kingdom, but I never considered that they might have actually royalty. But why would a king bother with a group of human rejects on their way to the mines? I hear footsteps pounding pavement, and movement grabs my attention. The young boy with dark hair is sprinting towards the river, and he's already got a head start. One of the mech guards takes off after him. I've seen them move before, but not like this. The large robotic bodies make them appear sluggish and solid, but this one takes a handful of quick steps before leaping into the air and covering nearly a dozen yards at once. It bounces, once, twice, quickly, overtaking the boy and blasting him with an electric taser. His body is still convulsing when the mech drags him back by one heel and dumps him in front of the king. He rocks onto his hands and knees before emptying his stomach on the ground. The king reaches down and grabs his chin. Even though the projection seems ghostly and translucent, the boy is lifted into the air until his feet dangle. He chokes, grasping at his throat as the king squeezes his neck. Couldn't even make it past yellow level? The voice is deep and rumbles through my whole body like an electric current. After all that we've given you, clean food and water, education, and this is how you repay us? The blue outline leans toward the yellow boy, wisps of energy curling like smoke away from the edges. I turn my head slightly so I can see the boy's face. Although shaking, he struggles against his captor bravely. I want to shout out to him to stop resisting. He's going to get himself killed. I gasp as he spits at the humanoid form. The liquid sizzles off the blue energy wall. I freeze, and I hear the others around me suck in surprised breaths. Just kill him, darling. The second figure steps forward. This one is shorter, and from the voice I would guess it's female. She sounds bored, and I instantly dislike her. You've given him every opportunity, and I hate being down with the surface dwellers. He's young, the king replied. He may still learn compliance after a few years in the mines to break his spirit, and we're not here for him. He moves closer, in energy form, passing up the others until he's almost right in front of me. I hold my breath as he turns towards the older man to my left, the dark-skinned blue. I glance to the side, studying his profile, and notice a puckered scar on his neck and black stubble on his proud chin. This is what I brought you down here for. The king nods, inclining his head. The human rebellion was destroyed decades ago, and still this man resists. But he's crafty. He learned our customs, our laws, and he pretended to become a model citizen, a reformed human. He even wears our marks. In every respect, a successful re-education. And yet, he was caught inside the compound with a loaded weapon, no doubt hoping one of his Kreon masters would bestow upon him a personal visitation in the flesh. This is why we must be vigilant against human duplicity and thirst for violence. They can never be trusted. Tell me, the king says quietly, leaning forward until he's just inches away from the man. If you had your weapon now, would you use it against me? Without hesitation, the man says calmly. And so you see, even after investing years in his re-education, giving him responsibility and a place of honor in our new community, he remains disloyal in his heart. Humans like this are beyond salvation. They must be destroyed. I watch horrified, unable to look away, as the Kreon stretches a long finger through the wall and touches the man in the chest. There's a spark of red light that courses from the man's heart through all the blood vessels in his body. His skin is glowing, and the light spreads like crimson worms under his skin. Then he bursts into a cloud of thick black ash. The rest of us duck at the noise, and I cover my nose and mouth with my sleeve as thick chunks of the rebel float past us on the wind. But it's too late. I can feel the heavy flakes stick to the back of my throat like tar. Anyone else want to defy me? The king walks in front of each of the others in line, stopping in front of me. My knees tremble as I gasp for oxygen, trying to breathe through the yellow fabric. I concentrate on the alien ship in the background, counting the softly glowing lights. 1, 2, 3. The world spins and my vision is blurry, but movement makes me lift my head. Until now, the third figure has been standing several yards off to the side, leaning against the ship. It looks like he's got his arms crossed, almost sullenly. But he leans forward and I can almost feel him looking in my direction, even though I still can't see any details through the energy haze. The king glances over at the guard to my left. "You're taking this girl into the mines? In my experience, the females of the species are easier to domesticate." "Not this one, Your Highness," the mech guard answers. "She tried to escape the compound. Also, she attacked one of the human conscripts with some kind of homemade taser." I hold my breath. "So she's clever and good with her hands," the woman says. Each word is sharp like a sword. "Wouldn't she be better off in one of the lower nobles' homes? Or even in a repair unit?" I cringe at her voice. The king looks over at the guard. "She is too dangerous to be entrusted to even that honor. And she did not complete her re-education process." The king leans in toward me. My pulse is racing so hard I feel faint. I watch his hands, waiting for his decision. "We need all the human workers we can get in the mines right now, Father." The smaller Kreon figure has stepped up next to the king. His voice is warmer and smooth, almost human. If he was the king's son, did that make him a prince? Until we retrieve the artifact, we have no use of more house slaves. "But a female?" the king spits out. "She wouldn't be the first we've sent to the mines, and our resources are already thin. If we don't recover the vajra, we'll need to cease our expansion and solidify our position." "You worry too much," the woman laughs. "Of course we'll find it. We already know from our sensors that it's on this planet, and according to our readings, it's within reach." "Guards, take the rest of the prisoners to the mines. My son is right. The sooner we find the artifact, the better. I'll leave it up to you to choose servants for the lower royal households. They'll be arriving next week. But make sure they're thoroughly vetted." "Can we go now?" the woman asks. "I hate it down here. It's so untamed." The energy form seems to shiver. "Yes, Your Highness." The king's image turns around and walks away, back toward the ship. The woman, which I assume is the queen, follows quickly after. I can still hear her high-pitched voice, but I can't make out what she's saying. They disappear into the light. My gaze falls upon the remaining Kreon form, the prince, who is staring right at me, almost like he's waiting for something. Confused, I look to my right and see the other prisoners are several yards away, following the sentinels away from the van. I frown, but hurry after them. When I glance back over my shoulder, the figure still hasn't moved. The fuzzy energy projection and the fact that I can't make out his features makes it hard to tell if he's really staring at me or just watching to make sure none of the other prisoners try to escape. "Girl, get moving." One of the mech guards yells in my direction. I narrow my eyes, but drag my gaze away from my stalker and catch up to the other prisoners as we're led towards another vehicle. We pile in the back and hear the engine fire up. A queasy feeling in my gut tells me we're in an anti-grav vehicle this time. I scoot toward the window and watch in fascination as the vehicle rises from the ground in a cloud of dust. Back where we left the transport van, the energy wall and projected images have disappeared. Only the large ship remains, its lights blinking on one by one. Then it rises straight up and out of sight before I can even twist around to the other window. I sink back into the seat as we skim over the desolate ground. I close my eyes and curl my knees up against my chest. With the immediate danger over with, the reminder of exactly where I'm going hits me. I bury my face into my knees to hide the tears threatening to fall. I fight them back, angry at myself for being too weak to save Jamie. Too weak to protect myself from a lifetime of imprisonment. Nobody left the mines. Images of the man flashing into nothingness, and Jamie's face watching calmly as I'm being dragged away, repeat in my mind over and over again. I pound my fists against my thighs, counting each slow breath compulsively, but I keep my eyes open for the rest of the trip. I'm on my own now, for the first time in my life. I need to survive. Even though Jamie was responsible for me being sent away, he's still my brother. It's my responsibility to protect him, which means, somehow, I have to find a way to escape so I can save him from the compound, even if he betrayed me, even if it takes years and I have to dig my way out with a spoon. Save Jamie, I promise myself, or die trying. Chapter 11. The vehicle stops and hovers for a moment before I feel us drop straight down. My stomach threatens to heave its contents as we descend quickly. So fast I feel weightless. The only thing visible out the small windows now is a wall of endless dirt. I can tell when we're near the bottom of the hole as my stomach no longer feels full of butterflies. Instead, it's replaced by a heavy calm that's even worse than the anxiety. Resignation. It tastes like death. As the car settles in a cloud of dust, I realize this will be my new home. Underground. Everyone remains still and quiet. The remaining boy in a yellow uniform has tears streaking down his dirty face. The fierce one with shaggy hair is wearing a deep scowl. The other men look fearful as we wait to see what happens next. I'm too exhausted to react, and my emotions have been stretched too much already. The guards throw the doors open and yell in their mechanical voices, "Get out!" I crawl forward on my hands and knees and stand up outside the van. The loose dirt crunches under my feet, swirling clouds of dust around our ankles. A couple of the other prisoners start coughing. "Get in line and stand still. The dirt will settle," one of the mech guards orders. He's not trying to help us, just stating a fact. I grit my teeth and breathe carefully through my nose. Once we're lined up, the guards point us toward a tunnel entrance. 2 more mech guards are waiting to receive us, but these look different than the others. I've never seen this type before. Thinner bodies with bulbous heads and large eyes on each side. They're smaller and still humanoid in shape, but covered with a smooth, thin shield of armor. It's still the blue-hued Kreon metal, but it looks seamless. I'm betting these are designed specifically for the mines. The solid armor probably keeps the dirt out of their mechanical parts. I stick to the back of the line, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. If it's not common for women to be down here, I need to be on the alert. If I thought the traders above were uncivilized, I can't imagine how rough this group of rejects and convicts will be. I cast a last glance up at our entrance point. The tunnel the anti-grav car came down is barely wide enough for the vehicle itself, and stretches up for hundreds of feet. if this is the only way in or out of the mines. Without wings, I have no chance of ever escaping. The guard behind me pushes me forward, and I snap my attention back down. The blocky sentinels that escorted us here don't follow us into the tunnel. They remain behind, silent like statues. We shuffle in line through what feels like miles of underground passageways. Along the rounded ceiling of the tunnels runs a yellowish glowing strip light. Other than that bit of tech, there's only dirt walls to look at. I start to feel claustrophobic. I concentrate on the shirt of the man in front of me, with glances back at the one guard that follows behind me. He doesn't seem to have any problems walking on the uneven dirt, whereas I've tripped a few times already, catching myself on the hard dirt walls. Finally, I see a light ahead of us, past the exhausted prisoners. I sigh to myself as we near what looks like a large open area. As each one of us steps into the cavern, we squint in the sudden brightness. Then I gasp as my vision clears, and I realize what I'm looking at. The mine is nothing like I expect. It unfolds like a maze, deeper and deeper under the earth, less a hole in the ground, and more like a subterranean city. The central stretch of earth at the center is full of enormous, insect-like mining drones with sharp appendages. Thousands of humans are carrying debris or pulling ropes beneath massive hanging chains. The ceiling, hundreds of feet above, is hewn into a rough dome with regularly spaced, perfectly round apertures to let in soft, golden spotlights. In the center is a rectangular building cut in sleek, perfect lines. It's surrounded by tents holding supplies and what I assume is a large charging station for the mechs. It looks like a futuristic boat filled with dozens of seats. My pulse spikes as we approach a long rock bridge that spans a chasm so black and deep, I can't see the bottom. Torches light the stairways and bridges that crisscross down into its depth. Far across the central hall, which seems big enough to fit my entire valley, I can see rectangular slits in the rock, framed by marble columns and capped with triangular pediments. I glance behind me to see that we've emerged from an identical entrance. This close, the doorway yawns above me, the columns bigger than old-growth trees. Veins of copper and silver gleam from the dark stone. Across the bridge, we enter a narrow alley crammed with tables and tents that reminds me of the market. Each table has different objects on them, and the mech guards are inspecting them. They hold up pieces that look like old human relics and scan them with handheld devices. Goblets, broken plates, decorative vases, and other junk I can't recognize from this distance. Most of it gets tossed in a metal bin that's already half full of crap. Not what they're looking for. It stretches on and on, blocking out the view, and soon I have no sense of direction. I glance frantically back towards the perimeter, but all the bridges and gateways look exactly the same. A guard nudges my shoulder, and I turn to face forward, just as the man in front of me slows to a stop. On the side closest to us is another table with a large Kreon-made machine on it. A quick glance makes me shiver. It's a subdermal tagging machine. I saw a trader with one once. I have no idea where he found it, but his was broken, and he was just trying to sell it for scrap. I absently twist the bracelet around my wrist. In addition to this and the compound tattoo, I've already been marked several times by my enemies. It wasn't enough to tag me or mark me. Now they're going to implant something under my skin as well. One of the guards snaps his arm out, and what looks like a pair of large scissors ratchets out of the end of his mechanical arm. The first man in line startles, but the guard grabs him with his other arm and uses the large utility scissors to cut clean through the man's metal bracelet. The man shakes as he looks down at his trembling arm, probably making sure he still had all his fingers. You are no longer citizens of the world above. Now you are slaves of the mines. He nods to the next guard, who grabs the man's hand and shoves it into the machine. The man cries out. The guard effortlessly holds his arm still as the machine lights up, making a whirring noise, followed by a soft pop. When the guard lets go, the man pulls his arm out and cradles it. On his wrist is now a tattoo in the shape of the Kreon royal logo, marking the location of the subdermal implant. It's the familiar open black circle with the solid blue circle inside. My father told me once that the open circle represents the range of galaxies the Kreons have conquered, and the blue dot represents their home world, though there was no way he could actually know that. He was probably just making it up. The guards prod the prisoner until he moves out of line and up against the wall behind us. The skin where the implant was inserted is bright red. The guards force each of us through the line. When it comes to my turn, I've seen how it works and what to expect. I look around and know there's no escape. My heart races, and my palms get clammy. Although I know my bracelet is a fake, the idea of them severing my tie to the world above terrifies me. It feels more final than the compound tattoo, which is at least a symbol of belonging. Lila Larson was probably already dead, but now it feels like she's being exorcised for good. I wonder if there will be anyone left to remember her name, or mine. What have I done? The cutting of the bracelet is quick and painless. They toss the bracelet in a large stack of scrap metal. I don't fight them as they place my arm into the tagging machine. I wince when I feel the implant being shoved under my skin, but I bite the inside of my cheek to keep an even face. I've done enough crying and panicking. Now is the time to keep myself together. I look down at my arm. The yellow compound tattoo line wraps delicately around my wrist, with the one black slash mark that I earned. The subdermal oval tattoo and implant is a bit farther up my wrist. It almost looks beautiful, with the colors and designs together. I frown and shake my head. I must be in shock. In another line, we're given a metal bucket with clothing. The guards keep us moving without a word. I hold the bucket close to me with my good arm and just stare ahead as we walk through an endless array of tunnels. Every time we come out into an open chamber, I try to get a sense of my surroundings. But each one looks just like the last. Large anti-grav carts, and more mech guards watching sweaty humans shovel dirt. Most of the men have thick beards that hide everything but their sad eyes. They're thin but strong, which I hope means they are being fed well at least. The temperature drops in the new chamber we're prodded down. At the end of the tunnel are metal bars covering several entrances. My heart sinks as I scan the walls. Cages climb up several floors, carved straight into the rock face, and connected by ladders and some kind of complex pulley system. Of course, they'll keep us locked up. We are criminals, after all. I watch as the guards shove the men ahead of me into different cells that seem already too full of bodies. I can feel the familiar panic rising as we pass cell after cell, wondering where they'll put me. We step onto a square metal platform surrounded by white light, and I freeze as it rushes upwards. Dirty faces rush by me in a blur as we ascend. Somewhere in the darkness, I hear sobbing. We reach a new level and walk to the end of an open-air corridor, on a narrow pathway high up on the stepped plateau. The guard in front of me turns around suddenly. I suck in a breath as I lose my balance. I'm barely able to stop myself before my hands press against its alien metal armor. The surface feels cool against my fingertips. I look up to find its red-lit eyes focusing down at me. I take a quick step backwards. The mech guard opens the last door and stands there, holding it. I twist to see behind me and notice that the second sentinel is already heading back down the tunnel. I turn back, confused. This one motions with his mechanical gun arm, and I take a few steps into the cell. He closes the door behind me and locks it. He stares at me for another heartbeat, before letting out a sound that I think might be a chuckle. I'm so startled, I almost drop my bucket. "Don't worry, you won't be alone for long. Enjoy your privacy while it lasts." He laughs again as he walks away. I close my gaping mouth. These wasp-like sentinels seem to have more personality than the ones I'm used to above. I wonder if they're running a different programming, in addition to their modified exteriors. I wished I'd learned more about Kreon tech. Once he's out of sight, I swivel around and look at my new home. I'm all alone. I'm so relieved to not be stuck in a cell with a bunch of men that I sink down to the dirt floor as my body tingles all over. Exhaustion soon creeps into my bones, and I crawl into the corner where a stack of thin sleeping mats are pushed up against the rocky wall. I pull one down and collapse on top of it. I curl up, still wearing my yellow compound uniform, and allow myself to drift off into a gritty nightmare of sleep. I wake to two loud, high-pitched sounds. Sitting up, I see the lock on my door flashing yellow, and I hear metallic steps in the dirt corridor. I scramble to my feet and grab the clothes and work boots provided in the bucket. I pull on the tank top, padded jacket, and thick work pants I've been assigned. Surprisingly, they fit. There's several glow sticks and a protein bar at the bottom of the bucket, so I shove those into my pockets. I also tuck the data stick down deep in the side of my boot, then move it inside my sock, between my toes. I'm not sure where else to keep it. I tuck my dirty, yellow uniform from the compound under my sleeping mat. If nothing else, it will give me a pillow. The door flashes green and a mech guard stands at my door. I finish tying the boots as I look up at him. I think it's the same one from last night, but it's hard to tell. I hear the other doors open and the men being led out. I step through the door and follow in line. We take the steep set of stairs down to the ground floor. It's so narrow I didn't even know it was there until men started stepping off over the edge and disappearing. The guard behind me chuckles as I stumble over a rock in the bulky boots. I glance over my shoulder. Definitely the same one from last night. "Survived the night alone, little one?" it says with affectation. I dig my fingernails into my palms and keep walking. My father had a degree in biomechanics. I thought his stories of bionic arms and legs were amazing, but his theories of AI a bit far-fetched. I'd hot-wired enough of the ubiquitous smartphones to discover the voice recording inside that could answer basic questions, but it wasn't like talking to a real person. But now I'm wondering if maybe the Kreons surpassed our tech, and we're trying to make their guards more human. This one sure thinks he has a sense of humor. The day is a blur of dirt tunnels, and walking in lines and digging among dozens of other miners. I see a few other women in passing, but they never look up. The sleek mech guards just watch from the entrance of each tunnel. Twice, they bring us some sort of energy bar that tastes like chalk and algae, and let us sit against the dirt walls to rest. No one says anything. We sit in silence, staring at the mounds of dirt that will be our job every day to dig. At the end of our day, we shuffle back to our cells, taking the stairs up this time. I have blisters on my feet from the new boots, and on my hands from the shovels, even though we were given gloves. I'm not even sure if it really is nighttime, but I guess it is for us. The lights never turn off all the way, and what I mistook as skylights earlier might actually be artificial. That meant we could be even deeper than I thought. I wrestle off my boots and lie down on the thin mat, my muscles on fire. Altogether, not a terrible day. Exhausting but not painful. But I know tomorrow will be worse, and each day after that, slowly wearing through my resolve until there's nothing left. Chapter 12. Several days and nights go by exactly the same, until one night I'm woken up by the sound of the mechanical lock on my door opening. I had just barely fallen asleep, and it takes me a bit to realize what the noise is. I scurry back against the wall. In the dim light from the glow strips, I see the bluish metal and round edges of 2 sentinels outside my door. "Go on," says one of the guards. One by one they push several small figures into my cell. I scramble to my feet and rub my tired eyes to wake up. The girls stumble forward and huddle in the middle of the small room, holding their buckets tightly to their chests. They stare at me with wide eyes, tears staining their cheeks and terrified expressions. I guess it's not just my cell anymore. My usual guard looks at me. I've come to recognize the hatched pattern of the scratch marks across his shoulder plating. "I told you that you wouldn't be alone for long." He slams the door shut, then marches back down the tunnel. I turn back toward the girls in the cell and look them over in the dim light. None of them have compound uniforms, so they must have been rounded up from their homes or villages. They're all younger than me. I'm Raya. I guess we'll be cellmates. One girl who was barely holding back tears now wails outright. It's far too loud and carries. I hear grumbling from the cell next to ours. Crap. Her dress is dirty and torn and she's way too thin. She can't be more than 6 or 7. I kneel down in front of her. "What's your name?" I rub her cold, thin arms as she gets her crying under control. Her skin is dark sepia, like the earth in my garden. In between sobs, she answers, "Clarice." She stares at me with large brown eyes as she hiccups. I point at her bucket. "There's a protein bar in there. You don't look like you've eaten much lately. Come here." I pull a mat off the stack and place it next to mine. I sit her down and pry the bucket out of her arms. I dig around and find the bar and unwrap it for her. As she eats, I check out her implant. "It hurt a bit, huh?" Her skin is so dark that the black circle doesn't show up as well as mine, but the round implant itself is more visible because she's so skinny. The skin is angry red all around her wrist. She nods as she chews. Clarice only has the implant tattoo that we all get down here, and no other Kreon marks, so she's probably lived free until now. I turn toward the other girls, who are just standing there watching me. "There should be enough mats for all of you. Go ahead and take one and find a place to sleep. And eat your bar, too. They'll give us more food in the morning before we go to work." I hate myself for saying it. The Kreons have made me complicit in their insanity. I've become a facilitator, helping ease the transition. It's a role I don't want, but can't avoid. None of the girls talk as they pull mats off the stack and lay them out. They place them as close to mine as possible, overlapping them so they all fit inside the bars. My heart sinks. It's bad enough that I'm feeling sorry for myself being trapped down here. But these girls are way too young. They should be up in the fresh air, running around and playing. I feel a small touch on my wrist and look down to find Clarice has wrapped her arm around me. Tears prick hot behind my eyes as I realize that I've become a sort of surrogate mother for these girls, although we've just met. The responsibility scares and angers me. Did the king or prince plan this? Maybe they sent me down here first so I could take care of these younger girls when they arrived. It's amazing how many new things I'm finding to hate the Kreons for. The work down here is brutal and dangerous. I bite the inside of my cheek so I don't yell out the frustration I feel inside. I already failed my brother. How was I supposed to keep these girls safe? I look around the room of girls quietly eating on their thin sleeping mats in the dim light. "Do any of you know each other?" I ask finally. They look around the room, and one by one shake their heads. I frown. So you all were rounded up by the Kreons from different areas then. Were the rest of your families taken too? Nobody answers, their mouths stuffed with the protein bars. Did your families come down here with you? I try again. They all shake their heads this time. Several of them start crying. Good job, Raya. I try a change in subject. Until we see our families again, we need to concentrate on keeping safe. Do what the guards tell you, all right? What else can I say? I can't promise things will get better. Did they take your family too? Clarice's small, melodic voice is heartbreaking in the dusty cell. I look down at her. She's still latched onto my arm. Yes, I have a brother up in one of the compounds. I swallow. What about your mom and dad? I stiffen and think briefly about not answering her question. Maybe it would be better not to talk about the parents we've lost. But then I look around the room, at the eyes glued to me, hanging on every word. They're exhausted, malnourished, and traumatized. Maybe they just need someone to talk to. My parents disappeared a while ago. It was just my brother and me for the last year. I see a few nods. More orphans, probably. I take a deep breath. Look, we all need to get some sleep. They'll wake us up for work in a few hours, and they don't care if we're tired or sick or hurting. I hate them. One of the older girls on the other side of Clarice says, with bitterness. She's about my brother's age, with thin cheeks and eyes too big for her face. Why should we work for them? After everything they've taken from us, we have every right to hate them. I show them my implant and compound tattoo. But we really don't have a choice. The only way to get food and keep alive is to do what they say. She nods and looks down at her implant. I'm Janice, she says nervously, fingers clasped around her wrist. Nice to meet you, Janice. Now let's all get some sleep. I watch as the girls lie down on their mats and try to get comfortable. I lie on my side facing Clarice, since she still won't let go of me. I stare into her dark brown eyes until they close, and she's soon fast asleep. I close my eyes, listening to the breathing of the girls in the cell with me. Despite my better judgment, there's something comforting about the proximity. In the darkness, I can almost imagine I'm their age, falling asleep against my mother's hip, with Dad and Jamie just across the room. Hours later, I groan as the warning light blinks on, washing the cell in warm yellow light. I just want to lay here and sleep the whole day. But I know when the light turns green, the guards will show up. I drag myself to a sitting position first, and then eventually prop myself up against the wall. Girls, you need to get up now. The girls around me start to stir, and a few sniffle back tears as they wake up. I feel Clarice attach herself to me again, but this time I pull her hand away gently. You need to get dressed, I say, pointing to the bucket beside her mat. Hurry, get those clothes in there. They'll protect you better than what you're wearing. I look around the room. My heart races as I watch the girls move way too slowly. All of you. You need to get dressed. Let's go, I say gruffly. Then the light turns green, and I hear the guards coming. A minute later, I see their eyes, glowing like red coals in the dim light. The guard with the scratches on his shoulder watches as I get dressed. I've decided to call him Edward. Despite the inscrutable black face mask and the insectoid features, for some reason he reminds me of a character in a story I read Jamie once, about a sadistic soldier in a magical castle. He started out cruel at first, but then fell in love with the princess locked in the tower and helped her escape. Wishful thinking on my part. I laugh at myself, both for comparing myself to a princess and for thinking a sentinel would ever help me escape. "Is there a problem here?" he asks, looking at the girls who are struggling to fit into the clothes. 2 are still blinking sleep out of their eyes. Panic sets in as I remember what the guards did to one of the men the other day when he refused to get up. They shocked him until he couldn't use his arms. They're new here and young, in case you haven't noticed. Human kids need more sleep than adults. "Get them ready," he orders. "Now." I clap my hands and shake the girls until they're moving. Then I lace up my boots and stand up. I look over at Edward, who is scratching his fingers impatiently against the metal bars. I can hear the men already heading down the tunnel. "Are you guys seriously going to use children to dig in the mines?" He looks down the tunnel before answering me. "Small bodies, for small holes. They may be able to reach areas the men can't." I step close to the guard as the girls get dressed behind me. For some reason, he's actually engaging in conversation with me. It's a rare opportunity to press for information, and I'm also stalling for time so the girls can finish putting their shoes on. My heart aches as I notice Janice helping Clarice tie her laces. "Where are their parents?" I try to say it as quietly as I can between clenched teeth. Edward's mechanical eyes seem to dim as he stares at me. "They are elsewhere, being useful." Anger bubbles up inside me. I bite my lip to keep myself from a caustic remark. Then I feel Clarice's small hand in mine, and look down to find her dressed and ready to go. Behind us, all the girls are ready. Their work clothes are baggy, but they are helping each other roll up sleeves and pant legs to make them work. I sigh and push my anger toward the Kreons away. "Ready?" I say. He unlocks the door, then leads us down the tunnel. The ground drops precipitously away to our left. Over my shoulder, I say, "Walk in single file along the wall. Just stay close to me." I hear a few yawns behind me as we follow the tunnel to the main cavern, crossing under the large entrance and across the narrow stone bridge. For a fleeting second, I think about tackling one of the sentinels and dragging us both to our doom. But that would be a wasted effort. The Kreons wouldn't care about one human and one mech guard. I was willing to bet I wasn't the first to come up with the idea, and the bottom of the vast ravine that encircled the center complex was probably littered with corpses already, whether by accident or design. We draw looks of sympathy and anger as we pass through the early morning crowds. I feel like a goose with tail of hatchlings, surrounded by predators. I keep hoping a supervisor will notice us, and I'll find out that this has been a big mistake, and we'll all be taken back out of the mines. No such luck. We wait in line and grab our morning protein bar and water. I show the girls how to carry their shovels slung over their shoulders so they can still carry the water bottles and eat while we march to our dig site. I'm surprised they're letting all the girls stay with me, but I'm not going to argue. The other option is sticking them with the men. I'll just have to work extra hard the whole day to make up our group's quota. Today, we board a shuttle that zips through the dark passageways. The mine extends for miles, and each day I'm deployed somewhere new, scratching at the mountains of dirt with my tiny, ineffectual tools. We scrape rock and dirt off the walls and pile the debris into floating anti-grav carts, which disappear and comes back empty. Each time a cart is full, we get a short break waiting for its return. But today, our first cart is barely half full by lunchtime, which means no breaks. The girls fall against the wall exhausted. It doesn't look like we've made a dent in the wall at the end of our tunnel. I take the rations from the guard and hand them out to the girls, who are still too scared of the machines to even accept food from them. By the end of the day, most of them are crying, tired, and complaining about how their hands hurt. I feel bad for them, but I have to keep them going. We've barely managed to fill one cart all day. I'm nervous to learn what penalties are enforced when miners aren't pulling their weight. Janice doesn't cry or complain once. I smile down at her as we return to the central cavern and hand our shovels and tools to the guards. We move to the side to wait for the other girls, and Clarice grabs onto my arm, pointing out a commotion up ahead while hiding her body behind mine. 2 mech guards step into the cavern, wrestling with a strange figure between them. I mistake him for a guard at first, but he's clearly a prisoner. Large shackles bind his gloved hands, and he's wearing some kind of helmet so I can't see his face. He turns toward me and my blood freezes at the yellow smiley face displaying on the screen of his visor. It's out of place down here in the mines, and its false cheer clashes with the blood on his collar. He's bigger than the guards, and muscular, though I can't tell how much is him, and how much is the bulky suit he's wearing. The sentinels hold a shock stick against his neck right below the helmet, and he flinches as the current hits him. They bypass the implant machine and just walk him past us and down the tunnel that leads to the cell blocks. I frown and hold Clarice close to my side. How many more surprises will today hold? I can sense the whole crowd of men around us are on edge by the scene. They shift nervously around me, rippling in unison like a centipede. Before we can line up behind Edward, we hear loud voices on the other side of the cave. I look over to see a man yelling and shouting at one of the mech guards. His eyes are manic and wild. The sentinel stands his ground and orders the man back in line, but he refuses. I hold my breath as the man shoves the guard in the chest. The other men back away from the confrontation slowly, as if they know what's about to happen. There is almost no warning. The guard raises his arm. A laser gun telescopes out from the end of it, aimed at the man's chest. Then, in a flash of light, the man is gone. Only ash is left behind, drifting into a thin carpet of skin and blood, where he once stood. The melted rubber soles of his shoes smolder from the ground. There's a stunned silence, and I feel the girls crowd around me. The fastest way out of the mines, a man with rancid breath mutters behind me, shaking his head knowingly. "Get back into your lines," yells the mech supervisor from the table we just passed. I can tell the leaders apart because of the gold plating in their enhanced armor and the antennae that branch out from their shoulders like small wings, so they can communicate with the Kreon ship, even while deep underground. Men all over the cavern scramble back into their positions. By the smell of urine, I can tell somebody has pissed themselves. I hope it isn't me. The girls quickly get into line behind me, and Edward marches us back to our cell. He says nothing to us as he locks our door and walks away. We fall exhausted onto our mats. For a while, no one says anything. I keep my eyes closed, hoping they'll all think I'm asleep. I'm uncomfortable pretending I know how to care for this group of girls. I'm not even an adult myself. "Raya?" A small voice makes me open my eyes. It's not Clarice or Janice. None of the other girls have spoken at all. I can't remember if they'd told me their names. I sit up and look around. Will it always be like this? Every day? It's the little red-headed girl sitting next to Janice. This is the first time she's spoken. She holds out her bloody palms toward me. "Oh, sweetheart." I get up and go sit next to her. "I'm so sorry. Your poor hands." I look around at the others, remembering the blisters I had the first day here. "Do the rest of you have blisters too?" Everyone nods. I frown and look around the room. I get up and grab my water bottle. Near the cell door, I dig around to loosen the dirt and add water until a nice mud forms. I put some on each of the girls' blisters. I remember when I first learned to chop wood, my father would make a poultice of mud and herbs for the blisters that formed. Although nothing grows this deep, the cool mud should help comfort the girls. This is gross. Clarice looks up at me with a small smile, holding up her muddy palms. I smile back, glad that her little spirit hasn't been completely killed by this awful situation. You know what's even more gross? Her mouth pops open when I spit into my palms and rub them together. Saliva helps wounds heal faster, I think. Several of the girls mimic me and then giggle. After that, they open up to me. They tell me their stories, where they came from, what their families were like, how they got caught. We talk until most of the girls have fallen asleep. We should sleep too, I tell the last few girls left awake. They nod and settle down on their mats. I lay on my side, and instantly Clarice is nestled up next to me. A small voice in my head says I shouldn't let these girls get into my heart. We don't know what our futures look like, but it's impossible not to. That night, I dream of the Kreons, the monstrous ones in the stories our neighbors and people at the trader camp would tell us about. Ones with tentacles and a dozen eyes and powers that can turn humans inside out. Gage's severed arm, the man in blue that was eviscerated by the Kreon energy form, and the stubborn miner in the cavern that stood up to the mech guard, all visit me in my dreams. When the yellow warning light blinks on, I'm more than ready to wake up. I try to shake the nightmares as I get dressed, but the images linger. I concentrate on the girls, making sure they're ready to go before Edward gets to the door this time. He nods as he unlocks the cell, and we follow him right away in single file. I realize we're ready so early that some of the men's cells are still closed. The girls and I automatically walk on the far side of the tunnel from their doors. Out of the corner of my eye, I glimpse the man from yesterday, the one with the helmet. The screen glows ominously in the darkness, today displaying a cartoon character I recognize. I wonder who has chosen the programming, and why his face needs to be covered. He's calmly standing at the door of a cell, his gloved hands on the metal bars just watching us walk by. I shiver and hurry past. I urge the girls in front to quicken their pace. In the main room, we go through the usual routine. This time, I ask the supervisor if they can find smaller gloves for the girls. I hold out their fragile hands to show him why. Humans are weak, he says to me, his mechanical face revealing nothing, although the comment is definitely not just robotic programming. There's some sort of opinion in that small statement that has me narrowing my eyes at him. We weren't built for mining. Why don't you do it yourselves? He answers me by pointing his laser cannon at me and bristling his antenna. I hold up my hands and back away quickly. I get the girls back in line and we wait for our escort to take us to today's dig. Behind me, I hear whispers among the other men in line. I crane my neck around to see what they're talking about, and see the helmeted man at the back of the line. He's a head taller than anyone else, which makes him hard to miss. But they aren't even looking at him. They're staring at a group coming in from a side entrance. Guards are bringing in new prisoners. I can tell because they're still wearing clothes from the outside, or the strong colors of the compounds. They're being lined up at the implant machine. My stomach sinks when I realize I recognize one of them. Elon, the thief who stole my rabbits. Looking far too young and handsome, and entirely too self-assured for someone about to live out the rest of his natural life in the mines. Chapter 13. My heart feels like it's going to beat out of my chest. He looks up suddenly, like he can tell I'm thinking about him. Our eyes meet and he smirks at me, as if to say, "Fancy meeting you here." I tear my eyes away, but my head is spinning. What are the chances that the person who was supposed to rescue me from the compound shows up down here in the mines? Was he really a prisoner, or was he here by choice? But who would choose this? I glance up again, and this time my eyes rest on the young girls standing behind him. My stomach churns as I count half a dozen new recruits, The Kreons must really be getting desperate to find this thing. According to Tessa, it was some kind of weapon, and I'd heard the royals call it the artifact. The vajra. I sounded the strange word in my head, wondering how many other humans knew its name, and what that knowledge could buy me. The men in the line beside us have left, but we're kept standing. The girls and I watch as the newcomers are processed. They're being sorted into lines and escorted to the larger digs. I glare at Elon as he walks past me. His smart aleck look drops as he sees the girls behind me. Good. Now maybe he'll think twice about causing trouble down here. I don't blame Elon for my capture. Not really, but I don't need any more challenges. That's when I remember I still have the data stick. Could he be down here on purpose to get the data? Would he go this far to get it? A wild hope flared in my chest. We'd made a deal once to get me out of the compound in exchange for the device. If he had a way out of the mines, maybe we could renegotiate the terms. But I doubt he's factored in my new entourage, and I can't just leave the girls behind. I hear the mech supervisor bark a command, and I turn. The guards line up the new girls behind the four already trailing me. Somehow, I've become some kind of caretaker to a tribe of tiny humans. Maybe because I can keep them from crying long enough to get a little work done. And then they lead the helmeted prisoner right toward me, and my heart nearly stops. This one is joining your group today. He can work with you girls, since the others seem to have a problem with him. The guard laughs, not like Edward's subtle chuckle. Whatever personality programming is in this machine, it must be busted. His laugh sounds mechanical and creepy. I shiver at both his unnerving cackle and at the strange prisoner he's forcing into our group. I seem to be a magnet for the unwanted down here. I close my mouth and turn to face forward. I have no idea why this guy has to wear a helmet, but it can't be anything good. His clothes are dirty and ripped and cover every inch of skin, but I can make out the lean muscle and bulky arms beneath the fabric. I try not to dwell on the rumors I've heard about genetic experiments gone wrong and the monstrous results. I thought they were keeping the girls with me for protection, but then why put this weird brute with us? We walk in silence through the sloping tunnels, crossing bridges and machines and perfectly drilled tunnels. It takes nearly an hour to reach our destination, even though we catch a ride down a large supply cart. Yesterday, while digging, we made up stories about what we might find this deep below the Earth's surface. It helped keep our minds off the pain in our hands and muscles, as well as the boredom of the job. Today, however, after we get the names of the newcomers, we barely talk. None of us feel comfortable with the man in the helmet, and the new girls are scared out of their minds. They mimic our movements, shoveling dirt into buckets and carrying it to the cart. Clarice doesn't stray more than a few paces from me all day. Thankfully, the man doesn't try to talk to us. At break time, he sits off by himself. Today, the projection on his mask is displaying some kind of nature documentary. Hyenas hunting gazelle under palm trees. The guard doesn't offer him rations, and he doesn't ask for any. He just sits there with his head resting against the wall. Sometimes when he turns, I can see the vague outline of his head behind the shiny chrome of his helmet. At the end of the day, the girls and I are more anxious than usual to be done with our dig. We hurry along behind our guard and efficiently hand in our shovels and grab our dinner rations. It's an orange paste that tastes like vegetables. If I close my eyes, I can almost pretend it's mashed potatoes and carrots. As we're descending down the sloped tunnel to our cell, in the shadow of one of the stone bridges, I see Elon again. He's with a group of grisly-looking men, huddled together, whispering. He winks, and I look away and stare at Clarice's curly ponytail as she follows the others down the narrow passage. Whatever he's doing down here, I don't want to get caught up in it. I've seen what the guards do to insurgents. Once we're in our cell, the girls are full of questions for our new cellmates. Then the conversation turns to the man in the helmet. I try to address their fears and questions as best as I can, but I really don't know anything. Why does he wear a helmet? Why didn't he eat? Can he even talk? These are all questions I can't answer. We decide as a group that I'll work near him from now on, since he freaks the girls out too much. I talk Clarice into sticking with Janice tomorrow. It's just for a few days until we figure out what his story is. Clarice sits in front of me and pouts, but she doesn't argue. I look around the small cell. There are 8 girls in here with me now. I repeat their names in my head like a mantra, though the exercise doesn't help me remember them all, and their features blend together. My brain feels foggy and slow, possibly from lack of oxygen or nutrients, or just sheer exhaustion. Or maybe I've already lost too much to care for something new. I sit with my back against the cool dirt wall and watch them interact. I think back to my time in the compound. Tessa kept everyone busy by giving us a job, a task in our tech class or in the dorm, and the Kreons motivated their citizens by allowing them to dream of a future. I need to find something to give these girls purpose. They were most animated when we imagined we were digging for a treasure trove or a secret hiding spot for pirates. From what little I knew of human history, there shouldn't be anything on this continent. Not this deep, at least. But maybe I could pretend if it kept their spirits up. I try to remember stories from the books I grew up with, to tell the girls the next day as we dig. When I can't remember some detail, I make it up. A small spark of hope lights inside of me. Maybe the Kreons screwed up by putting the girls with me. Without them, it would have been easier to sink into self-pity and despair. Now I have something to fight for, despite the hopelessness of our situation. Each day builds upon the next. I just need to survive long enough for an opportunity to appear. There's always a chance I can find a way to get the girls and me out of here. Maybe in a year, maybe 2. I can't even imagine us living down here our whole lives. It's too big, too awful to think about. The girls wake and get dressed at the first yellow light without me having to say anything. We walk single file down the dark, narrow path that's punctuated only by tall rods of electric light. We hear a scuffle ahead, and shouts echo down the tunnel. Edward stops us, and we press ourselves against the wall. I lean around the line of girls to see what's going on. Up ahead, men are swearing, and the mech guards bark orders. I watch sentinels drag several humans out of a cell. I hope they're just unconscious, and not already dead. I squint at their bloody faces as they're hauled off somewhere. There must be a med center down here, right? Edward orders us to move again once the path is clear. As we pass the cell with all the commotion, I realize it's the same one I saw the guy with the helmet in yesterday. There are still a few guards at the door, and sure enough, as we pass by, I can see that they've got him heavily restrained, with chains around his neck and wrists. He's bent over slightly, and the chrome helmet prevents me from seeing anything of his face, but his clothes have blood on them. I wonder if it's his. The guard gestures for him to follow me in line. I frown, but keep facing forward. Why aren't they taking him to the med bay as well? And why was he fighting with the other prisoners? My blood chills as I realize he incapacitated at least 4 fully grown men. And now they are putting him down a dark tunnel with me and a bunch of children. We grab our rations and shovels and follow our guard to the dig. This time I realize the assignments aren't random. We're just a little deeper than we were yesterday, at the end of a parallel tunnel. They must have us working in shifts. I shudder as the glowing torches illuminate the walls. From this angle, I can see that the thick lines of white rock I'd assumed were marble were actually pieces of an enormous skeleton. We were passing through the belly of some ancient beast. It's quiet down here, and apart from the distant sounds of drilling machines and the steady picking from the nearest other work crew, the silence hangs heavy. The girls have been getting stronger each day, so I hope we manage to fill our quota and earn some extra rations. I look sideways at the strange man behind me and see him clutch his ribs as he tries to lift his shovel. The shackles restrain his movement. Not sure he's going to be much help today. When we get to the vertical expanse of dirt at the end of the tunnel, I hug Clarice and remind her what we agreed to. She doesn't argue after seeing the blood on the man and heads to the other side with Janice. I look nervously as the guard heads back to the entrance, leaving us alone. He must feel like the man isn't a danger to us girls, or that we're dispensable enough to risk it. I shake my head and grip my shovel tighter. A single source of illumination, screwed into the rocky ground, casts our dark silhouettes against the wall. It looks like we're attacking our own shadows with our tools as we work. While we were getting dressed, I told the girls my favorite story about a poor orphan who found a magic lamp that could grant 3 wishes. I made each of them agree to tell me right away if they spot anything strange or unusual as they dig. They looked at me with wide eyes and small smiles. I don't expect them to find anything exciting, but I hope the game will keep them working. I wasn't sure what the punishment would be if we fell too far below quota, but I didn't want to find out. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the man start digging slowly. The movement is calming. As long as he's carving chunks of dirt out of the wall, at least he's not a threat. I grip my shovel tighter and start chipping away at the layers of rocky soil. The muscles of my arm protest for the first 10 minutes, but then they grow warm and numb. After an hour, the quietness is getting to me, so I turn toward the man. "What did you do to get your ass kicked?" I ask. He stops digging and turns toward me. Then he shakes his head and stabs the shovel into the wall with such force I can feel the ground tremble. "Why do you assume I did something?" he answers finally. His voice is muffled from the helmet. The screen of his visor is displaying some kind of painting tutorial, with fluffy clouds and cheerful trees. I'm not sure how he can even see out of it in this dim light. "Is it because you're wearing the helmet? Kind of a bullying thing?" My father once told me that some people just liked to pick on others who were different than themselves. That's why he disguised me in baggy clothes. Not only to hide the fact that I was a girl, but also to make sure I blended in. Sticking out in a crowd of angry, desperate people invites trouble. "Yes?" Something like that. He nods and makes a kind of disgusted sound as he kicks his shovel deeper in the dirt and throws it into the cart behind us. I'm thinking of another question to ask him when my shovel strikes something hard. I dig around the spot, expecting a large boulder I can pry from the wall with the tip of my shovel, but frown when I expose its surface. Whatever this is, it's large and far too flat to be natural. I use my hands to carefully dig around the object, clearing away small pebbles until I can pull it loose. I'm so absorbed in my discovery, I don't notice the man behind me until the silhouette of his shadow against the wall consumes my own. Chains rattle as he lifts his arm, rubbing away the dirt, then takes the object from me quickly and holds it up into the light. The sharp angles of the cut stone reflect off the surface of his visor as he studies it. I'm about to demand he give it back, until I notice the deep red, almost purplish stains his gloved fingers are leaving on the stone. I look at the man's arms, and see he has blood dripping from inside his sleeves. I curse under my breath. With my luck, the guards will probably blame me if he dies down here. You're bleeding. Why didn't they take you to the med center with the others? The guards don't care that I'm injured, he says, tossing the strange stone into the anti-grav cart. I'm tempted to argue. The guards warned us to report anything unusual, but for some reason I keep quiet. The man turns away and keeps working, ignoring the blood that's dripping down the handle of the shovel. I follow after him. Sure, they care. We're their workers, their slaves. They have to keep us somewhat healthy, enough to fill our daily quota at least. I point to the girls. Whatever is down here, the Kreons have spent decades looking for it. It's important enough to send children into the mines. You should ask to have that looked at. I'm sure they'll help. He glances over at the girls, and then down to the ground, as if he's considering it. But then he sighs and tightens his grip on the shovel. They won't help me. This is my punishment. I frown. I don't understand why he's being unreasonable. This is all of our punishment, just for being human, for existing. It doesn't mean you're any better or worse than the rest of us. Why do you think they have more of a problem with you? You're not special, I want to say. But I don't really know anything about him, and the strange suit and helmet does seem unusual. He just shrugs, turning his back to me. I take a deep breath and let it out. The dust sticks to my throat, and I take a sip of water. I'm frustrated to be stuck with a wounded guy and a bunch of kids, and my hands and arms are burning, but I can't force him to get help if he wants to be stubborn. I hurry to fill my cart so I can check on the girls. To my surprise, it's nearly full. As soon as I touch the soft glow of the return button, it zooms down the tunnel, and I walk over to the girls to help them fill their quota. How are you all doing? I ask. They turn their sweaty faces toward me. Fine, says Clarice as she comes over. I give her a quick hug and then look in their cart. It's only 3/4 full. Come on, let's get this filled. They won't send lunch until we send it back. I dig in and help the girls finish the second cart. It doesn't take long once we're all working at it. I'm about to touch the button as one more shovel of dirt gets thrown on top of the pile. I glance over to catch the faceless stranger lowering his shovel, half hidden on the other side of the cart. He's been helping the girls this whole time, and I didn't realize it. I swallow and push the button, which blinks in response. As the cart moves down the tunnel, the man is no longer concealed from the girls. Gasps and squeals fill the air as the girls see him standing much too close, brandishing his shovel. Thank you for helping us, I say loudly enough that all the girls can hear. Clarice is at my side, her small arm wrapped around my leg. I absently put my free hand around her shoulders. You're welcome. He turns and goes back to the other side of the wall. Maybe having him in our work crew won't be so bad after all, if he doesn't bleed to death. We hear the buzz of the lunch warning. The girls gather along the wall and wait for the cart to return with our rations. Once all the girls have theirs, I take mine over to the helmeted prisoner and sit down a few feet away from him. They didn't bring you anything again. I'm sorry. You didn't send me here, he growls. He brings his knees up and rests his elbows on them. I break off a part of my protein bar and hold it out to him. Here, you need something to get your strength back. He turns his head. I really can't tell if he's looking at me or not. From this perspective, I can almost see the outline of a face behind the projection, which unnervingly shows an old woman with golden curls. But I can't tell where his eyes are looking. I can't take the helmet off to eat, he says. I turn my whole body toward him. Why? Is there something wrong with you? My heart races as I realize I might have just crossed a very personal boundary. He doesn't say anything. I think I've offended him. I'm sorry. None of my business. There is something wrong with me, but I can't tell you what. Right. He doesn't trust me. I guess I don't blame you. It must be something pretty serious. I look at the food in my hand, feeling the sweat and dirt on my fingers. You can't even take it off for a few seconds to shove this in your mouth. I grin at him. I can look away. I imagine maybe he's been in some sort of accident and has a gruesome face, or needs pure oxygen or something. He's still got to have a mouth to eat, right? He tilts his helmeted head. Why do you care? I hesitate for a second before I answer. Because we need to make quota. Everyone pulls their weight around here. I point at the girls. Even them. You're stuck with us. We're not going to let you starve. You could fill these carts without my help, he said. Shoveling dirt all day just to survive. What's the point? I'm useless down here. I frown. I'm too tired to give him a pep talk. If he wants to drown in self-pity, that's his problem. Yeah, you're probably right. I stuff half the bar into my mouth and then toss the other half into his lap. Look, I'm going to make a poultice for your arm over there. I point to where the guards left a few metal canisters of water. While I'm doing that, eat the bar. I try to use my most forceful, mom-sounding voice. He says nothing. I sigh and get up. I'm serious. I walk over to water containers and start making a mud poultice like I did for the girls. As I mix it, my back to the stranger, I watch the girls talk and eat. My heart squeezes as I see their pink cheeks streaked with dirt and the angry blisters on their hands. The alarm chimes again, and the girls get up and start digging. Clarice looks over at me. I wave at her and smile. She goes back to her digging reluctantly. I turn and slowly walk back towards my adult companion, hoping he's done. He's standing now and his hands are empty, so that's a good sign. Well, did you eat? Yes, thank you. You are very kind to share your ration with me. The guards gave us extra rations this morning. I lied, probably because we have to put up with you. I give him a quick smile before picking up my shovel. This close to him, I can see that his helmet is sealed pretty well with the thick clothing he wears. It makes me curious how he was able to take it off so quickly, while everyone else is in shades of beige and faded gray denim. Apart from the dark work boots and reflective orange patches on our sleeves, he's in a one-piece jumpsuit of thick canvas, with buckled restraints. I look down at his hand, which is still dripping. The fingers of his glove are stained deep crimson. I'm surprised he hasn't bled out already. Give me your arm. He hesitates, but then holds it up. His sleeves are so thick and stiff I can't push them up. He takes the poultice from me. It's not much, just a torn rag covered with mud and saliva, but it should stop the bleeding and hopefully calm the inflammation. I'll do it. You can get back to work. I frown, but turn and walk back over to the wall and start digging again. Soon, I feel the man next to me. I turn to look, and I can see the edge of the poultice sticking out of the top of the glove near his wrist. That should at least help the blood to clot. He holds up the gloved hands. Thank you. Do you have injuries elsewhere? I bite the inside of my cheek. That sounded way too intimate. No, I'm good. Thank you. His voice has a slight accent I can't place, and I wonder where he's from. He twists down and grabs his shovel. I try to make out his face behind the glass screen, but I can still only see a shadowed outline behind the projected images. Well, if you're sure you're all right, we should get back to work. He nods and starts digging. We work the rest of the day in silence. When the end-of-day alarm buzzes, I'm sweating from head to toe and exhausted. But the girls manage to fill one whole cart by themselves, and the man and I filled two. I'm Raya, by the way, I say to the man, as I wipe the sweat from my forehead. You can call me Mossi. I grab my water bottle and shovel and start walking toward the girls, who are resting against the wall with their tools. It's nice to meet you, Mossi. Now we can stop calling you the strange man. He walks alongside me. You think I'm strange? You are the only one down here wearing a helmet. Good point. We join the girls and they stop talking when they see Mossi with me. I wave my hand toward him. Girls, this is Mossi. Mossi, the girls of Cell Block 9. They stare up at his intimidating figure and the bloodstains on his arm and collar. I feel a tug on my arm. Yes, Clarice? I look down at her sweaty little face. Why Cell Block 9? Only thing I could think of at the moment, I shrug. There are 9 of us in there. We should come up with a better name than that, says Janice. Yes, something a princess would live in, says one of the other girls. The rest all voice their agreement. I laugh. All right. Tonight we'll think of something. We hear a mech guard coming down the tunnel to get us. The girls arrange themselves into a line and I walk to the end. I hear Mossi fall in place behind me, chains clinking. Then I feel him lean closer until he's nearly brushing my shoulder. How can you laugh, even in a place like this? How can we not? I whisper back, turning my neck towards him. The girls don't have anyone else. They're too young to be down here. The work is brutal. All we have is each other. You are not what I expected? He tilts his head as I stare back at him open-mouthed. The statement seems too intimate and strange. Like I'd surprised him somehow. Like he knew me. What do you mean? I ask, fear running down my spine. I was expecting pain, fear, cruelty. I didn't expect to find kindness, not from you, not down here. I don't have a chance to say anything else before the sentinel comes around the corner and orders us to start walking. My face feels warm as we walk back towards the main cavern, passing large robotic drills and buzzing drones and broken men. It's a labyrinth of dirt and tears. Mossi is unlike anyone I've ever met, though to be fair, I only knew a handful of people. I wanted to believe he wasn't a threat, but maybe growing up on my own had made me naive. For the girls' sake, I'd have to keep my guard up. Chapter 14. After being so deep in the tunnels, the large cavern seems too loud and bright. Rumbling alien machines shake the ground, and dozens of sentinels weave between the hundreds of dirty humans returning from their shifts. The prisoners don't talk much, but many of them are afflicted with a hacking cough that makes me jump. I keep my eyes on the ground, trying to limit the creeping anxiety. I've never been around this many people before, and a lifelong terror of the Kreons makes this environment surreal. I hand over my shovel to the guards at the supply table, trying to keep my sweaty arms from shaking. My thoughts are thick with exhaustion, and as I turn away, I stumble right into someone. I'm sorry, I say quickly, getting my balance back. I glance up, expecting one of the guards, but instead I'm looking into the dark eyes of Elan. I cringe backward, right into Mossi, who steadies me at the waist before I can trip again. Don't touch her, freak. Elan steps forward menacingly, brandishing his spade like a dagger and wearing a deep scowl. Mossi lets go of me and takes a step backward. The girls are still in line ahead, looking back at us. Thankfully, the guards are busy trying to get the other lines of men to their cells. I can't afford to cause a disturbance. Leave him alone, I say. He was just trying to help. Elon looks at me as if I've grown a second head. You're defending him? Have you even noticed he's the only one wearing a helmet down here, not to mention restraints? Don't you find that suspicious? You don't know anything about him. I know him about as well as I know you, Elon. I put my hands on my hips and stare him down. This was not how I wanted this conversation to go. I need to find out why Elon is down here and let him know I still have the flash drive. Instead, I got this ugly display of male testosterone, reminding me just what a cocky asshole the rabbit thief could be. But I don't have time to calm him down or ask him questions. Loitering is not allowed. It only takes another moment before a sentinel approaches and steps between us, his warning lights pulsing orange. Get moving, all of you. He raises his arm cannon and we quickly get into our lines. I can see Elon pursing his lips and tightening his fists. His line goes first and we watch him stalk off. Will you be all right tonight? I ask. Mossi barely survived his first night in the mines, probably because of angry guys like Elon. He tilts his head in that way I've noticed he does as he tries to think through his answer. I think they're moving me to solitary, he says. Oh, well, good, I guess. Our line starts moving, so I turn and hurry after the girls. We climb the steep stairs and cross the narrow ridge to our cell blocks. The guard opens the barred cage and then locks the door behind us. That's when I see that Mossi has followed us. He's still standing outside our cell door with the guard. My stomach flutters as I wonder if the guard will put him in with us. Although we had somewhat of a decent discussion today, I wouldn't want him sleeping in the same cell. I watch as the guard opens the cell on the other side of ours. I let out the breath I've been holding. There's never been anyone in that cell as long as I've been here. One half of it was ripped open, the bars curving outward. But it doesn't matter because it's hanging off the edge of a steep chasm. Even so, the guard fixes a heavy iron collar around Mossi's neck and chains it to the bars. If he tried to jump now, he'd hang himself. Sleep tight, the guard taunts. I wait for his footsteps to fade before approaching the barred wall between us. Mossi? I whisper. Yes, Raya. Are you all right in there? Safer than with the other men. Why? It's just there's never been any light in there, or other prisoners. I hear him chuckle. The dark doesn't bother me, Raya. At least I won't have to worry about being beat up by your friends. My throat tightens as anger rises up inside me. They are not my friends. Right. I intake a quick breath. Just because we're all stuck down here doesn't mean we're friends, especially not after what they did to you. It's more complicated than that. I see Mossi's hands stick out of the bars and wrap around them. He's still wearing the heavy gloves. Does he ever take them off? Anyway, thanks for taking care of my hands today. You're welcome. I'm still bristling from his remark, but confused by his sudden change in tone. I hear the girls rustling around behind me. We'd better get some sleep. Yes. Mossi's voice is low and sad as he lets go of the bars and steps back into the shadows. I turn my attention to the girls, and we go through our nightly routine of getting ready for bed. We wash our feet, hands, and faces, then put our jackets in a pile or hang them against the bars. We sleep in our underwear under thin sheets, huddled together for warmth. This time, instead of telling them stories from the books I read, we brainstorm names for our cell like I promised them we would. It sounds stupid to name our cell, but these are young girls caught in the middle of a 30-year-long war. All they've known is fear and Kreon rule. They deserve 5 minutes of silliness. I deserve some silliness. I lay back on my mat as we come up with names, each growing more and more ridiculous. None of us have had a normal childhood. At least, not like the ones I read about, or my parents told me about. We finally decide on the name after one of the new girls, Natia, tells us about a castle full of brave, fighting girls and women, high in the mountains, who were responsible for defending the nation's treasure. The castle was called Mutso. I tell the girls it's a perfect name since they are all like those girls, wild and brave mutts, digging in the dirt, a mix from all over. But we don't have anything valuable to protect, Janice frowns. We have each other, Natia says. Maybe that's enough. I blink tears out of my eyes and fall asleep to girlish whispers and Clarice's warm arm slung over me. The next day, my muscles groan against the hard surface of the cell floor. For a moment, I think I'm back in my cabin, and my confused mind is about to tell Jamie to brew some strong coffee. Then one of the girls coughs, and Clarice shoves me awake. The light on the cell is already green. I splash some water on my face and pull on my clothes quickly, tying back my hair just as Edward opens the main door. Still groggy, it's all I can do not to trip down the steep stairs and break my neck before we collect our gear. I realize I haven't thought about Jamie in several days, and it bothers me. I can't let myself get too comfortable down here. I should be looking for an advantage, some way to escape. I keep my eyes fixed on the back of Edward's metal shoulder, where a small panel is nearly flush with the rest of the armored machine of his suit. There are no screws, but I knew from working on drones I could probably pry it open with a chisel or screwdriver. If I was lucky, the wiring would be similar enough I could at the very least incapacitate the mech guard. Not that it would do me any good. He'd probably fry me the second I laid hands on him. I blinked against the bright lights of the main cavern, watching the drones zip by overhead. If I could reach one and hack it, I could try to send a message outside. But who would I even send it to? I have no one, only my brother, and he's the one who sent me here. Or maybe I could reprogram a drone and ride it all the way to the surface. I wonder if it would carry my weight, and if I could even find my way back through the tunnels. The flash drive bites sharply between my toes, a constant reminder that I'm in danger. I'd been willing to risk it when it was just me, but now I'm courting disaster. What would happen if they found it on me, or in my cell? What would they do to the girls? The last few days had been full of surprises. First Mossi, then Elon. Either one could get me killed if I wasn't careful. I didn't know which one I trusted less. It was tempting to consider them allies, but I was raised to be skeptical and used to looking out for myself. And Jamie. Guilt gnaws at my stomach as I claim my rations and tools. I couldn't stay down here, playing make-believe with other people's children. It would be too easy to focus on surviving, on getting up, doing my work, and getting by. Each day I was left with barely enough energy to think, let alone plan a harrowing escape. But Jamie needed me. Once the Kreons finish re-educating him and ship him off to wherever he's meant to serve, I'll never see him again. And he's the only family I've got. Careful. Mossi puts his hand on my shovel to stop me. I flinch away and look up at him. He points down to where I've been digging. In my frustration, I've been chipping absently away at another flat shard of rock, like the one we found earlier. It's smooth and polished, making it utterly incongruous against the dark earth and rock. I could swear the corner displays a bit of embellished stonework. It's nothing, I say quickly, heaving it into my arms and placing it deep into the anti-grav car. Mossi grabs my wrist and pulls me closer. I want to fight him off, but his grip is like iron. Plus, the gesture isn't threatening, it's secretive. Like he's about to confide in me. Just when I think he's going to say something, he releases me again. I gape at my own reflection in his helmet, which merges strangely with the picturesque scene projecting on it today. Mountains, forests. It reminds me of home, but it's not a comfort. Instead, it feels like a taunt, and suddenly my frustration boils out of me. I shove him with both hands as hard as I can, then instantly regret it as he tumbles over a loose rock and falls hard on the ground. "Don't ever touch me," I say, crossing my arms. He groans, and I lean forward to offer him a hand. I'm not going to apologize, but he is injured after all. I pull him to his feet, but don't let go until he's stable. Just as I'm about to back away again, his helmet glitches, and for just a second, I see through the projection. I scramble backward like one of those crabs I've seen in the river, until my back is against the rock. My chest squeezes painfully, and I can tell by the dust on my tongue that my mouth is open, but nothing comes out. I glance over quickly to the girls. They're all working on the other side of the two carts. None of them are looking this way. Mossi comes over and kneels down next to me. "Are you all right?" My breath comes out in quick, shallow wheezes. I point to his helmet, which looks perfectly normal now. "Raya, what's wrong?" He feels around his helmet and neck. "There was something wrong with your helmet. I thought I saw—" I clamp my mouth shut. What did I see? The screen is placid again now, showing a pool of water with bright orange carp. It must have just been a glitch. I pull myself up into a sitting position and grasp my shovel tightly in front of me. "Raya, tell me exactly what you think you saw." His tone is resigned, but not angry. "Nothing," I say finally. I shiver, although I'm hot and sweating. Mossi looks down the tunnel and then back at me. He steps towards me, and it takes all my self-control not to get up and run. My heart is racing in my chest, and I'm losing grip on my shovel because my hands are sweating so much. I hold it defensively in front of me. "Are you afraid of me, Raya?" Am I? Maybe Elin was right not to trust him. He'd been kind to me. But what if that was just a ploy to gain my sympathy? Something about him was off, and it was more than just the weird suit and helmet. He knew something. More than he should. It depends. I look around the cavern. I'm alone with Mossi in the far corner. The girls can't see us, and neither can any of the guards down the tunnel. "Will you tell me the truth?" "Even if the truth is awful?" he says. I nod. I can work with the truth. And if we're going to be digging down here together and sharing rations, I'd like to know exactly what is going on. That helmet isn't just covering a bad burn, is it? Did they experiment on you? I end in a whisper, daring to lean toward him. Not an experiment, but maybe something even worse. The truth is, you would treat me differently if you knew what I really am. I bite my lip as a strong shiver shoots up my spine. "You don't know that," I argue, immediately defensive. "You've read a lot of strange stories in your childhood, Raya, but none of those would prepare you for a monster like me." He gives me a muffled chuckle. I don't have anything to say to that. He's being coy, almost playful, and I wonder if he's teasing me. Suddenly, my fear feels misplaced. Right now, his helmet is back to normal. Maybe I just imagined it. The lighting is dim down here in the cave, and I didn't sleep well. But mostly, I'm annoyed by his games and done with this conversation. We stand up and watch as the girl's cart moves down the tunnel. "We'd better catch up," I say, with a bit of anger in my tone. I hated being treated like a little girl. Dad used to say stuff like that I wasn't ready for the real world, that I wasn't prepared for the monsters out there. And he didn't just mean the Kreons. I start digging again, throwing dirt into the cart at a faster pace than I usually do. Frustration keeps me working without a break until our cart is full, and we finish most of the next load before the lunch alarm sounds. I feel like I want to throw up as I go check on the girls. I take my time, eating with the girls, not wanting to go back over to Mossi. I find excuses to talk with the girls until our break is done. I give the girls an encouraging smile and slowly walk back to the other side, where Mossi is already digging. I've cooled down and am thinking more clearly. I want to let it go, but I can't. The curiosity is too great. Maybe I was too preoccupied to ignore it before, but nothing about Mossi makes sense. I knew he could be violent, but I thought what happened in the cell was just self-protection. Part of me even pitied him. But now, why did he grab my wrist over a chunk of broken stone? What was it to him? He seemed to know more than he was telling, and if he wasn't new Terra or a regular prisoner, what was he doing all the way down here? Fear and mistrust swarm in my brain until I can't keep quiet any longer. I need to know about the helmet, I whisper harshly. Are you a danger to us? Only if you don't stop asking questions and keep your distance. He kicks his foot against the edge of his shovel, hefting another mound of dirt into the anti-grav cart. I cross my arms and glare at him until he looks up again. No, he says slowly. I'm not a threat. Not to you. But it's a long story. Short version, I say between clenched teeth. He pauses to look at me, then leans on his shovel. I had a disagreement with the Kreons, and my punishment is to be banished down here for the rest of my life. He starts digging again. Seriously? That's it? Hate to break it to you, but that's why all of us are here. You wanted the short version. I step in front of where he's about to jab his shovel. But what about the helmet? I press. He stops and sticks his shovel into the dirt. I know it freaks everyone out. I understand if you need to hate me for it. I frown. This conversation isn't going anywhere. I don't care about the helmet. I snap. I care about the truth. That rock we found. I whisper. It meant something to you, didn't it? This gets his attention again. His head swivels to check the empty tunnel around us before leaning in closer. Close enough I can hear his labored breathing. What did it mean to you, Raya? This is dangerous territory. Neither of us is willing to trust the other, but someone has to open up first. I decide to play my hand. When I was brought here, we stopped at a ship landing strip and I saw the Kreon royal family. You saw the royal family? Mossi sounds incredulous. Well, nobody has seen them. Nobody has seen any Kreon. They were projected on some kind of energy wall. I could just barely see their forms, not specific features. A visitation, he nods. Whatever that meant. They said they were looking for something. Mossi shifts nervously before leaning in even closer. Not here, he whispers. We'll talk later. I look over at the girls. They're still concentrating on their work. Why, are you here to spy on me? I ask. We're completely alone at the end of a dark tunnel, surrounded by miles of solid rock. No, but there are listening devices everywhere in the mines. He points up to the ceiling. There, not a dozen feet over our heads, blending in with the rough dirt ceiling, is a small square box. Crap, I say. Goosebumps rise on my arms. He laughs at my reaction. Yes, so you see, they don't need spies, and they definitely wouldn't trust me with that job anyway. Do the Sentinels know about whatever is wrong with you? Most definitely, is all he says. We start digging next to each other again. The stolen flash drive between my toes is digging into my skin. So hard, I think it must be bleeding. I curse myself for being so eager to find allies that I almost condemned myself instead of just keeping my mouth shut. I'm not even sure why I care so much what Mossi is hiding. After a few minutes of me constantly looking for other surveillance devices, Mossi stops me. Just assume they're all over. You haven't made any plans for escape or anything like that, have you? His tone is light, but I know he's being serious. I shake my head. No, but I wonder why they need to eavesdrop if we all have trackers. I hold up my arm. To keep an eye on what we're digging up? He suggests. I shrug, turning away. I hate that they could be recording our conversations. We dig the rest of the day in silence. I kneel down and use my trowel to pick around a large rock embedded in the wall. The earth holding the stone is looser than the rest of the tunnel, and soon I have to step back as a river of soft dirt falls away, leaving a dark hole. I gasp as I peer inside at the smooth, flat surface. My heart races as we clear away the fallen dirt. This isn't just a broken shard of rock. This one has design and purpose. Look here, Raya. Mossi points to the bottom of the stone, which has some sort of markings on them. We both get on our hands and knees and brush away the dirt, uncovering neat rows of symbols. Do you know what language this is, Raya? I look up at Mossi with surprise. I'd assumed they were just some kind of decoration. I lean closer, tracing my fingers over the soft, curving squiggles, so unlike the hard boxes and slashes of the Kreons script. A touch of gold pigment clings to the marks, gleaming against the dark stone. No, I have no idea. His eyes scan the stone, almost like he can read the writing. Mossi moves closer to me, our heads almost touching. Don't tell anyone what you've found here today. Not yet. He fills the hole furtively, packing dirt over the symbols so they are hidden from view again. Why? I ask, narrowing my eyes. I think this might be what the Kreons are after. Mossi whispers so quietly I almost don't hear him. How do you know this is what they're looking for? I tighten my grip on my shovel. And why should I trust you? Don't say anything, he repeats sternly, facing me until I nod my head in agreement. I know that holding back discoveries from the Kreons could earn me a death sentence. But whatever it is, it's been buried here for centuries, maybe longer. It can wait another day until I hear what Mossi has to say. I jump as the tunnel fills with the evening alarm, and Mossi and I scramble to fill the rest of the cart. I push the glowing button to send it down the tunnel, then glance towards where we were digging to see if I can see the mysterious stone with the ancient writing. But it's a solid wall of dirt. I look over at Mossi, who is holding his shovel loosely over his shoulders. Fine, I say, confirming the terms of our arrangement. But tonight you talk, or I'm telling them everything. Chapter 15. Mossi follows me over to where the girls are waiting for us. We get in line like any other day's end. But this was definitely not a normal day for me. I turn my face to a cool breeze that flows through the center of the compound, feeling my hair stick to the sweat on my neck. I study the exhausted girls, feeling pride swell as their small arms carry mining tools without complaint. Mossi's helmet is displaying that yellow, smiley face again, as impenetrable as always. Of all the masks he wears, this one is my least favorite. A memory tugs at the corner of my mind, of a leering pumpkin. I think my mother and I carved one with a face when I was little, and Jamie was just a baby. Some kind of ritual, something from before the invasion. I'd been too young to understand at the time, and she'd disappeared not long after. It only took one generation for the Kreons to destroy human culture and reduce us to this. Insects scratching at the dirt for survival. Maybe that's all we ever were. I shake my head at myself. We're more than that. But it was hard not to let fear dictate my choices. Mossi and I are trusting each other with a deadly secret, which meant he had my life in his hands. What if he just wanted to tell the guards about our discovery first? Maybe earn his freedom by betraying me as a rebel. I remember the dread I felt each time I went to the trading camp, angry that the Kreons made me fear my own species when we could be supporting each other. The Kreons were invisible puppet masters in the sky, their omnipresence like a buzz in the back of your ear. The mechs brought death or capture swiftly, like a hawk diving for a mouse. Easy enough to avoid if you were careful. Humans were the only things who could lie, steal, cheat, and betray, wearing a smile while stabbing you in the back. Mossi leans forward and whispers, "Calm down. You seem agitated." My face warms and I nod, squeezing my lips tight. I had a habit of talking to myself when anxious. I guess I didn't know I did it that often. As we turn in our shovels and grab our evening rations, I think about the stone we found. It looked like a chunk from a much larger structure or building, but the lines were too clean, cut with precision. I'm eager to get back to digging tomorrow to see what else we can find. I debate with myself whether or not to tell the girls, but I don't want to put them at risk, at least until I learn more from Mossi. I see Elan again as we wait our turn to return to our cell. It crosses my mind that I should warn him about the listening devices. He probably already knows. I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Although I'm not eager to spend the rest of my life in the mines, I also don't want anyone to get hurt. I know I need to talk with him, but the only time I see him, we're surrounded by other people. My fears heighten when Elan passes by with his line and leans in close to whisper in my ear. "Be on the alert tomorrow, Raya." And then he's gone down the tunnel, and I'm left with my heart racing. I squeeze the data stick between my toes. I still haven't had a chance to let him know I have it. Technically, since Jamie and I aren't free, he didn't hold up his end of the bargain, so I don't feel guilty about keeping it longer. It's the only leverage I have left, and I don't want to give it up too freely. Our line starts moving, and the only reason I get to my cell without stumbling on the loose rock beneath my boots is because I've done this trip so many times now. I've lost count of the days. Has it been a week or two? My stomach is flatter than it's ever been, the muscles on my arms tight like wire. Once the cell door closes, I turn and put my forehead against the cold bars, taking a deep breath. The air down here feels earthy, but there's more oxygen than in the tunnels. Maybe they pump it in for us. I ignore the girls behind me as I replay Elan's words in my head. What did he say, Raya? I open my eyes and see Mossi staring at me through the bars. I feel his gaze, even though I can't see his eyes through the projection on his helmet. When he moves, the light from the tunnel shines into his cell, casting him in silhouette. The floor of his cell is barren and rocky. "You don't have a mat to sleep on, Mossi?" He surveys his lair briefly before turning back. "No, but you didn't answer my question." I sigh. I go over to the corner where the girls and I have put all of our old clothes. There are several mats still there. I grab one and walk back over to the door. I can feel the girls' eyes on me. I shove the mat through the bars and reach through them to bend it toward Mossi. He looks down the tunnel. With his cell facing that direction, he probably can see all the way down. Then he reaches between the bars and pulls the mat through. The thin foam smells strongly of disinfectant, but it's better than nothing. "Thank you," he says. I nod and push my forehead against the cold bars again. It feels good after a long day of sweating in the mine. He said I should be careful tomorrow. Mossi grabs the bars of his cell door. Is he planning something? He keeps his voice low, but his tone is tinged with anger. I don't know, honestly. Do you trust him? I look over at Mossi. Not like I do with you. And I realize it's true. I'd rather dig alongside Mossi than Elan any day. Elan hasn't done anything horrible to me, other than stealing my rabbits, which seems like forever ago. There's just something about Elan that gives me pause. He's dangerous and reckless, and his smirk makes me feel confused. I always feel self-conscious around him, and that makes me want to yell and throw things. Even with what little you know of me? Yes. Well, that's not good then. No. I smile sadly. My father always warned me not to trust strangers, and here I was conspiring in shadows with a man whose face I'd never seen. I feel Clarice's hand slip into mine. I look down and smile at her. I'll be back, I say to Mossi. Don't let my bedtime story put you to sleep. You still owe me an explanation. I hear him chuckle as I walk away. Clarice pulls me down to our sleeping mats and the girls sit in a circle around me. I decide to tell them about the legend of Arthur and the sword in the stone. I don't remember the names or details, but I do the best I can. A blade encased in rock meant for the true king, that blazes with fire when drawn by the worthy. A lady in a lake with magical powers, a scabbard that protects the bearer from any injuries. After losing Mom, I read to Jamie until he was old enough to read to himself. With the girls around me and Mossi listening in the darkness, this almost felt like being home. Maybe we'll find our own sword, Janice mutters when I finish, her large eyes fierce, and use it to kill all the Kreons. I look over at her. She's probably 8 or 9, but the hatred in her expression makes her seem older. It reminds me of Elan, and makes me glance around for more listening devices, even though Mossi told me they didn't watch us sleep. I hope I haven't influenced her in any way. Statements like that, overheard by the wrong ears, could be grounds for execution. We'll see what we find, I say, giving her a stern frown. But if we find something, we'll report it to our supervisors. I bet we'll get extra rations if it's something they're looking for. She gives me a strange look, and I wonder if she somehow knows what Mossi and I already uncovered, and that we're basically lying about it. She shrugs and leans back against her mat. I leave the girls to fall asleep and make my way back over to the cell door. Macy? I call softly. After some shuffling, Mossi is back at his bars, his helmet leaning against the metal. Tell me everything, I breathe. What is this thing? Why do the Kreons want it? How do you know about it? You can't ask us to help if you're putting me or the girls in danger. His gloved fingers tap against the bars as he listens to me rattle off questions. They're torn and stained with his blood, but seem dry at least. That story you told, he says, gravely. Is it true? Of course not, I respond. It's a fairy tale, a legend, meant for kids. Mossi sighs. But this legend, it inspired brave knights for centuries. It gave them purpose and meaning. It helped chase away the dark nights and hard times. I suppose so, I say, crossing my arms. Suddenly I feel childish. I'm sure I butchered the story, and it seems like Mossi is more familiar with it than I am. I wonder for the first time how old he is, and if he was around before the Kreon invasion. It's my turn to tell a story, one I heard long ago. It's the only way I can explain things, but to you, it might sound like a fable. I'm too old for bedtime stories. I frown. I want answers, and somehow it feels like Mossi is patronizing me. This legend is what the Kreons have traveled across the galaxy to seek. It is the reason they are here, because they believe it is founded in truth, no matter how unlikely it seems. You're kidding, I say. They took our planet because of a story? The story describes an ultimate power that nearly toppled their empire a long, long time ago. And they think it's here? I guess. Tessa said the Kreons were digging for a weapon. Maybe Mossi did know something after all. Yes, his voice sounds more serious than I've ever heard it, and a chill runs down my spine. He almost sounds afraid. All right, I say. I fold my mat into a pillow and kneel down next to the bars, leaning back against the cold rock of the prison cell. Tell me the story. Mossi takes a deep breath and moves to check down the tunnel, to make sure it's still clear. Then he turns his helmet toward me. I can see my own reflection in the dim light. There was once a princess with great powers. All of her people had some measure of ability, but hers were very special. One day, an alien race invaded her planet and took over, not realizing at first the great powers these people possessed. Kind of like the Kreons invading our planet, not caring about humans. Yes, very much like that. His voice gets lower. The battle was long and bloody, but eventually her people surrendered after her entire family had been slaughtered. This princess was loved by all her people, but was so powerful that the invading king grew nervous. He could not kill her for fear of her people turning against him, and he wanted to find a way to exploit her powers, hoping to someday claim them for himself. So he forced her to marry his son. For the sake of her people, she agreed, at first. But she demanded a proper burial for her slain brother, according to the rights of her people. When the new ruler refused, she snuck out of the palace and did the rites herself, spreading a handful of dirty over his slimy flesh. Then what happened? I ask, caught up in the story. When the new ruler discovered what she'd done, he punished her for her disobedience. She was entombed in a prison of stone on a faraway planet. She was to live there forever, trapped, a palace of the dead. That's awful, I say. Yes, it is, Mossi agrees. But it's not the end of the story. As she lay there, trapped beneath a mountain of stone to keep her from drawing on her power, at the edges of the universe, she was still able to get her revenge. She was that powerful? Yes, Mossi said. Some say she had the power of 1,000 suns. You see, they'd contained her body, but not her spirit. Her powers defied time and space, and with them she reached out to claim vengeance on the conquering ruler. First, enthralling his own son, her betrothed, into death, and then warping his wife's mind with insanity until she took her own life. Destroyed by guilt and shame, the ruler fell into a deep depression. He left her planet and scrubbed the official records from what had occurred. Over the centuries, the pain faded to a distant memory, felt by all his people, a gap in their own history, a violence suffered but not remembered. The history became myth and legend, a forbidden trauma at the root of their collective identity, found somewhere between law and crime. And this dig, the stone we found today, it has something to do with this story? I ask, eager for the ending. Mossi chuckles. You haven't let me finish. Fine, then finish. I grin. In the end, the princess's body shriveled up and faded to dust, but some say the power remained on the planet, seeping into the spring water, breathing through the leaves of the trees, waiting for the moment it could be reclaimed. I frowned, standing up suddenly and rubbing my arms. I don't understand, I said. I thought the Kreons were looking for some kind of weapon. She was the weapon, Mossi said quietly. Wait, the Kreons think this story is real? They think by looting her grave, they'll find some kind of powerful artifact? Something she left behind? They think it's on Earth? Yes, Mossi confirms. Anger rises inside me. This whole 30-year invasion by the Kreons has been because of a legend. They destroyed human civilization, chasing rumors and whispers. Ultimate power is very attractive to those who desire it, at any cost. Mossi says simply, but magic? The Kreons have tech beyond our imagination, yet they're chasing a fairy tale across the galaxies, trying to right some ancient tragedy, because they got their ass handed to them that one time? I mean, a lost princess? Seriously? I grip the bars tightly with my hands. It's what I've been told. And they're using us to dig this thing up. They aren't after our minerals, our world, or our people. They just want this powerful object, which has been down here this whole time. A feather in their cap. A sword in the stone. Mossi nods. And humanity is just an annoying distraction, like a bug caught in your eyelashes. My mind is numb with the whole idea. I feel nauseous and neither of us speaks for several minutes. This is what I lost my mother to, and my father, and now Jamie. So the Kreons could reclaim some ancient, legendary power that was buried beneath the shopping malls and post offices and sports stadiums. Things my father had pointed out to me and tried to explain. Remnants of the civilization I'd never get to enjoy. And you believe this story? I look over at him. That there really is some sort of magical talisman that could make the Kreons even more powerful than they already are? You think what we found today means we're close? Yes. You don't? I shake my head. Part of me thinks Mossi is just making this up, but I can't think of any reason why he'd go to such lengths to lie to me. I honestly don't know what to think. I love a good princess story, but it seems pretty far-fetched. Except something the royal said when I saw them at the landing strip. They called it an artifact, the vajra. They certainly seemed determined to find it. That's why they sent me here. They said they needed all the workers they could find, that they were getting close. Mossi's head snapped up when I said its name. I wondered where he'd heard it before, and how he'd gotten all this information. Nobody knew about this stuff. Nobody knew anything about the Kreons. We seemed to know far more than most, and we were buried so deep underground it didn't matter. If it is there, we need to make sure the Kreons don't get control of it, says Mossi quietly. I want to roll my eyes or scoff, but I don't. I hear my father's voice in the back of my mind, telling me to stay safe, not to get involved. Jamie needs you. But look where that had gotten us. I curl my dirty fingers into fists until my nails cut into my palms. I'm done playing safe. Not sure what else to say, I tell Mossi goodnight and roll over onto my mat. My mind is still reeling with the story he's told me. It's hard to believe it's true, but Mossi doesn't seem to be the type to make up strange stories just for fun. I thought of Elon's warning. Was he planning an escape? Was he going to get us all killed? Dread fills me as I realize, one way or another, tomorrow might be our last day in the mines. I wake up before the yellow warning light. Since sleep is so precious, this simple act makes me feel unsettled. There are some days you can just feel in your bones. I lay there staring at nothing in the dark, but decide I might as well use the extra time to clean myself up. I yearn for the hot showers of the compounds, cursing the Kreons at the same time for introducing me to them before taking them away. Instead, they bring us a daily allotment of communal water, and personal hygiene has always seemed less pressing in the mines than dehydration. I usually make sure the girls drink enough water, and use whatever is left to rinse out the portable toilet that's been installed in the corner. The guards seem to clean it out every day, and spray our cell with some kind of disinfectant. But the strong chemical scent gives me headaches. But I'm tired of smelling my own body odor, and decide to pamper myself with a scrub down. I rinse a torn scrap of yellow fabric, what's left of my uniform from the compounds, and wash my face and neck. After glancing through the bars to make sure Mossi is still sleeping, I lift my shirt and wipe my breasts and armpits. For a moment, I feel a bit more like myself, even though I know I'm just going to get dirty again. This is one small thing I can do, one thing I have control over. I'm anxious about the stones with the writing on it. If Mossi's right, we're getting close to whatever the Kreons are looking for. I can't help but wonder what will happen when we find it. The yellow light finally comes on, and I get up with the girls and get dressed. They are all excited because of the story I told last night, but I feel like I've lied to them, and I can't forget the anger in Janice's eyes. We aren't living in a magical adventure. Each day, we don't tell the supervisor about our find. I'm putting the girls in more danger. If the Kreons got what they wanted, wouldn't they just leave us alone? Disappear into the starry sky in their great metal ships? Mossi wanted to keep it away from them, but maybe Janice had the right idea. If it was some kind of weapon, maybe it could be used against them somehow. As we line up to get our shovels and morning rations, Ellen's group stops next to us, waiting for their turn. He's a few men behind me, and his expression is dark. He glances at the girls and then glares at Mossi's back. He makes some kind of gesture. I narrow my eyes and turn around. I'm not sure if it's an insult or a warning. His line starts moving past us. As he walks past, he bumps me and whispers, "Be ready." For what? I hiss, but he's already out of earshot. My heart races as all sorts of scenarios go through my mind. Part of me expects our excavation site to be buzzing with drones and mech guards, but it's eerily dark and quiet. Our tunnel looks exactly as we left it. A flat wall of dirt, illuminated by the bright torch of a single standing lamp. I think about ripping off the protective panel to access the battery, but I'm already carrying too much contraband as it is, and I didn't know what use a battery would be against the mech guards. I hold my breath as we uncover the piece of stone we found yesterday. It's as long as my arm and I can barely lift it. I stack it to the side, peering into the darkness behind it, but it's just more dirt. After a few hours of digging, I'm starting to get frustrated. I jump every time the girls throw a rock into the anti-grav cart. We find several more bricks with designs and symbols on them. They are pretty, with long curving letters and small circles and dots. I put my shovel down and use my hands to carefully dig them out of the earth, pulling them out and stacking them up together against the wall. It's nearly time for lunch when my shovel hits something solid. I strike deep, clearing away more dirt in another spot, but I'm stopped again and again by the hidden barrier. A shiver runs down my spine as I step back to see what I've uncovered. The stone is perfectly smooth, extending in all directions. Not broken bits of rubble, like what we found so far. The silence rings in my ears, and I notice the girls have joined me, staring up at the wall with wide eyes. Mossi clears away more dirt and stones on either side, but the rock seems to extend forever. Finally, we find an edge, but it's just a hairline crack between another massive stone. These megaliths are bigger than my cabin. One, and I could have discounted as a natural phenomenon, some kind of weird geology or volcanic rock. Two, fitted together like this. It makes the hair on the back of my neck rise. "How old is it?" I ask. 30,000 years? Mossi says. Maybe more. He starts digging at the base of the wall until a deep trench forms. I send Janice and Clarice to ask for the ladder so we can reach higher. 20 minutes later, I hear them return, the ladder clanging between the two of them. We set the ladder up eagerly, and I climb up to work on the top of the wall, knocking down piles of dirt for the girls to shovel to the side. We send the anti-grav cart full of dirt, but leave out the chunks of embellished stone we found. There are too many of them to hide, and we don't want the Kreons to find out what we've discovered until we find a way in. When our rations come back in the empty cart, we sit in a row, staring at the structure. It looks like it could withstand a nuclear blast. "There's got to be a door or an opening or something," Mossi mutters. He's nearly up to his neck now, digging deeper into the earth. The smooth expanse of rock dwarfs him. The giant stones are fitted together perfectly, but grooved with subtle lines forming some kind of larger, jagged pattern. They remind me of the discarded computer circuitry I've seen on electronic devices, but on an impossible scale. I'm so absorbed I don't notice footsteps behind me until it's too late. The mech guard stands like a statue behind me, and its red eyes glow in the darkness of the tunnel. "You found it," he says. There's emotion in his voice that doesn't fit the metal shell and wires of its robotic body. Awe, or maybe dread. My heart sinks as I look up into his mechanical face. So much for keeping secrets. Chapter 16. He raises the laser cannon on his arm, and I shield the girls protectively with my body. "Did you just uncover this today?" he asks, pointing at the wall. My hands get clammy as I look up at the guard. I nearly choke on the last bit of protein bar I've just stuffed in my mouth. "Yes, we figured we'd get it cleaned up a bit more before showing you. We found these too," I say, gesturing at the row of broken shards of stone against the dirt wall of the cave. The red eyes blink, and I can almost hear him processing. Then he turns and hustles off without another word. "We need to see what's in there before they some typusay upopsopontelt supervisor, Raya." "How?" I ask, swallowing my panic. I wrap my knuckles on the hard stone. Mossi jerks his head, and I follow him towards the trench. My eyes widen as I see what he's uncovered. It's the triangular arch of a doorway, framed by pieces of decorative stone like the ones we found earlier. I can see that some of them are broken off, and the doorway itself leans crookedly to one side. I lower myself into the pit and help him, awkwardly shoveling out more dirt for the girls to collect. There's barely room for the two of us. Mossi's shoulder brushes up against mine as we dig deeper with our hands. I automatically lean away. It takes 20 minutes just to uncover the top of the doorway, even though it's already taller than I am. But there's no opening that I can see, just a solid slab of black obsidian. I can see designs and texture on the whole door now. I step back and look at it. It's beautiful, but foreign at the same time. I wonder about the story Mossi told me. This looks like the entrance to an important building, not a mausoleum. Why build something this large, just to contain one rebel princess? "What do you want us to do?" asks one of the older girls, leaning over the pit. From her body language, I think she's still nervous around Mossi. Most of the girls have just accepted his presence, though they still keep their distance. I realize with a start we've spent the last few hours working side by side. For all his strangeness, I was starting to think of him as an ally, maybe even a friend. "Choose another girl to work with you," I say. "We'll lift up buckets of dirt. You can grab them and pass them to the others. I'm hoping that if she works with us, it will put her at ease around Mossi. If anything happens to me, they need another adult who can look out for them." Her smile freezes, but she looks at the door and nods. She picks one of the other girls, and they grab buckets to hand down to us. "The rest of you get busy clearing the other end of the wall. Maybe you'll find another window or door. This building can't be that big." I smile at them as they take their exhausted little bodies to the other side of the tunnel to work. I need them to keep busy. It's hard not to be drawn to the impressive entrance we've uncovered, but I can't have them blocking the light as we work. Once we finally scrape our way to what looks like the bottom of the doorway, I have the two girls start digging around the wall to the side of the door, while Mossi and I work on figuring out whether or not we can get it open. So tell me what they're looking for, I whisper as we try to leverage the door open with one of the shovels. There's no handle or anything to grab onto. He pulls the shovel out of my hand and starts tapping on the door experimentally. The two girls are out of hearing as long as I stay close to him when I speak. I'm not sure why I'm still keeping secrets from them, but I don't want them to find out we made unreported discoveries, or that we discussed hiding it from the Kreons. Honestly, nobody really knows. The ancient records show the basic outline of the tomb, but the location and details were lost. A shiver creeps up my spine. I frown and wipe sweat across my brow, leaving a trail of dirt. Who was Mossi, really? How could he have gained access to these ancient Kreon plans? Before I can ask, the alarm sounds again, sending the girls scurrying toward me. It's fine, I call. They've probably just reported our find. Keep working, and I'm sure we'll be rewarded. I hate myself for giving them false hope, but I need them distracted for now. Mossi pounds on the door in frustration. I've never seen him so unsettled. Even if we find this ancient artifact, I whisper, won't they just take it away from us once we find it? Not if we can disable it first. He stops and looks at me. At least his helmet is pointed in my direction, so I'm assuming he's looking at me. This weapon, what do you think will happen to the humans they've enslaved if they get it? To the compounds? And the miners? Everything has been in service of this one agenda. Do you really think they'll still need you? That they'll even stay? For a second, hope flares in my chest at the thought of the Kreon finding their ancient artifact and leaving, disappearing back into space, taking their robots with them. But then I think about Jamie, and my stomach clenches painfully. What are you trying to say? I whisper, my hands clenched tightly to my sides. Right now, the Kreon Empire is spread across galaxies, but it takes them decades to travel between all their outposts. Centuries, even. Imagine if they could travel at the speed of light. Further and further, consuming everything in their path. Hundreds of worlds. Thousands. It'll never stop. Anger rises up in me. I place my hand on the doorframe for balance. That's why they've invested in the compounds, in training human slaves. They're counting on a long-term outpost. But if they leave, they'll take their new pets with them. He lowers the shovel, and his arms hang at his sides. I bite my lip as the girls walk by with a bucket for the cart. No wonder Mossi was so determined to find the artifact. My head is buzzing with all that Mossi has said, and the warnings that Elin gave me this morning. I feel stuck between two worlds. I could try to escape with Elin and leave everything behind, or take a stand and fight the Kreon. For real. By destroying the one thing they want most. I couldn't help thinking about New Terra. This was the intel that Tessa had gone into the compound to find. People were risking their lives for this information, and somehow I'd ended up right in the center of it, about to discover it with my own hands. But it was much worse than they even imagined. It wasn't just a weapon or power source. It was a chance for the Kreon to have unlimited and total dominion over everything. Once they got it, no planet in the universe would be safe from them or beyond their reach. I remember the anger I felt when first coming to the mine, of everything the Kreon had taken from me. I'd never wanted any part of the rebellion. After my parents disappeared, I just wanted to avoid everything and retreat from the world. But somehow fate had led me here. If the Kreon found their artifact, They'd take Jamie to serve in their violent empire, plundering and burning their way through the skies. Maybe I'd never see the stars again. Maybe I'd be buried down here like Mossi's dead princess. But I could do this one thing, this one act of defiance, even if it meant sacrificing myself so that Jamie might one day be free. Okay, I say finally. I trust you. If you say the Kreon can't get this thing, we won't let them. Whatever it takes. He nods and turns his attention back to the door. We don't have much time, Mossi says. Now that they know the door is here, they'll widen the tunnels for the mechanical drills. I turn to examine the door again. I have Mossi wedge his shovel at one edge of the smooth rock, and I wedge mine at the other. We pull the shovels outward, trying to pry the door loose. I'm sweating when I finally hold a hand up to stop. This isn't working, I say. He runs his gloved hand over the carved stone. Maybe it's not supposed to open like a regular door. What do you mean? I step beside him. There's no door handle or any hinges visible. Right. That's why I'm trying to pry it open. But I think we need to slide it up instead. I shake my head. Most doors open outward, and if it's full of dirt on the other side, we'll have to break it into pieces and keep digging. He bobs his head. Let's try anyway. Come on. He points to my side of the door and places both hands on his side. Push. I'm doubtful, but I do, as he says. We push up with all of our strength, digging our boots into the dirt to give us more leverage. But nothing happens. It's way too heavy to lift, especially since we can't put something beneath it for leverage. What about sliding it sideways? I ask. We try again, awkwardly pushing to the left, and then the right. I'm about to give up when I feel the stone catch on something. We strain against the rock, and I feel the door sliding into the earth, rolling on an invisible mechanism. The door keeps going as we push, and soon I feel an icy chill that curls my breath into a fine mist past my lips. I look at Mossi, my eyes wide. You were right. We've only opened the door halfway, but it's already created a gap that's just big enough for us to slip through. I marvel at the dark void. I'm afraid so. We need to hurry. He looks nervously down the tunnel. I can hear the clank of heavy machinery, and it's getting closer. I look between him and the darkness on the other side of the door. Then let's go, I say. He nods his head. The two girls working with us crowd closer, excited to see inside the chamber. I touch each of their shoulders softly. We don't know what kind of creepy things we might find in there. It might not be treasure or the fun things we talked about. It could be dangerous, so I need you to stay here and look out for the other girls. They seem disappointed, and only my sharp look keeps them from arguing. I watch as they join the girls on the other side of the cave. Then I reach into my pocket and pull out several unused glow sticks. I crack two open and hand one to Mossi. He raises it above his head, casting himself in fluorescent green light, and steps into the darkness. I follow, my heart beating loudly. We find the room nearly empty of dirt. Wide stone stairs lead down into a rectangular cavern, perfectly cut out of the rock. The floor is set with large patterned tiles, and the ceiling is so high I can barely make it out under the feeble light from the glow stick. Decorated pillars as round as trees flank us as we creep slowly forward, and I have a feeling the expanse around us is even larger than what I can see. This room has been well preserved, I say. Mostly. I walk carefully forward, looking around in the grim greenish glow of our lights, with Mossi following close beside me. The room looks like it extends into the darkness forever. I stop and head away from the wall to see how far the opposite side goes. In the middle of the room, I step down into a dip in the floor, twisting my ankle. Mossi catches me before I fall. I look down to see deep groves have been cut down the length of the room. "Think this was for water?" I ask. He shrugs. "I heard liquid mercury was piped through to keep her power suppressed. This could be one of those channels." Is all I can think of to say. I gingerly place weight on my foot and step over the channel with a slight limp. Finally, we make our way to the central chamber, where a raised platform offers a wide stone sarcophagus, made of a translucent purple rock I think might be amethyst, and trimmed with gold. It sparkles in the light as we approach. Behind it, tall pillars of black stone stand guard like a crown, covered in the dense alien script we'd seen earlier. They remind me of tombstones. Mossi steps closer to them, lifting his light to study the markings. Their gold pigment is mostly intact, making the letters seem to glow as Mossi moves his hand. Stone shelves, hidden in recesses along the walls, beckon with gleaming objects made of onyx and gold. We find sealed vases, figurines carved in amazing detail, and an assortment of stone and ceramic vessels. The whole thing reminds me of the sacrificial altars I saw in one of Dad's old magazines. A pang goes through my chest as I picture my cabin. It seems so long ago that I was living there. I stumble as pain shoots up my leg and lean heavily against the stone sarcophagus. "Are you sure you're all right?" Mossi turns to look back at me. "I'm fine. Just remembering something." "Does this remind you of the last ancient alien tomb you raided?" It takes me a moment to realize he's kidding. I'll bet he's smiling under that helmet, even if I can't see it. I walk around the square box, my fingers tracing the stone. Something cold rolls away at my touch. I reach deeper beneath the lid to find small shelves hidden under the lip of the slab of stone. More objects are tucked away on these discreet cavities. I kneel down to get a better look. Mossi kneels next to me. We study the objects together. They're perfectly preserved, as if they were made yesterday, but I have no idea what they're for. Most look like they're made of gold and silver with all shades of jewels set in the designs that wrap around them. Some are in shapes of strange creatures and plants and flowers I don't recognize. Each one must be worth a small fortune. I pick up a metal insect and my eyes go round as I realize it's a tiny machine, like nothing I've ever seen before. "This is amazing," I say. My voice echoes in the dark space. I take a deep breath, then rub my arms and shiver against the cold. "The Kreons will take all this away, won't they?" He nods his helmet. "Do you think any of these are what they're looking for?" "I don't think so," he says. "Maybe it's inside." He nods at the stone coffin. I shudder, but he's probably right. That lid probably weighs 5 tons. There must be a hidden mechanism, like the door, he says, shoving and pushing on different parts of the stone box. I frown, looking at the assortment of items and the large stone pillars behind the tomb. It reminds me of something I saw once, in the stained glass ruin of a church. Stepping closer, I realize there's a small alcove in the middle of the largest stone. I put my hand inside the shadowy space of dark rock cautiously, feeling around, then look down at the metallic seams laid into the floor, spreading out like rays of the sun. "It's a circuit," I breathe. Mossi's head snaps towards me. "See? Something goes here. Something is missing. I think we're supposed to choose." "An offering," Mossi nods. "The Lucarit were a superstitious people." I ignore the unfamiliar word, or the fact that Mossi knows it, and pull out as many objects as I can find from the hidden cupboards and shelves. I make a pile of everything lined with silver, copper, and gold, then divide it into objects of roughly the right shape and size. I toss them to Mossi one by one, who fits them into the slot before discarding them to the side. Just as I'm about to toss him another, I feel a rumbling beneath me. A shower of dust and pebbles falls lightly from the ceiling, pattering around me like hail. Do you feel that? I look to Mossi. Yes, we don't have much time. I kick over the scattered objects on the ground with my foot. We've already tried everything the right shape and size. I hold my glow stick between my teeth for better light, and pick up the discarded objects to study them more closely. My pulse quickens when I lift a carved horse made of black onyx, and notice it's wearing silver shoes and a golden crown. When I hold the light behind it, I can just make out slim channels of metal running through the figurine like wires. Try this one, I say, running to Mossi and shoving it in his hands. I hold my breath as he places it carefully into the recessed altar and adjusts it until we hear an audible click. I take a step backwards as the thin lines of copper set into the dark stone panels flicker slowly with beads of light. It reminds me of a slumbering giant, blinking sleep out of its eyes. We hear a rumbling noise and turn to see the lid of the sarcophagus sliding open, slowly revealing the interior. But the entire room is shaking now. I try to keep my footing, but a stronger vibration throws me to the floor. Mossi manages to hold on to the edge of the crypt as we ride out what feels like giant waves, like we're a ship at sea being tossed by a storm. Somewhere in the darkness, vases shatter against the stone floors, and in the distance I hear the girls screaming. When it finally stops, I scramble to get a handhold on the stone crypt to pull myself up. Mossi helps me stand. Think we did that? He looks down at me. I shake my head as I cling to his arm, my ankle throbbing. Felt more like explosions, I say. Big ones. I think the revolutionists are setting charges in the mine. Anger rises as I remember Elon's warning and the important data stick I have in my shoe. I silently curse him for planning a stupid attack when this was so much more important. But I'm also afraid I just missed my only chance to escape. He warned me twice to be ready, and I was down here, exploring. Maisie turns his helmet toward me. It's flickering again, like a projection on the fritz. I frown. Mossi? Your helmet? He turns and slowly reaches up to his neck. His helmet clears and looks normal again. The projection shows a cartoon bunny with buck teeth. It's so out of place, I bite my lip to keep from laughing. Then we lean over to inspect the inside of the sarcophagus. It's empty. I don't understand, Mossi says slowly. I frown as he climbs into the stone box, feeling the floor and walls with his gloved fingers. He opens his mouth to say something else, but we're tossed by a single violent tremor that rips through the chamber. Several loud booms can be heard from deep in the mine, and soon more tremors roll through the ground. I fall at the feet of the sacrificial slab as dirt and large rocks tumble on top of me. I've lost track of where Mossi is, so I curl up against the stone tomb for protection. I cover my head with my arms as I'm buried by pieces of stone and dirt. Then the floor gives way. I plunge through the sudden opening and slam into the ground below, knocking the air from my lungs. A chunk of stone hits my hip, sending pain shooting through me. My heart pounds in my chest and I choke on dust. Several more tremors go through the cavern, and the weight from the dirt and rock presses painfully against me. I've lost my glow stick, and it's so dark I can't even tell if my eyes are open. I take forced breaths in the small space I've made with my arm around my head. I start shivering as the reality of my situation seems to awaken me from a dream. I calm my breathing to preserve my air. My ears ring from the absolute quietness of the dirt chamber. The stone floor is ice cold, but I press my cheek onto it anyway. A small part of me disconnects from reality, wondering where my brother is and if he's all right. But most of me is panicking inside because I really don't want to die. Not here, not like this. My head pounds, and my ears are still ringing slightly. I think I hear scratching noises that might be someone digging, but I wonder if it's just insects, and then I start picturing them crawling over me in the darkness. I resign myself to the fact that it'll take a long time before anyone comes to my rescue. If they do at all. I don't know how far I fell, but I sense I'm even deeper in the earth than I was before. I blink the debris out of my eyelashes and realize I can still see a little. I'm in some kind of small stone chamber with a low ceiling. Bioluminescent fungi cling to the walls, emitting a dim glow. I'm surprised there's any kind of life this deep. Scratches line the floor and walls, the same kind of writing like what I saw on the doors above, but rough, like they were scratched with a stick or bare fingers. I squint at the subtle gleam of something a few feet away. Some kind of ribbed machinery, the silver giving off an almost palpable glow. I shake my head, clearing my vision, and my stomach twists as the scene comes into focus. It's a rib cage. It looks human, but it's covered in powdered mercury, like glitter. As I watch, it collapses into a pile of shiny flakes. I back away suddenly, kicking against the rocks that cover my legs, until my spine presses against the wall. Something sharp slices into my elbow, dragging a sharp cry from my lips. My arm feels warm and wet. My lips tremble, but I force myself to take deep breaths until the panic subsides. I imagine myself in my meadow, caring for my garden, planting neat, even rows of broccoli and green beans. 1, I count the stems. 2, 3, 4, 5. Despite the throbbing pain in my hip and ankle, I'm shaken up but unscathed. I tell myself that nothing down here can hurt me, though I'm not sure I believe it. I stagger to my feet, brushing off the sand and dirt and testing my ankle. I take a few steps and it holds my weight. It's hard to see in the dim light, but if I squint into the darkness, I can just make out the depth of the chamber. The floor is uneven, unlike the vast hall above. At first I mistake the haphazard bumps for piles of dirt, but little scraps of metal and leather stick out, and somehow I know they're weaponry and armor. Some kind of battle took place here. I'm walking on a carpet of crushed bones and corpses. I reach for the handle of what must have been a sword, but it disintegrates in my grasp. There's a coolness in the air that's almost organic, and I swear I can smell dried herbs. Pigment clings to the walls, which must have once displayed some kind of mural. In one corner, the ceiling and walls are blackened with soot. I suck in a sharp breath as I realize this isn't just a burial chamber. Someone had lived down here. I turn back to the silver skeleton I saw when I fell. It's lying on some kind of raised slab. Most of it is just dust now, but I can see fragments of the skull and scraps of metal that must have been jewelry, bracelets, necklaces, and a crown. The remains are nearly flat, like they'd been fused with the rock below. But something is off about it. There are too many pieces, like it has more limbs than it should. There is more than one body here. The other is harder to make out, less preserved, but I can tell the position of its head and hands from the dark, bluish metal of its crown and the pair of long, curved swords. A shiver runs down my spine. Whatever happened here, it didn't match the story Mossi told me. I hear noises above, and they're getting closer. The ceiling shudders, and a small opening reveals itself as a stone is pulled away. Relief spills through me. I find myself face to face with the dirt-smeared and scratched helmet of Mossi. Are you all right, Raya? I brush the dirt away from my face and take deep breaths. I think so. What happened? Looks like the explosions collapsed part of the floor, he says darkly. Give me your hand. I'll get you out of there. More tremors shake the ground and walls, and we both freeze in place. These feel deeper, slower, like the earth below is tearing apart. We have to leave, Mossi says. This whole place is coming down. I'm about to reach for his hand when a golden light begins to glow from inside the secret burial chamber. It pulses like a beacon, growing brighter and brighter. I peer closer and notice the strange glow is coming from inside the wall. The tip of a blade emerges from a gap between two stones. This must be what sliced my elbow earlier. I pinch the edge carefully and wiggle it out until the stone is loose enough for me to grab. The yelling and distant metal footfalls of the guards far above is muted by all the dirt surrounding me. Time seems to slow as I reach my hand into the crack that is now lit up like the sun. I wrap my hand around the glowing object and pull out a radiant crystal dagger. Then I feel my hand begin to burn. Light snakes up my arm in thin lines, flickering like lightning along my skin. I cry out and try to drop it, but I can't. The dagger is so hot, it's literally burning into my hand. The golden light continues to pump through my veins. I can feel it warm up my whole body. Then the pain fades, leaving a deep calm. What did you find? Mossi looks back down at me. The dagger is now dark and cool against my skin. It looks like it's been forged from one piece of black metal. Pink gemstones sparkle from the handle, and my blood stains the edge of its blade. I shake my head and steady my breathing. It felt like I was being roasted alive, but I seem to still have all my fingers. Whatever it was, it's gone for now. But I want out of this hole, filled with ancient dead aliens. I tuck the dagger carefully into my boot before approaching the small hole in the ceiling. Nothing. Just cut myself on something sharp. Get me out of here. Mossi lowers his arm as far as he can, but I still need to take a running jump to reach him. His strong hands grab my wrist, and he drags me painfully up out of the dirt. I collapse on top of him, then roll onto the polished floor of the large hall. Its surface has been cracked by large boulders, and a few of the pillars have crumbled. A great tear rips through the wall behind the altar, and the purple sarcophagus is split into jagged chunks of crystal. Mossi stands first and offers me a hand up. The glare against his helmet surrounds him like a green halo. The visor display must have been damaged by falling rocks. It's glitching worse than usual. Your helmet again, Mossi. I rasp. I cough dirt out of my lungs. He reaches up a hand to the back of his helmet, banging on it like a busted radio, and his face shield clears. Not completely, but enough to see the large reptilian eyes and skin that looks like blue leather. Something tells me it's not just another projection. Chapter 17. I scramble out of his grasp, backing away from him slowly. But then a sound makes both of us turn. A huge slab of rock tumbles down the wide stairs, and a beam of light pierces the heart of the dark tomb. We're coming, Raya! Clarice shouts into the darkness. But some of the girls are injured. My stomach sinks. They couldn't figure out the door, so they blasted their way in. My head is spinning, but there's no time to think. Get them all gathered together. Ask the guards for medical help. We'll dig ourselves out. Go! Desperate to preserve any small thing I can, I reach down and start grabbing some of the shiny trinkets around the sarcophagus and shoving them into my pockets. We hear noise and shouting outside in the tunnel. Mossi and I scramble toward the doorway as the ceiling begins to collapse. My elbow and hip is throbbing painfully, and I can feel something warm drip down my fingers. The floor bounces like a trampoline as it's pummeled by heavy boulders. I look up to see Mossi is already at the top of the stairs, silhouetted by the light of the exit, reaching a hand back toward me. The ancient objects rattle and crash on the stone floor around the crypt, like cymbals building towards a deafening crescendo, spurring my escape. I turn my head and see the walls and pillars buckling. Waves of dirt and rock fill the chamber from all sides. Something strikes me in the head, and I'm on the ground again, my bloody fingers pressing against the cold marble floor. I can hear Mossi yelling at me to get up, but I can't move. I look down and stare at my arm as the light inside me dims, going from a bright golden to just a pale glow within my veins like a web. Soon, the light is completely gone, and I'm left in the dark and cold, and buried under dirt and debris. Then the floor feels like it's tilting. Earth and stone rain down on me, but I don't feel it. I feel like I'm flying up the stairs. Gentle hands carry me into the light and set me lightly in a pile of dirt. Raya! Mossi's voice, nearby. I can't carry you through, the opening is too narrow. You've got to do it yourself. I nod my head, which feels woozy. I hurt all over now, but I stumble to my feet and crawl through the tight opening on my hands and knees. The doorway has been reduced to a narrow crevice, filled with dirt. Are the girls all right? I ask, as soon as my body is free from the crypt. My head is pounding, and I can barely hear my own voice through the ringing in my ears. My heart races as I remember the screaming. Not sure yet. I came back for you first. Mossi climbs over the dirt and chunks of rock for a better look. Some of the ceiling out here has fallen too. The packed dirt replaced by dangling roots that hang like tendrils. I blink against the sudden brightness. Why is it so bright in here, Mossi? I look down at my body, afraid to find it glowing. It's not me. I breathe out a sigh of relief. Some of the miners brought lights to shine at the portal. I nod, tears threatening to fall as I peer through the crowd of men for the girls. I clench my hands to my chest, feeling my heartbeat against my bruised ribs as I watch for them. My girls. Our tunnel is busier than I've ever seen it, full of mech guards and anti-grav carts moving in supplies. The standing spotlights focused on the entrance are so bright, it almost feels like I'm above ground again. I'm about to get up and go searching when I hear Clarice's small voice calling my name. Her little face pushes through the crowd, and her eyes go wide when she finds me. She darts between the remaining bystanders and climbs the dirt pile to tackle me. We roll to the side with Clarice squeezing my hurting ribs. I just grunt and take it, glad to see she's all right. I sit up and pull her onto my lap, pushing her dark curls away from her face. Where are the others? I ask. Through tears, she tells me how they were walking toward the doorway when the earthquake hit. A few of the girls were struck by falling rocks, but most of them managed to take cover under one of the anti-grav carts. Janice is really hurt, she says as she starts sobbing. Raya. The deep voice makes my body go cold. Elon. I twist my neck to look at him, and pain shoots down my spine. He's bending over me, his eyes wide with concern. I can imagine what I look like. I'm covered in blood and sweat and dirt, but I'm too angry to care. Deep down, I'm relieved at seeing a familiar face, and I hate him for it. It's a reminder of the home I can never have. You, I growl. Was this you? I can explain. He looks nervously around. Later. I'm scared and exhausted and in pain. Part of me wants to hug him so tight he can't breathe. Instead, I push Clarice to the side and punch Elon as hard as I can. It probably hurts me more than it does him. He rubs his jaw, then runs a hand through his messy hair. I just wanted to make sure you're all right. He looks away, making sure no one is nearby. Dirt and days of stubble darken his sharp jawline, but his eyes are still the same greenish-brown. "But why this?" I hiss back over Clarice's head. "Why now?" "We've opened up an escape tunnel. After things settle down, when the extra guards are busy with this structure you've discovered." He nods at the doorway. "We can sneak out." At what cost? Rage seethes through my body as I point over his head to where the mech guards are loading Janice's tiny body onto a stretcher. She's got her head facing me, and I can see she's crying and reaching toward me with bloody fingers. "You could have killed us all. There had to have been a better way." He crosses his arms, rolling back on the balls of his feet. "There wasn't—" He frowns. I try to get up, but Mossi places a soft hand on my shoulder. "They're taking her to medical. Nothing you can do right now for her," he says sadly. I look up into his chrome helmet. I can't forget what I saw in Tomb, but it seems like a bad dream now. It was dark down there, and I was injured. Maybe it was just another glitch. I don't really believe it, but the alternative makes my blood run cold. That Mossi isn't human, that he never has been. Between him and Elan, I'm not sure who I trust less. Clarice shakes in my arms as she cries. I tell Mossi to find her some water, and I watch as he leads her away, the tiny girl's hand in the gloved palm of this massive brute. I blink back the tears and turn to Elan. All of this is too much to handle. I've never felt this many conflicting emotions in my life, but I can't break down right now. I finally have a moment alone with Elan, and there are things we need to discuss. "You need to get all the minors out, including the girls." He kneels down so his face is inches away. With all the noise and commotion around us, nobody will overhear our conversation. "I'm sorry about the girl, but if you join us, we'll save as many as we can." I look back up into Elan's stormy eyes. "So that's the only way you'll save the rest of us? If I swear to join your little rebellion? Is that why you're down here? Or is it just because you need the data stick?" I whisper, leaning up into his ear. I need to make sure Elan knows how disgusted I am that he would sacrifice other humans just because they don't want to play his game. His eyes widen. "You still have it?" He breathes. I hesitate, then nod. He stares at me as we hear footsteps approach, holding my gaze until they pass. "And that's not what I meant. I got caught sneaking around the mines. I just wanted to make sure you were alive. I came here for you." "So it's my fault you're down here," I snapped. "Why do you have to twist everything I say?" He frowns. Heat rises to my face, but it's not anger this time. He came here for me. I know it's not what he meant, but being this close to him, staring into his eyes, fills me with warmth. I don't think I've ever been this close to another human in my life. "It doesn't matter why I'm here, but I'll do my best to get you out. All of you." Something stirs within me, a desire to be free of this dirt and rock and to see sunshine again. My father would be disappointed in me. He always said you couldn't put a price on human life, and now I was bartering lives for information, just to save my own skin. No matter how many we save, it won't be enough. But I want to see the clouds again, breathe in the trees and fresh air, taste real vegetables from our garden. If Elan had a way out, I'd take it, whatever the cost. "When?" I ask. "Tomorrow." "We'll be ready." I nod. Suddenly, I'm filled with gratitude. I expected to find Elan gone, that he'd already left without me, and that I'd be stuck here forever. I won't say thank you, but he sees it in my eyes. He reaches out and touches my free arm, but then flinches. "What in the world?" His eyebrows knit together as he stares down at me. I reach with my other hand and pull down my sleeve, trying to cover as much skin as possible. Do you have a fever, Raya? You're burning up. I'm fine, apart from being buried alive. You should try it sometime. I allow myself the smallest of smirks, and he grins in response. Mossi is coming back toward me, handing out candy bars with a crowd of girls surrounding him. I guess the guards did give us extra rations after all. His pace picks up, and the girls have to practically run over the freshly fallen dirt to keep up with him. Elan stands up quickly and walks off, giving Mossi a wide berth. I can feel stickiness on my cheeks. I don't know if it's tears or blood. Now that the adrenaline is draining from my body, the weight of it all is hitting me. My legs feel shaky, and I clench my jaw to keep my lips from trembling. The guards yell at us to clear the area, and I drag myself to my feet. We climb down the dirt pile and line up against the far wall. More mech guards come marching down the tunnel toward the crypt's entrance. My back against the cool dirt wall, I can feel a warm tingling in my fingertips as I watch the Kreon guards. I pull my arm toward me and stare in disbelief at my hand. I open my palm and gasp at the light that radiates out. I can barely see it in the brightness of the cave, but I won't be able to hide it for long. I make a fist, and the light is trapped inside my hand again. I close my eyes and take a few deep breaths, willing the energy inside me to go away. Terror fills a corner of my mind as I think about what might happen if they discover I have the power they're looking for. But it's not at all what they expected. The Kreons have been forcing humans to dig for all these years. I have no doubt they'll tear me apart to reclaim it. Chapter 18. Out of the corner of my eye, I see two of the mech guards leave the dig area and head our way with purpose, almost as if they've sensed my fear. Mossi stands in front of me defensively as they hover over us. I try to stay calm as I look between the two sentinels. Although I still feel a tight ball of hatred deep down, I squeeze my fists, commanding the light to fade. I can feel the warmth of it shrivel and retreat, lost in shadows. I'm soon shivering in the wake of its absence, and only slightly relieved. It's not the only thing I'm hiding. "Find anything down there?" one of them asks, almost too casually. The laser cannon on his arm is only a few feet away. I could almost reach out and touch it. Soft lights glow against the cool blue metal, and I imagine I can hear it hum as it starts to warm up. "Only these," I say, digging into my pockets. I pull out the little scraps of crafted metal I'd found beneath the lid of the sarcophagus and hold them up with both hands. They twinkle in the lights. The guards have no facial expressions, but their bodies shift, going from predator focus to at ease. They must have viewed me as a threat. Their red eyes blink wider, zooming in on the tiny devices in my palms. One of the mechs swipes them into an enforced containment box and rushes off to show his supervisor. The other stays, considering me silently for a long moment. "This area will be closed to all workers until we can assess the damage," he says finally, turning towards the doorway. "Right, and to remove all the precious artifacts." I bite my lip. -1. The jeweled dagger was a weapon, hidden in the side of my boot. I wondered if it would come in handy later, but I couldn't see how. It would be of little use against the hard armor of the mech guards. "Tomorrow you will be reassigned." "We can all stay as a group still though, right?" I look up at him. "We work well together," I add quickly. "I have to make sure the others stay close to me so we can all escape tomorrow. If they split us up, I won't be able to get everyone out. That will be up to the supervisor in the morning. We'll take you back to your cells now. We're clearing the area for safety." As if they give a shit about our safety. He gestures to another sentinel, who leads us through the now familiar tunnel toward the exit. I glance behind to see the other mechs crowding around the ancient doorway, like moths to a flame. The entrance is mostly filled for now. I had to squeeze my way out between boulders. It'll take days for them to clear it again. With any luck, I'll be gone before they realize what's missing. I'm so sore, every step hurts. I feel bruised on the outside and like I'm burnt up on the inside. Heavy footsteps pound behind me, and my heart races as a winged supervisor jogs after us. I will my feet to walk faster, but his large strides catch up easily.
Dagger is sliced by and
I breathe a sigh of relief as I clutch the rations against my chest. With everything that's happened today, I missed your lunch and dinner meals. I feel like puking the but girls need their strength, and the extra food might be useful after we leave the mines.
Elon's group is already in their cell as we walk past, the men's faces drawn into worried lines. A pungent smell stings my nose, and someone is picking on a homemade guitar in the shadows. I see Elon shift over to the bars and watch me as I approach. He narrows his eyes at me, like he's trying to figure me out, and I wonder idly if I could punch him again and get away with it. The surprised look on his face was priceless. But then he bites his lip with a concerned expression, and I want to do a lot more than punch him. My cheeks turn red as I drive illicit images out of my mind. I must have hit my head harder than I thought. I tighten my hands around the box of rations and grit my teeth, my gaze fixed to the dirt floor as we pass by. Once we're back in our cells, I settle the girls down on their mats with their rations, which are more generous than usual. Then I check their wounds as they pepper me with questions about what happened today. I tell them about the horse puzzle and the empty tomb, and their faces light up with wonder. But that's enough for now. It's still too raw, and I can't risk telling them more and putting them at risk. As I look at all their little faces in the dim light, I hope Janice will be all right wherever they've taken her, and that she'll be back in time to escape with us. I feel Macy's presence in the next cell, but I'm not ready to talk with him yet. The power trapped inside me hums as I feel his eyes on me. The projection on the screen of his helmet is showing a cooking tutorial, but all I can see in my mind is the strange alien face it's hiding. I thought he was a violent, dangerous rebel, maybe even a leader of the resistance. Not New Terra, maybe, but something after all. He said he wanted to destroy the artifact and stop the Kreon. Now I wonder if he's been playing me, using me all this time. I want to tell him what I found in the hidden chamber, but how can I trust him? And would he even believe me? I don't know what really happened in the tomb, but maybe I made a mistake or screwed something up. He was expecting a powerful weapon to use against the Kreon, and instead, all we've got is an ancient dagger and a teenage girl that glows like the bioluminescent fungi I saw in the crypt. Did I break it somehow? Was it gone? For good? I sigh with frustration. Mossi was the only person I could discuss these things with, and I wasn't even sure he was human. I take my time washing the grime off my skin with a wet rag, wincing as I brush past the deep cut near my elbow. It stopped bleeding at least. I squeeze the bloody water outside the bars of my cell and watch it run down the steep incline. Finally, I can't put it off any longer. I turn to look at Mossi through the darkness, his helmet propped against the corner and one hand wrapped around the bars. His gloves are dirty and wet. I frown. Mossi, take off your gloves. He looks down, glancing at his hands. I'm fine, he says. No, you aren't. You're bleeding again. There's a heavy stillness between us, and it lingers. You saw didn't you? In the tomb. He raises a hand and taps lightly on the side of his helmet. The projection is clear in the dark cell, and I watch as a pair of hands slices up a tomato. I get a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. Mossi, I tremble, taking a step closer. I need to know. What are you? He pulls his hand away from the bars, hiding in the shadows. I hold my breath in the silence that follows. Finally, I see his shoulders slump. His sigh is heavy through the filter of his mask, so loud I almost don't hear the word that follows. Kreon, he says sadly. I'm Kreon. My heart beats so hard it feels like it will explode out of my chest. I'm not sure if I should scramble away or stab him with the hidden dagger in my boot. He is my enemy. Are you scared of me now? He whispers gently, his helmet touching the bars. In that moment, I realize I should be terrified. I've been working alongside a monster. He's one of the aliens who invaded our planet, stole our resources, and held people captive. The Kreon took my parents and my brother. But I can't forget the way he risked his own life to carry me out of the collapsing tomb, or his gentle manner with the girls. He was a prisoner, just like me, and he was injured. Show me, I say finally. He slowly pulls off one glove and dark blood drips down his fingertips. I gasp and look back up at his helmet. I'm not sure what surprises me more, the red blood or the blue skin. The Kreon bleed, just like we do. I stalk over to the corner of my cell and tear a few strips of cloth with my teeth. I'm afraid to touch or move the jeweled knife hidden in my boot, since it nearly incinerated me last time. The girls are so wiped out they've already crashed. Even Clarice is sprawled out sound asleep on my mat. I squat down at the cell door and reach my arms through. Give me your hand, Mossi. He looks down the hallway, then slowly pushes his bloody hand through the bars. Although he can't get his arm all the way through, I grab his hand in mine and pull it closer. I hear him hiss as the bar scrapes against his broken skin. I wet one of the strips of cloth and carefully clean his wounds, trying not to freak out too much about how different his alien hands are. The blue skin is softer and more fragile than mine, so I try to be extra careful as I wipe the pus and blood from the infected gash on his wrist. Then I wrap his hands with the dry strips of cloth. I know I should be, I say, finally answering his question. I hesitate, my hands holding his swathed blue alien hands. I look up at him. But I'm not. I don't trust you, but I'm not afraid of you. You really are extraordinary, he says. He pulls his hands back into his own cell, shoving his gloves over the fresh bandages until his skin is hidden again. I'm almost disappointed once he's fully covered. It's like getting a glimpse of something extraordinary, and then having it disappear. Mossi, can you remove your illusion? I want to see you. He turns toward the tunnel and then back to me. Are you sure, Raya? I nod and press my face against the cold metal bars. If nothing else, it's comforting to know he's already locked up and can't hurt me. He takes a deep breath and reaches around to the back of his neck. The chrome projection disappears, and I see the blue face I saw in the crypt. It's cast in deep shadows, and I can't help but gasp and back away at first. It's mostly humanoid, with a small mouth and nostrils, but the eyes are as big as my hand. Yellowish green with deep black slits. Honestly, this is tame compared to what I was expecting. I laugh sharply as I remember the nightmares I used to have of tentacles and claws after some of Dad's stories. He blinks his large green eyes at me. With the helmet on, I can't see his whole head, only his face. His lips turn up into what looks like a smile. It's the first expression I've ever seen from him. I might be the only human to ever see it. Is this what all Kreons look like? I ask. His large eyes blink from the sides, like a camera filter snapping into place. I still have a thick protective covering over my face, but it's close to what we look like. I can't take off the inner covering down here. Your atmosphere is harsh on our bare skin, so we can only be truly without protection on our ships. I reach up to touch his skin. He flinches slightly, but then freezes and leans closer. I stroke his cheek with trembling fingers. It's textured, like it's made up of tiny blue stones or scales, and both harder and colder than I expect. That must be horrible, to always be hidden, never to feel the wind on your face or the sun on your skin. He chuckles. It's not like there's wind or sun on the ship, Raya. I blush. So, none of you have ever really experienced our planet without some sort of shield? Sadness fills me, quickly followed by anger. No wonder they didn't care about tearing up our Earth. They can't ever enjoy it. He shakes his head. A comfortable silence stretches between us, which is surreal by itself. I found something down there, I say quietly. In the tomb, under the tomb, in that chamber I fell into. But it didn't make any sense. I think it might have been your Lucarite princess or whatever. But she wasn't alone. There were at least a dozen bodies, and one had a crown. I think they were Kreon. That's not possible, Raya, Mossi says. She was buried alone. I know what I saw, I say sullenly. Besides, there's this. I pull out the dagger and hold it up into the light. The small pink gemstones glitter in the darkness. Raya, what if they find that on you? Asks Mossi as he watches me. Are you going to tell them? I glare, my body tense. You are one of them. He shakes his head. I'm not like the rest of them. That's why I'm down here. My anger flares, pulling the light within to the surface. I'm glowing again, but softly now like a candle. I turn my palm toward Mossi, who scrambles to his feet. I smirk at his reaction. Some weapon, huh? It's barely bright enough for a reading lamp. But how... It happened when I grabbed the dagger. Felt like it was burning my arm off. He gestures for the weapon, and I pass it to him through the bars. He turns the cool metal blade over in his newly bandaged hands, then reaches out and touches my glowing palm. This time, the cloth sizzles and turns black. He pulls his hand away quickly and shakes his fingers to cool them off. I wonder why it's not burning through your clothes? He asks, staring at his fingers. It didn't exactly come with an instruction manual, Mossi. If you have no idea, I certainly don't. It's just strange, he says. His voice stays low, even though I'm pretty sure we're the only ones still awake in this cell block. This is supposed to be some awesome ancient power, an energy source like nothing else. Maybe it's broken, I said. Or just too old. You said it's been here for millennia, right? Do you know more stories? I ask. He shakes his helmeted head. Not in detail. His voice is heavy with disappointment. Great. Figures. Humans shouldn't even be able to wield it. What you're doing, it's impossible. It doesn't make any sense. Unless somehow you have Lucarite blood in you. And that's impossible too. The princess died down in that hole. Unless, somehow, she didn't. And what, had sex with a human, back before the birth of humanity? It's worth considering. She looked pretty dead to me. I cross my arms, adjusting my position against the cool dirt. There's a legend, a warning. It's forbidden, but I heard whispers when I was younger. that someday a great Lucarite warrior will rise and reclaim the artifact and destroy the Kreon Empire. That's partly why they're so desperate to get their hands on it first. As long as it's out there, it's a threat. I stare at Mossi and then start laughing. Maybe it's just the stress or exhaustion, but the idea of me carrying ancient alien blood is too silly to entertain. I cover my hand with my mouth and press my face to the bars to look down the tunnel. I don't hear or see anyone coming. That's hilarious. Either this isn't the power the Kreons are seeking, or it's very confused. I'm just an orphan who thought she could raise her brother in the wilderness. Now look at me, princess of the dirt. I point behind me at my cell. I spin around to glance behind me. I forgot I was talking right in front of the girls. To my relief, they're all passed out on their mats. I smile and take a deep breath to calm my pulse. I turn back to Mossi. His head is tilted, and his large eyes are watching me. So, now what? And how do I hide it? I think as long as you stay calm, you'll get away with it for a while. At least until Elan can get you out of here. You heard him? He nods. You'll need to be more careful during the daytime. If the guards suspect anything, they'll bring down the artifact experts. They have artifact experts? I lean my head against the cool metal bars. I'm not sure how to hide this forever, Mossi. I may be able to cover my hands and arms, but they'll notice if I cover my face. You do have a brightness in your eyes that wasn't there before. I don't think the Sentinels will notice, but your fellow humans might. I remember Elan staring at me and frown. I think some of them already have. Do you know what he's planning? I shake my head. I think those explosions opened an escape tunnel or something. But other than that, I have no idea. My eyelids are heavy, and a dull, throbbing pain is radiating through my elbow and ankle. I stifle a yawn with one hand while peering between the bars into the darkness. I've had enough excitement for one day, I say finally. We'd better get some sleep. Mossi nods. Sleep well. He lifts his helmet over his head and clasps it tightly around his neck. The shiny chrome projection is swallowed up by shadows as he pulls farther away from the bars. I'm about to move away when I hear his voice in the darkness. You don't need to be scared of me, Raya. The Kreon has taken over the whole world. I chuckle softly. You are exactly who I should be scared of. I pull my arms back through the bars and go lay down next to Clarice. It doesn't take my mind or body long to relax and fall into a deep sleep. I'm standing on a balcony, looking out across fields of grain, illuminated by 2 moons in the purple sky. There's smoke in the air and a foul, acrid scent wafting from the battlefield on the horizon. The scenes are fleeting, shifting like sand. Suddenly I'm riding horses across a field, the folds of my long dress fluttering behind me in the wind. And then, in the dark stillness between a grove of unusual trees, someone is kissing me. I raise my eyes to see large, yellow eyes, rimmed with kohl, and gold dust sparkling across light blue skin, like stars in the night. When I wake up, my skin is on fire and I'm sweating. It feels like I'm being stabbed with hot brands. My clothes stick to the sweat against my skin, stifling me. I claw at them, revealing a trail of unusual markings across my shoulder and collarbone, pulsing with energy. I grab a scrap of fabric and rinse it in water, trying to scrub them off, but it only makes the symbols glow brighter, filling the cell with blue light. Shit. I pull on my clothes again, covering as much skin as possible. When the yellow warning light flashes, I'm up and dressed before most of the girls are even stirring. I tuck my hands into my work gloves and feel my face to make sure it doesn't feel hot. Before I get my second glove pulled on, I notice that the scrapes and bruises from yesterday are already fading. Thankfully, the yellow compound tattoo and black circle marking my implant are still there. I sigh with relief. There's no way I could explain it if those disappeared overnight. I push away the dream fragments that keep cutting into my thoughts. It was probably just all this talk about a princess and Mossi's stories, though the vivid detail had made it feel so real. The horses were because of the toy horse we found in the crypt. I tried not to think about what the kissing meant, only that I was far too lonely and really needed to get my shit together. As we line up, I realize I feel pretty good, all things considering. I flex my arms, noticing the pain in my elbow has reduced as well, and the throbbing from my ankle is completely gone. I smile as I switch my weight from one foot to the other. The light turns green and the guard opens the cell door. My whole body wants to make a run for it, to run up the tunnel and keep going. I feel like I could run straight up the walls, but I don't. I clench my hands and wait patiently for my turn at the back of the line. Then it hits me that Janice isn't here, and I feel like I'm drowning in cold water. Whatever her injuries, they should have been able to heal them with Kreon tech. I'd seen what they could do in the compounds, unless they didn't think she was worth saving. I turn to Edward, daring to tap his metallic shoulder. "Where's Janice? Is she all right?" My pulse quickens as I anxiously wait for his response. I see the girls step back toward us as they hear my question. They're all wondering the same thing. I feel Mossi emerge from his cage behind me as I study the sentinel's mechanical face. I could swear he's hesitating on purpose. Behind his face shield the red lights that make up his eyes dim. Is that sadness? Shame? She was taken topside. Her human body was too broken. A pain flares in my chest. It feels like I've been shot by an arrow. What does that mean? Will she be treated in one of the compounds? Edward's red eyes flick over to Mossi and then back to me. He tightens his grip on his blaster, as if he's expecting us to give him trouble. "No," he says finally. "She's already dead." Chapter 19. The girls gasp and shrink back or huddle around me. Some yell, some start crying. Clarice ducks under my arm. I'm so numb I can't even feel her there. I lock my knees to keep them from shaking, but then I can't breathe, and I have to force myself to suck in air. It's all too much, and I can't pretend to be strong anymore. I drop to my knees and cover my face with my gloved hands. I understand you felt responsible for her, but we need to get back to the cavern. Edward's voice wavers, but is also louder and more stern than normal. He's trying to sound in charge, which just makes him seem insecure. I glare up at him, curling my fingertips. I always felt he had some sort of personality chip, and now I'm sure I was right. Although his body is mechanical, I can tell he's been programmed with an approximation of feelings. Otherwise, he'd be as flippant as usual. Today, I hate him for it. If he had a neck, I'd strangle him. He doesn't get to feel sorry, as if he can sympathize with our plight. He's just a chunk of weaponized hardware. A mech like him probably tore Janice from her home and tossed her down as grist for the mill. Macy grabs my arm and leans over me. "Look away and think calm thoughts. You're glowing," he hisses at me. I allow Mossi to help me to my feet and urge the girls quietly to get in line. I rub my eyes, expecting to find tears, but my cheeks are dry. I feel hollow and empty inside. Maybe I'm just a robot too, and my personality chip is busted, and I'm out of lubricant. If only I could be fixed with an oil change and a new battery. Mossi puts his hand briefly on my arm as we walk, guiding me down the narrow path and steep pathway through the tunnels. My feet feel like lead, and more than once I stumble over the uneven floor. Mossi catches me and pushes me forward. You're going to have to try to avoid direct contact with others today and control your emotions. Was it bad? I ask, tugging my sleeves down to make sure my wrists are covered. Not like before, but it was noticeable in your grief. I grind my teeth and lower my head as we enter the main room. There's a bit of damage from the explosions yesterday, but otherwise it's business as always. We get our rations and then wait in line for our tools. Out of my peripheral vision, I watch the lines of men going ahead of us. There are more sentinels than usual, and the activity is focused on expanding the small tunnel where we found the doorway. I can hear the sound of drilling and vibrations shake the floor. I clench my gloved hands tight around the shovel that gets pushed at me, taking short breaths, anxious about where they'll assign us. I close my eyes and hope they'll keep us together. I curse myself for not pulling more details out of Elon when I had the chance. If he'd opened up an escape route, the rebels would have to act fast before it was discovered. Were we really escaping today? When? Where? I couldn't let us be separated, or someone could get left behind. Someone else. I correct myself. I shouldn't feel responsible for Janice. There's nothing I could have done, but my mind twists the truth until I can't shake the stain of guilt. Elon had come after me, and the flash drive, and the explosions were part of an escape plan to get us out. But there's too much blame to go around, and my anger is fading to a cool hatred of the Kreon and everything they control. A guard calls our group, and I open my eyes to see Edward and another sentinel leading the girls, Mossi and I, away from the main cavern. After telling me about Janice, I feel like he's revealed a small part of himself. I wonder if maybe there's more to him than circuitry, a weakness I can exploit. We're led to a long room that has a stone wall partially uncovered. It's enormous, and a great cavern has exposed the top and corner of an ancient building, a stepped, squarish pyramid of black stone, surrounded by tall obelisks. Drone lights hover above it, under the dome of rock and earth that makes up the ceiling far above. I've never been on this side of the mine before. It's the first time I've seen so much of the unearthed structure. I wonder if they're just keeping us busy or out of the way, until they figure out what to do with us. The stones are darker and even larger than the entrance we uncovered. But instead of a doorway, these have been blasted apart by the large Kreon machinery. I want to laugh and cry at the same time. They probably wasted a decade excavating the wrong side, without finding the entrance. When I was 3 and I stubbed my toe and Mom kissed it better. When I was 6 and my baby teeth were falling out. When I was 9 and Dad was teaching me to hack drones and string traps. The aliens were down here burrowing in their tunnels the whole time. And I'd found it first. I stand on the ridge overlooking the ruins, and a gust from a mechanical fan twists my hair into a knot at the base of neck. My auburn curls, once the color of copper, have faded into a dull brown. There's a whisper at the edge of my consciousness. Then my vision blurs, and the landscape warps in front of me. I get a glimpse, like a time-lapse video, of 1,000 generations all at once. Forests, rivers, and oceans ebb and flow. I see the temple unburied, prominent on the landscape, with golden capstones that gleam in the sun. Somehow I know the men are digging in the wrong direction, and that a hidden chamber veers off sharply to the right. I swallow. I'm starting to freak myself out. My eyes land on Mossi, who has already started digging alongside the girls. But this time, a few dozen men are also digging here with us. I wish I could talk to him, but there are too many people around. They give a wide berth around Mossi, but are still within hearing distance. I lose myself in work, digging and filling carts until the lunch alarm goes off. The men stab their shovels in the dirt and group together as the guards bring our rations. I don't recognize their faces. Part of me wishes I'd made more of an effort to socialize. But there are too many miners in the cave. And with the uniforms, they all look the same. Grisly beards and defeated expressions, covered in a layer of dust and sweat. I herd the girls in the opposite direction and sit them down. Mossi stands alone in the center, holding his shovel. I get our rations and grab Mossi by the arm, dragging him to our side. The other humans will judge you for including me, Mossi whispers. I glance over my shoulder. The men are looking at us and talking harshly among themselves. I'm pretty sure they're the same guys Mossi beat up earlier, his former cellmates. They'll want payback, but surrounding him with little girls is keeping them at bay for now. I don't care. I need to talk to you. Besides, they don't know what you really are. I point to his helmet. Mossi and I sit at one end of the wall with the girls just a few feet away. They're not talking amongst themselves like usual. They're just quietly eating their rations and staring at the ground. Probably thinking of Janice. I frown as I see the flat look in their expressions. I'd entertained them with stories about happily ever after. I should have been more like my father. They didn't need hope. They need to learn to survive. In low whispers, I tell Mossi about the weird thoughts and visions I've been having all morning, and the strange dreams. I leave out the part about kissing someone with blue skin. He stays quiet and just listens. I hate the helmet between us and wish he could take it off so I can see his face. I know that's impossible, but I'm still grateful that he's here. I pull my knees up and wrap my arms around them. I feel infected or defiled somehow, and he's the only person I can talk to about any of this. The Lucarit believed in a Targat, he whispers when I finish talking. What you humans might call a soul, something that survives death, something eternal that can be passed on. Like a ghost. He nods. I hope you don't mean I'm being haunted by a dead alien princess. I picture him smiling behind the mask. Not like that, not exactly. But perhaps she saved. Pieces of herself, memories she cherished and trapped them in the blade, in the light of the vajra, and somehow passed those along to you with her power. I roll my eyes. Some power, I say. I feel like I'm going crazy, but I need to learn how to control it, how to use it. Dreams and visions aren't helpful right now. I've got to protect myself and the girls. Or get better at hiding it from the Kreon, at least. The Kreon? They don't believe in this target? I ask. My brother used to say that the Kreon have no religion but commerce. There's sadness in his voice, and I wonder what happened there. My eyes scan over the massive dig site. Thousands of humans, workers, and machines are digging back into the heart of the tomb we just discovered. But I know they won't find anything inside. At least not what they want. I just hope Elon manages to come through before the Kreon realize it's missing. Large work boots come into my line of vision as they step, toe-to-toe with me. I groan inwardly and slowly look up, expecting one of the guys from the other side of the room. I'm surprised to see Elon, as if conjured by my thoughts. He wasn't with the group digging with us this morning. What are you doing here? I look around to see if any of the guards are coming back. He kneels down so he's eye level with me. He frowns at Mossi, who is so close to my side our shoulders are touching. Elon, this is Mossi, I say. You know its name? He says. I uncross my arms and try to stand, but Elon puts a firm hand on my knee. Relax, I'm kidding, he says, kind of. I'll give you a moment alone, Mossi says, standing slowly and moving towards the other end of the tunnel. I sit back down and glare into Elon's brown eyes. What do you want? The guards are searching all of our cells. and the prisoners as well. Shit. My heart races and my eyes widen. I don't know what they're looking for, but you should give me the flash drive. It's my responsibility, and I don't want anything to happen to you. I can't trust him. What if he leaves me behind? I think I'll hold on to it, I say carefully, until we're free. He scowls and runs a hand through his dark hair. They'll kill you if they find it on you, he says. Then get us out of here, I whisper harshly. He pauses for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the half-buried ruins, then nods. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see that the girls are watching me talking with Elan. They're far enough away they can't hear, but they're smart and know something is up. You need to leave before someone sees you, Elan. You're not even in this work crew, are you? They'll notice you aren't where you're supposed to be. I raise my arm and shake my wrist, flashing the yellow lines and the circle tattoo on my arm that marks my implant. Sit tight. We're almost ready to get everyone out. He squeezes my knee. The gesture is too intimate, but I don't shake him off. I have a feeling Elan's definition of everyone doesn't match my own, but I don't press him this time. Something is wrong with his voice. He sounds less confident than usual, and it scares me. What are you waiting for? I ask. His expression falls. There was some sort of incident up at the compound, and we lost some of our contacts there. We're waiting for backup from our safe zone. I feel like I have something stuck in my throat. Tessa? Jamie? I finally croak out. Are they all right? Ellen glances behind him. The guys on the other side are still glaring at us, but so far no guards have taken notice. Tessa is at the safe house? Jamie is fine physically, as far as we know. He wasn't part of the issue and is still at the compound. He frowns. Physically? What's wrong with him? He shakes his head. We'll get him free from their control someday. I don't want him free someday. But deep down, I know exactly what Elin means. Jamie doesn't want to escape. He's one of them now. And I might have to let him go. Anger flares inside me like a hot breeze, but out of the corner of my eye, I see Mossi turn towards me and shake his head sternly. I squeeze my hands into fists and take a breath, holding it in until the light inside me cools and the frustration dissipates. When I'm able to think clearly again, I look up at Elon's surprised face. Mossi is back at my side in an instant, standing next to me with crossed arms. I think you're upsetting the lady, he growls. Elon ignores the veiled threat, raising his eyes to address Mossi directly. Did you see that? He asks, pointing a finger at me. Mossi just shrugs and looks away. The muscly in Ellen's jaw ticks as he stares at me, like, I'm a riddler he can't solve. Just be ready. He stands up and stalks away. I let out the breath I was holding. I try to shake off my anxiety about Elon's warning. I wonder if I should have told him the truth. Even if his escape plan works, he'll be getting a lot more than he bargained for. Instead of a scrap of illicit intel, the revolutionists will be harboring an ancient alien power, and the Kreon will tear apart the earth to find it again. I finish my lunch quickly, even though it tastes like sawdust, and I'm just about to start digging again when an alarm makes me jump. Instead of the steady beeps that keep us on task, this one sounds like a call to arms. Loose dust and pebbles bounce around my feet as the blaring noise rattles the earth. I look over at Mossi, who has stopped shoveling and steps close to me. What's it mean? I ask, looking up at him. It means we're out of time. The sentinels round us up with their electric prods like cattle. They force us into our lines and lead us back towards the main common area of the mines. I'm painfully aware of the concealed dagger and flash drive, and what the Kreon will do if they find them on me. For a brief moment, I think about tossing them into the deep crevice surrounding the main platform, but I can't bring myself to lose them. Besides, the narrow bridge is so crowded I'd have to push through another line of captives just to reach the edge. We're forced into long, rigid rows, packed tight like a can of sardines, and have to wait without any explanation as more and more miners arrive from distant tunnels. It's stifling hot and smells like sweat and urine. It looks like they have every single miner in here. There must be thousands of us. I see Elin off to the side, a few rows ahead of mine, and he looks at me with a hard expression. Is this the search he warned me about? A commotion down the tunnel gets the supervisor's attention. A dozen or so shiny mech guards in 2 lines march into the great room, carrying a large banner with the Kreon symbol. These sentinels look different from the ones I've seen before. Darker metal, with sharper edges and gleaming rims of red and gold. Barbs on their helmet and armor make them look like an invasive species, which I guess they are. I've gotten so used to the smaller, smoother sentinels of the mines, I'd forgotten how intimidating the mechs could be. We're forced back up against the walls. The head supervisor freezes in place, his antenna twitching nervously between his shoulders. Then I lose sight of him as he goes down on one knee. Confused, I stand on my tiptoes for a better view. Mossi grabs my arm and pulls me back down. Keep your eyes down, Raya. Don't make a sound, and don't move. What's going on, Mossi? I've never seen the supervisor bow to anyone. It's the prince, Mossi whispers, and steps behind me. Here to claim his prize. He pushes my head down when I'm in too much shock to do it myself. He stays close enough to me that I can feel his warmth. I concentrate on that as time draws out and I sway in the heat. I peek up ahead at the girls and see that their heads are bowed, respectfully, toward the floor. Good girls. The light inside me swirls like a storm through my body. It can feel something coming. It can sense another power that it doesn't like, and shifts in response, like opposing magnets. It takes all my concentration to keep still and calm. The last thing I need right now is to glow like a light bulb. The royal guards flank the main entrance, and the miners are so still I can hear a single set of footsteps coming down the tunnel. The tension in the room grows thick. I dare to move my head slightly so I can see between the men in line ahead of me. Then, a tall form emerges out of the tunnel's shadow and into the bright lights of the cavern. I gasp at the imposing figure. Then I quickly clamp my mouth shut and pray no one heard me. Mossi was right. It's the actual Kreon prince. And not just an energy form like I saw above, before coming to the mines. I hear murmurs, and the men shift uncomfortably around me. They're as surprised as I am to see the newcomer. As far as I know, no human has ever laid eyes on an actual Kreon, only their drones and robots, not in 30 years of occupation. He's wearing a decorative face mask, with swirls of gold and silver against dark blue metal, and a stern expression. But the mouth area is only a line of narrow slits, probably some kind of breathing apparatus. He's a good foot taller than anyone else in the room, including Mossi. His fitted suit is made of soft fabric, but reinforced with jagged armor that seems to hug his lean figure. The twin curving swords on his belt nearly reach the ground, and the dark fur of an animal skin is draped over his shoulders, fastened by golden seals. I realize with a start that the blue mechs of the mines are like rough copies of him, like they were made in his image. He stops in front of the prostrate mech supervisor. "Your Highness," says the supervisor from the floor. "You may rise," answers the prince. "You've found the artifact?" Although his voice doesn't project around the room like the supervisor's did, I can still hear him clearly. Not yet, Your Highness. We've just finished exploring the tomb and gathered all the workers for your inspection. He waves his hand towards us. And you're sure the vajra is here? Most definitely. Every detail gives me confidence. We were tracing the energy signature until the tomb was opened. Then it changed. It's much weaker now, harder to track. We found a handful of items, but the artifact itself is conspicuously absent. We think one of the miners might have discovered it first. I swallow. They sure took inventory fast. The prince turns toward us. I duck my head, sweat dripping down my neck. One of you has something that belongs to me. I want it back now. Although his voice carries power and authority, he is met by silence. It won't take long to search you. And if you've hidden it somewhere, the punishment will be severe. His dark voice seems to cut right through me. Supervisor, take all the groups that weren't in touch with the building back to their cells. Then we can deal with the others. At once? The supervisor bows. No, Your Highness. I think we should keep them all here. To watch. This new voice is mechanical, but deep and resonates through the cavern. I shiver as I look around to see the newcomer. I didn't hear anyone but the prince enter the cavern. I feel like I'm going to faint when my eyes land on one of the largest mech guards I've ever seen. Its long legs are as tall as I am, and they bend backwards. Rows of assorted weapons adorn each shoulder like broken glass, and its arms are Swiss Army knives of laser cannons and sharp extendable blades. How does something that big move so quietly without being seen? I feel Mossi's hand briefly on my back, reminding me to keep it together, keep looking at the ground, calm my breathing. As you wish, Commander. Bring in the machine, the prince commands. I can't help but flinch. I close my eyes briefly, hoping no one noticed. The artifact leaves, shall we say, a certain resonance. The commander struts down the side of the cavern, studying us. Green lights pulse from the shiny blue chrome, and the Kreon symbol blazes in gold from his chest. I assure you it won't be hard to find. I hear him stop next to our row. It feels like he's looking right at me. Enjoying your time in the mines? He laughs. I hear Mossi grunt in response. A shiver runs down my spine. I thought Mossi was just some low-level, disgruntled Kreon, but they obviously know each other personally. If we make it out of this alive, I'm definitely going to press him for more details. The commander turns quickly and returns to the front. While we're waiting for them to bring the machine from the ship, let's start with a game. Sir? The supervisor raises his head, seeming as confused as I am. Yes. The spiked, glowing sentinel paces across the cavern in front of us, bristling his weaponry like a bird ruffling its feathers. For every minute these humans waste our time on this needless search, one of them will die. Chapter 20. The Kreon prince steps forward out of the shadows. The glare of the spotlights against his swords and crown seems to give him an otherworldly glow. Somehow he's more menacing than the giant mech beside him. Commander, we don't want to damage the artifact. I dare to peek up front. The prince keeps his distance from the large, prickly sentinel. There's no menace in his voice, just quiet authority. I hear Mossi shift nervously behind me and I look back down, but my mind is racing. According to him, if the Kreon get this power, they'll be unstoppable. But I can't just stand here and watch people get slaughtered, knowing I'm the one they want. And what difference does it make? They'll find it eventually. Maybe I should just give up now and save someone's life. My palms are sweating, and I flex my fingers, wondering if I can even reach into my boot without being noticed. They're looking for an artifact, not a person or a flash drive. Maybe the dagger has enough of this resonance left to confuse the scanners. If I drop it and kick it away, maybe they'll leave the rest of us alone, for now. It could at least buy us some time. Whatever Elon was planning, I'm pretty sure it didn't include a royal visitation. He probably thinks this will all blow over, that we can wait it out. He doesn't know that what I've discovered, what I've become. "Time!" shouts the commander. My head snaps up just as he raises his mech hand. The weapon spins around his arm, warming up quickly. He points it at one of the men in the front row. I barely have time to register his haunted eyes and dark, dust-filled beard before I'm blinded by a bright light. The man cries out, and in another second, he's just ash falling to the ground. The end of the commander's arm glows with spent energy. All the men in the front rows instinctively step away from the drifting ash. The movement forces all of us to shuffle backwards. A hiccup lodges in my throat, and I can't breathe. Did the commander just ignore the prince's concerns when he ended that man's life? I shiver. Or does he have some way of knowing who has the object? My heart races and my palms sweat. Although I know I should stop this madness, part of me fiercely doesn't want to. If I give myself up, how would I ever find the girls or my brother again? The revolutionists in all their numbers weren't able to keep the Kreons from winning battle after battle. For over 30 years, I'm just one person. What was I supposed to do about it? Why should I have to die for a cause I never believed in? I jump as another man implodes. It happens with less warning this time. Just a quiet flash of light and he's gone. There's a space in the crowd where his body used to be, and scraps of burnt clothes around the charred rubber soles of his shoes. Wisps of smoke fill the space like ghostly legs. The girls lean in closer, grasping my arms and legs as if I could offer them protection. Their shoulders shake with silent sobs. I want to hug them and tell them it'll be all right. But I'd be lying. If they're lucky, they'll get out of the mine someday, and either live in fear forever like I did in my valley, or serve the Kreon masters, incurring their wrath if they displease them in any way. I close my eyes as I listen to the commotion up front. It sounds like they've got the machine ready. I'm not sure how it works, or how far it can detect the artifact. Can it detect the light inside of me? Or is it the dagger that'll seal my fate? I imagine bursting into a cloud of ash. I'm not ready to die. A humming sound fills the room, and my eyes snap open. Excellent. Last chance for the thief to turn themselves in and save your fellow humans. The machine will find you anyway, so each death is on your hands, completely avoidable. We'll keep to our original game. 1 minute, 1 life. The blood in my veins goes cold at the commander's proclamation. I lower my head and glance behind me as far as I can, without being too obvious. But there's nowhere to run. I look desperately back at Elon. He shakes his head and mouths, "Not yet." I glare at him. Elon may be willing to sacrifice innocence to further the cause, but I'm not. All the stories my father told me about the revolutionists were true, and I feel a deep disappointment. Some part of me had been hoping Elon was different. He didn't care about me, about anyone. He only cared about his mission and the possibility of saving humanity from Kreon rule. I could understand, in a way. What if the Kreons never leave? If we did nothing, eventually humans would become extinct, or just completely integrated into Kreon society as slaves. What kind of life would that be? I hear the humming get louder and instinctively look up. There, hovering over us, is the biggest, ugliest-looking drone I've ever seen. Jagged chunks of metal make up its mechanical body, and dozens of dark red eyes that pulse with light. I can see why they had to use a cart to bring it down here. It's too wide for the tunnels. But, in the cavern, it can spread its rotors out, hovering over us with dangling appendages and half a dozen metal pinchers snapping at the air. I swallow and clench my teeth as it slowly scans over each trembling man, making its way down the front row in precise movements. As the drone nears the end of the line, everyone's anxiety finally reaches a horrible peak. Men cringe away from the terrifying machine. I've stopped counting the seconds in my head, but I know we're out of time. Nobody? The commander laughs and points his arm at the last man underneath the drone. In a second, he is nothing but ash and glowing embers. Everyone gasps as we watch the pulverized remains settle to the ground. They knew he was innocent, and they killed him anyway. A tear slips out of my eye. I feel like I'm drowning in people. Buried alive again, but this time with a mountain of human flesh. My arms are shaking, and I can't feel my legs. I have to get out of here. I struggle to get free from the mass of bodies pressing against me. I feel Mossi's arms come around me from behind and hold me tight. The girls are pressed against me as the crowd shifts backward. I strain against Mossi, trying to push my way forward. Then I notice Elan shuffling through the crowd until he's beside me. He leans in closer as we watch the drone continue down the next row. "Do you have the data stick on you?" he whispers. I nod, feeling for it between my toes. He looks relieved. "Good. There's no time to go back to your cell. You need to make a run for it now. Get down the south tunnel," he whispers quietly. He nods toward the very first dig tunnel on the opposite side of the room. It's the largest tunnel, the one the prince entered through. I eye the royal mech guards nervously. "Don't worry," Ellen winks. "I'll create a diversion." "What about our trackers?" I whisper, clutching my arm and feeling for the subdermal implant under my skin. Ellen turns his wrist to show me a metal band. He pushes the band over his implant, and I hear a quiet, popping noise. He pulls it back, and the skin is red around the implant. "Do this for yours and all the girls. I've already disarmed the men's." "Where did you get that?" I ask, eyes widening. "Smuggled it down with our weapons," he says. I take the bracelet as the supervisor steps forward, squeezing it like a lifeline. His metallic voice booms across the room. "Everyone back in their lines," he orders. When we don't move fast enough, the commander yells, "You ignore the direct order of your caretaker?" He stalks over to the trembling front line of men. Most of them are bent over, crying with relief for being spared. The commander's left arm heats up, and a red laser beam shoots out in 5 successive bursts, leaving a large gap in the line as the men explode like the others. A thick cloud of ash drifts over the crowd until I can taste it on my tongue. The assembly panics, covering their mouth and nose, and scurrying backwards until I'm pressed in on all sides. I want to look away from the horror, but I can't. My dry eyes feel like they've been glued open. Leaping across the rocky terrain, the commander crosses the room quickly, pausing in front of our group that is clumped together against the wall. Mossi pulls me to his chest as the commander approaches. The clasps of his suit dig into my back. The giant mech pushes through the crowd, sending men flying several feet from where they stood. I hear a scream, and the sound of bones breaking, as someone gets trampled beneath its heavy feet. Then he lifts up a small figure, and pulls her back toward the front. It's a young girl, her red curls flying, but not one of mine. Clarice tightens her grip on my leg. There are startled cries all around the room. In the noise, I'm shouting, "No!" And I claw against Mossi's arms, struggling to get free. I can feel that he's moving us slowly toward the south exit, keeping our backs to the wall and our faces toward the front. "I think this girl will be next," the commander says, looking at the supervisor. "And here I thought humans protected their young." He laughs, waving his weapon toward our group until we form shaky lines again. The prince shifts uneasily, but he does nothing to stop this. In that moment, I hate him. The mech commander waves his hand at the drone, sending it zooming down the lines again. We watch in horror as the metal monster hovers closer, snapping its pinchers and making a high-pitched whine. Then every block of its body suddenly lights up. "Now we have something," says the commander. He drags the girl along behind him as he strides back over to our group. I feel a vibration through the floor. I look around to see if anyone else felt it. Everyone is too focused on the drone overhead, or the commander coming toward us. Except Ellen. He's looking directly at me, and I see his head make the smallest of movements. The drone is now emitting a series of beeps and clicks as it hovers over me. But there are still a few dozen people around my immediate vicinity, and I'm half hidden behind the taller miners. "Very good," says the commander as he towers over us. Then he raises his weapon, holding the whirring coils against the girl's head, until I can smell her hair burning. She screams and cries, kicking her legs. Tears roll down my face, and I think I'll never get the sound out of my head. "Last chance for this little one," he yells. "Come forward, now." Hatred boils over inside me, and I release Clarice's grip on my leg and push her away. I then drop my full weight straight down, dislodging Macy's grip on me. I have to end this. I push through the two men in front of me before someone grabs my shirt and yanks me backward. My head hits the wall and I cry out, but a gloved hand is back on my mouth in seconds. Breathing through my nose, I see Mossi's helmet. He holds me tight. I hear another yell from the girl, but it cuts out sharply. I squirm to see through the bodies in front of me. I see her dangling from the commander's grasp. Then she's nothing but ash. I scream into Mossi's gloved hand. For a moment, glowing orange embers swirl like fireflies, but then those snuff out as well. I'm nearly blinded as hot tears crawl down my cheeks and wet Mossi's glove. The ground next to the commander is blackened with the girl's remains, and he lifts one foot like he's stepped in something gross. I hear a loud shout, and the drone backs off, hovering near the general. I realize I'm shaking even though Mossi has me tight against him. I glance at Elon. He nods at my hands. Shit, the implants. I scramble to press the bracelet over my wrist. I hear a faint pop and feel a stinging sensation. I can smell my flesh burn. I grab Clarice's wrist and do the same thing. Her big eyes look at me with a tear running down her cheek. I mouth to her, "I'm sorry." Then I motion for her to help the other girls. I think about Mossi. I don't think they put one on him. The day he came in, they bypassed the implant table. I hug Clarice to my side and press the other girls behind me as we hide behind the wall of miners. I look over at the commander, who is exchanging angry words with the prince. The supervisor is standing still watching them both.
"But is it really necessary?" I hear the prince's voice. His hands are behind his back, his skin. "The king entrusted this task to me, and I will not fail him. If it's too unpleasant for you, I suggest you retire to the palace."
The commander's voice gets loud right before he storms away from the prince and the supervisor. I slouch back down into the crowd as he stalks back toward us. "All of you move forward. Now." His voice booms across the cavern. The commander orders the drone moving again. Dirt and small stones pelt us as the wind from its rotors tear into the cavern wall. We duck and cover our heads as it flies directly above us. The machine says the artifact is in this section. He's looking at a digital readout on a display on his arm. The prince comes to stand next to the commander, reading the data with interest. Last chance. The commander steps toward us, and our group leans backwards as one, as if there's actually a way to get out of the commander's deadly grasp. He snatches one of the younger boys hiding behind a large miner. The man grabs his arm, but he's shoved away. The commander is holding the boy up by one arm, and he screams as his thin shoulder is wrenched painfully out of its socket. He reminds me so much of Jamie, I can't breathe. I know Elon says he has a plan, but I can't stand seeing another person killed because of what's hiding inside me. My vision blurs, and I see a vision of the cities that have been decimated by the Kreons, land taken from us and recolonized by them, the humans torn from families and re-educated in compounds. My chest burns as I think of Jamie's stubborn face just after he turned me in. They must pay for what they've done. Maybe it's too late to save my brother, but I could stop this. I was here, and I was armed. Probably the only one here with a weapon. I reach into my boot and feel for the handle of the ornate dagger, drawing it out slowly. It might be useless against the mechanical sentinels, but thanks to Mossi, I know the prince's flesh is soft and vulnerable beneath all that armor. I just need to find a weakness. The armpit, maybe. Or the neck. Find an access panel. Sever the wires. Cut out the battery. It was just like hacking a drone, but a lot messier. I'm shoving my way forward when something rams into me from the side. An elbow hits my stomach, knocking the air out of my lungs. I bend over, gasping for breath. It takes me a moment to realize my hands are empty. Shit. I must have dropped the dagger. I drop to my knees, searching for it frantically, until I hear Elon's voice. My head snaps up and I see him cut through the lines, approaching the general and the prince. What's he doing? When I stand up, Mossi's holding me again. I struggle against his grip, watching in disbelief as Elon makes his way forward through the men. The guards tighten their circle around the prince defensively. I hold my breath as Elon faces off against the commander, his chin up and his shoulders pulled back. My own blood is pulsing loudly in my ears. I can't hear exactly what Elon's saying, but I recognize the gleaming blade he holds up. That bastard. The prince strides forward and snatches the dagger out of Elon's hand, leaning over to inspect it. He doesn't see Elon's other hand reach into his pocket until something round drops out of his palm and rolls between the Kreon commander's mechanical feet. We hear a loud pop, and bright pink smoke comes roiling out of the small ball. Soon we can't see Elon, or the commander, the prince, or the supervisor. I can barely see a few feet in front of me. Mossi lets go of my mouth and pushes me toward the closest tunnel. I hold tight to Clarice's hand and look back to see the girls following, and soon other miners appear through the smoke behind us. Everyone is scattering, and I hear shouts and screams as the mech guards begin blasting their lasers blindly. "Do you know where we're going?" Mossi shouts without slowing down. "No. Elon just said we need to head down this tunnel." I hope he has a way out. They'll kill us for trying to escape. I frown. I hope so too. I've never had reason to trust Elon before. But a lot has happened since I found him stealing the rabbits out of my traps. I can't get the image out of my mind of him walking right up to the vicious sentinel. The balls on that kid. It was either the bravest or dumbest thing I've ever seen. I was still angry at him for stealing my dagger. But if I'd gone through with my hasty assassination attempt, I was 100% sure I'd be a pile of ash right now. I nearly crash into Mossi when he stops, suddenly. 3 sentinels are blocking the tunnel in front of us. They raise their laser cannons, but before they can fire, an explosion rocks through the tunnel, shaking dirt loose from the ceiling. Elon must have more than just smoke bombs. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a man toss something that rolls past me and the girls towards the sentinels. "Down!" I shout, just as I'm thrown to the side by the blast. I crumple against the wall, covering my head. Rocks fall around us, but this time Mossi protects me from the worst of the danger. We scramble to get up, and I see that 2 of the guards are pinned under the rubble, while another is twitching and shooting off sparks. I can feel Mossi behind me, and I hear the soft cries of the girls nearby. Shouts and footsteps behind me urge me forward despite the danger. I ease to the far side of the tunnel and start climbing over the dirt and stones. Then I recoil in horror as my palm touches something wet. I glance at the nearest sentinel. His hands are twitching, but he's not moving. His faceplate is split, and components and some sort of gel oozes out. I recognize the mismatched metal plate on the side of his head. It's my cell guard. Mossi kneels down with me as the girls and the men from the cavern hurry over the rubble past us. The guards are more than just mechanical robots, I say, pointing to the gel. More than you realize? Raya. He nods down next to the sentinel's metal body. A large caterpillar, covered with ooze, is writhing in the dirt like a fish out of water. Revulsion washes over me as I stare at it. What is it? That's who you call Edward. We conquered their world centuries ago and appropriated their biomechanical tech. Now we use them as our soldiers. Maisie's voice sounds sad, and the light inside me flares in anger. So all the guards have beings in them and are just slaves like we are? Well, like us humans are? I hiss as I watch the bright yellow creature try to crawl back toward the mech body. I practically feel Mossi nodding, with his helmet so close to my head. But we can't have him calling for help, Raya. He stands up and lifts his foot over the helpless alien being. I grab his leg. No, Mossi. Then we'll be just as bad as the rest of your people. I reach out and scoop the caterpillar thing back into the helmet. I wipe the slime off my hands with a shudder. I watch in gross fascination as it seems to melt right into the space where the crack is. Suddenly, the arms and legs of the fallen sentinel start moving again, and I scramble backwards. Mossi pulls my arm to lead me away, but I hesitate. The guard stands to its full height. Even though the faceplate is cracked, it looks as if the mechanical body works fairly well. It wobbles a bit, and it takes a few seconds for the red eye lights to flicker back on, as the alien critter works the controls. I flinch as it raises its gun arm, but it only fires its blaster at the 2 fallen sentinels behind him. They stop struggling and fall still, half covered in rubble. Go. Edward's mechanical voice comes out of the cracked helmet. I'll hold them off as long as I can. Then he turns and heads back towards the cavern, leaving us alone in the tunnel. Chapter 21. I turn and run with Mossi toward the others. We find them hunched down just outside a wide, empty cavern full of Kreon tech, pressed against the walls. Mossi creeps ahead of me to look around the corner before waving me forward. We're safe, for now. My skin prickles as I search for another exit, but the thick, flat walls offer no comfort. There are no guards, but no escape routes either, except for the wide, round hole in the ceiling, streaming down a beam of sunlight on the smooth, empty floor. Shit! There's no way out. Now, what do we do? We fly is what we do, says a winded Elan as he rushes past me. I gape at him. He's covered with black soot and pink glitter from the smoke bomb, but he's smiling, his teeth shining brightly against his dirty face. I step toward him, hands on hips. And how exactly are we supposed to get out of here? I point to the middle of the landing pad, and then up the vertical tunnel. We're trapped down here without an anti-grav vehicle. The way we came is probably swirling with guards. Elan backs up, still grinning at me. I want to slap the cocky look right off his face. How many times do I have to tell you to trust me, Raya? He reaches his hand out and slaps the air, but it sounds like he's hitting metal. He does it again, this time knocking with his knuckles on something invisible. The other prisoners step into the cavern with us, daring to venture into the light. We're stealing the prince's ship, asks Mossi calmly, as if an invisible spaceship is an everyday thing. I guess it is, for a Kreon. Alan looks at him curiously. Yes. Wait, the Kreons have real cloaking technology? I ask. Alan nods and then goes to the other side of the ship, and I hear a loud click. The ship materializes in front of us. It's the same design, yet a smaller version of the royal ship I saw the other day. A door slides open in the side, and Elan motions for everyone to get in. We don't hesitate as we hear noises down the tunnel behind us. The space is tight, since it's not meant for smuggling dozens of prisoners out of the mines. It's obvious that it's the prince's traveling ship once we're inside. The walls and floor are covered in blue and gold patterns, and along one wall are padded furniture pieces to lounge on. The Kreon logo is everywhere. We pack in, and I push the girls toward the couch and cushions. I don't know how this thing will fly, and since it's standing room only, there's no way to buckle us in for the ride. Alan heads for one of the 2 command chairs at the front. I leave the girls and go stand beside him. Still got that flash disk? He asks. I pull off my boot and wipe the small chip of metal against my dirty shirt. Ellen plugs it into some kind of adapter that fits into a slot on the console. Snippets of code scroll down the console screen, before the dashboard lights up and the engine purrs. A backdoor access key? I ask, my eyes widening. I'd always been more of a mechanic than a coder, but if New Terra had figured out how to hack into Kreon vehicles, then they were more sophisticated than I gave them credit for. You know how to fly a Kreon ship? Mossi asked. Elan shrugged. Just like riding a bike, right? Relax, he added. I've studied Rex, and we have a good idea about how these things work, at least in theory. He presses symbols on the flat glass panel in front of him. It lights up with swirling shapes and symbols, casting our profiles in a deep blue glow. Underneath each one is a word in Kreon. After a few seconds of watching Elan frown at the controls, we're still on the ground and my nerves start to tingle. Come on, Elan. The back of his neck is sweating. I'm getting there, he swears under his breath, tapping on the controls with frustration. Shit, that should have worked. I feel someone come stand next to me. I look up to see Mossi, still wearing his helmet. He lowers his head toward me. I can fly this, but then they will know what I am. I look behind us at the men crammed into the small space, expecting to see a group of dangerous insurgents. Instead, everyone looks scared, but hopeful. They're counting on us, but they also know they've put their lives in our hands. We don't have a choice, I say. They'd find out later anyway. Someone bangs on the metal outside and the cabin shakes. They're here, Elon? I know. I'm not sure why this ship isn't responding to the commands. His fingers fly over the console. I grit my teeth and shove Mossi into the other chair. Let Mossi do it. He watches in horror as Mossi takes his gloves and bandages off, his blue fingers open for all to see. Elon reels back in shock, but I glare at him and push him back into his chair. Mossi runs his thin blue fingers delicately over the smooth console. The ship instantly responds with all the lights turning on inside the cabin. How did you... Ellen starts. This, a royal ship. It has more security protocols. Not as easy to hack with some low-grade burner tech. His voice is bitter, but there will be time enough for questions later, if there is a later. Soon Mossi has the dashboard lit up with flashing and circling lights. I look down and see one of Mossi's hands trembling, and purplish blood oozing out onto the console. It worries me that his wounds aren't healing, though it's not like he's given them a chance with all the slave labor and tomb raiding activity. He tips his helmet up at me. I'll need some help here. He nods at a row of switches just out of his reach. The second, then the fourth. I smack Elon on the shoulder. Do what Mossi says so we can get out of here. Elon numbly nods and flips the switches on his side as Mossi tells him to. Propulsion jets lift us off the ground, sending my heart in my throat. I brace myself, clutching onto both chairs, as we suddenly speed straight up the tunnel. We shoot into the air like a rocket, and the cockpit is flooded with sunlight. Mossi levels out the ship, hugging the ground. When my eyes adjust, I can see trees below and the mountains in the distance. For the first time in weeks, I'm free. I keep smiling until I notice the Kreon vehicles on the horizon, approaching fast. What coordinates, Elon? Mossi asks. Elon tells him a bunch of numbers, and Mossi's nimble fingers push the ship into a sharp bank. We skim over the forest and soon leave anything familiar. I realize I've never seen anything outside of a 20-mile radius, and while some landmarks look familiar, everything is different from this perspective. Where are we going? I lean between the two chairs so I can see as much of the view out of the window as I can. Elon looks over at me, trying to wipe some of the soot off his face. Our nearest base. There's not a revolutionist base out this way, says Mossi as he swivels in the chair to face Elon. At least not a significant one, or we would know about it. It doesn't escape me that he uses the plural we this time, when referring to the Kreon. Elon levels his gaze at Mossi, narrowing his eyes. Then he looks up at me. How long have you known? He growls. It's a long story. I sigh. My head is pounding and we don't have time for this discussion, but I know I can't avoid it. He could be a spy. This whole thing could be a trap to expose New Terra. Don't you get it? They let us out, then follow us to the base. I grip Mossi's arm, and he winces in pain. Dark blood oozes down his wrist. Does it look like he's faking? I say, holding up his shaking fingers. The Kreon left him to die in the mines, just like us. But he's one of them. Not anymore, I say, biting my lip. Just trust me on this. The muscle in Elon's jaw flexes as he stares hard at me. Then he slowly turns and faces Mossi. Fine. For now. He waves his arms at the lit-up console. Can your people track this ship even in the invisible mode? Mossi nods. Of course. The royal ships have many levels of security and tracking. They can follow its unique energy signature, or by the many elements it's made of. It's not just made out of the Kreon metal like all the other ships. The royal ships utilize the best materials from each civilization we conquer. Macy's voice lowers at the end of his sentence. He looks up at me and shrugs. I shove the revulsion down as I try to stay in the moment. So we're obvious no matter where we go. I look at Elon. We might want to ditch this thing before we show the Kreons exactly where your base is. Elon looks out at the trees speeding underneath us. Fine. Let's head to the old Air Force base. Are you all right with the Kreons tracking us there? It's expendable, mostly used as a supply drop or rendezvous point. It'll take a few days, but we can hike to the base from there. All the Kreons will find is this thing, and a few old prop planes. Elon turns in his chair towards Mossi and me. He glances back at the men behind us. I follow his gaze. It's too crowded for most of the men to see us, but I notice a few pairs of nervous eyes and some quiet grumbling. My people aren't going to like having a Kreon on base, Elon says quietly. He saved all of our lives today. That should count for something. I hiss back. Elon keeps his mouth shut and stares out the window. It's nearly evening, and the sky is turning pink, with sun poking through bright orange clouds, like the horizon is on fire. There! Elon points as a clearing comes into view. As we get closer, I can see that the cement runway is cracked, with vegetation growing over it. Even so, the large, flat area stands out against the thick forests. Large white buildings stretch across grassy fields to the side, surrounded by scattered machinery and the remains of several grounded airplanes. Mossi slows the ship to hover above the airstrip, looking to Elon for confirmation. Just land by that large hangar over there. I'll jump out so they see me first. Otherwise, they'll think we're Kreon and start shooting as soon as we land. A violent jolt goes through the ship. I catch myself on the back of Elon's chair. I pull myself up and stand between Elon and Mossi. Too late, I said. Seems like your friends are already shooting at us. The shot came from behind, Mossi said quietly. His fingers fly over the console again. We look up, and in the corner of the view screen, a square appears showing the view behind us. Panic seeps through my pores as I recognize another Kreon ship, trailing close behind. It emits a blast of light, and our ship trembles with the impact. Will they shoot us down, even though they suspect we have the artifact? I honestly don't know, Raya. But if we land here now, out in the open like this, they'll execute everyone on this ship. Mossi banks sharply away from the airstrip, just clearing the jagged treetops. What if we land in the forest? Would that give us enough time to get away before they land? I ask, desperation making my heart race. I can feel the light start glowing within me, feeding on my adrenaline. Elon clenches his jaw, looking up at me. We wouldn't survive a landing at this speed. I glance back at the girls who are clinging to each other, fear in their eyes. You have any other ideas, Elon? Not dying is definitely a must, whatever we do. He growls back. Raya may have a point. Mossi turns toward me. The ship has its own defense mechanisms to brace for a landing. If they think they've shot us down, they'll stop shooting. It would be better to do it on purpose than for real. He then turns his helmet toward Elon. As long as you have somewhere safe, we can all escape to once we're on the ground. Elon's eyes widen as he glances between us. You want to crash on purpose? He grumbles. You're both crazy. We don't have time for your negativity right now. Mossi says we can do it, and I trust him. Do you have a place we can get to and disappear before the Kreons land, yes or no? Elon fiercely pushes his hair back with his hand. Yes, maybe, he swears under his breath. If we get close enough to the base of that mountain, there are underground tunnels that lead to the base. That is, if we can survive the landing. A handful of blasts come in quick succession, and the screen fills with sparks and smoke. Behind me, a few people gasp out loud as the ship veers roughly to the side. Do it, I say. Everybody hold on tight, I call loudly. We're going to land in the forest and evacuate quickly. It'll be rough, but the ship can take it. I bend down near the girls, trying to protect them with my arms. Another Kreon missile rocks the ship, and this time Mossi swerves wildly, flipping the entire vessel once before diving sharply towards the ground. If he is simulating a crash, it's convincing. My stomach goes into my throat and I feel weightless. The girls cry out in terror. My eyes are glued to the screen as the trees and rocks race towards us. I feel warmth spread through my fingers as the panic erupts into a warm glow. Then we hit the ground, and I'm jolted to the floor. I brace against the violent rumble until the ship slides to a stop. I look up and nod at Elon, then check the rest of the ship. Mossi was right. Somehow we were protected from the worst of the crash. I guess Kreon tech wasn't all bad. Quickly, Elon shouts. We've got to get out of here. Mossi opens the side door and I jump out, following him into the woods. We don't look back until we're a few 100 feet away, shrouded by thick pine trees. I gasp at the condition of the ship. The wings are bent and torn, the metal charred and scorched. Thick, dark plumes of smoke darken the sky. The old-growth trees damaged the ship's exterior, even though it cut through them at first like a razor, leaving a deep groove in the canopy. It's a miracle we are walking away at all. About half the ship's passengers are still on board when the first Kreon ship comes into view, hovering above the smoldering crater of our crash site like a mechanical vulture. Hurry, I shout. I feel a flicker of hope. They'll have to land to send troops after us. If we can get everyone away from the ship fast enough, we actually have a chance to escape. But then I see a flash of light as the Kreon open fire on the survivors. I flinch at the loud pops coming from the space cannons, and my blood freezes as I see a man near the ship evaporate in a spray of blood and guts. 2 more follow. Screams erupt as half the survivors race towards us with panicked faces, streaming between the smoking tree trunks and scorched ground. Others stay behind to help the remaining survivors off the ship. I turn back to help, but Ellen grabs my arm, squeezing painfully. You can't help them, he says, his eyes filled with emotion. Hatred and terror rise up in my chest, fighting for dominance, but the anger wins out. Rage boils inside me, blinding and white. It's deeper and stronger than anything I've ever felt before. Centuries of hatred towards the oppressive Kreon, for this senseless violence and the murder of my people. I have to do something. I break his grip and run back into the clearing, my dark hair blowing wildly as I stand under the Kreon vessel. Suddenly I can feel everything. The other passengers still inside, the girls looking up at me in wonder. The screws and bolts of the alien ship, the particles of ash and blood and dirt swirling around me like a maelstrom. My hands are glowing and the blue tattoos on my neck and collar burn like hot brands against my skin. I hold my arms out away from my body. The heat distorts my vision as I focus in on the Kreon ship above us and the propulsion tanks beneath it. I'm tired of being scared, of being helpless. Maybe for the first time, I understand how the revolutionists feel. How can you avoid a threat like this, raining down terror from above like a vengeful deity? Violence must be met with violence. The light grows into a large bubble around me, radiating off me in waves. I can feel my jacket begin to melt around my shoulders. It's too much, too strong. It needs somewhere to go. I glare at the Kreon ship, still firing, but in slow motion now. The world seems frozen as I cast my hands forward in a smooth motion, like I'm tossing a ball over my head. A scream rips past my lips as I let go of my rage. I shut my eyes in relief as the energy passes through me, but I can still feel it when the Kreon ship turns into a ball of fire and arcs down towards the earth, tearing a hole into the side of the rocky mountain. I feel the warmth of the explosion against my skin and smile. For the first time in my life, I am not afraid. Author's note. Thanks for reading Worlds Between. This story began with the inspiration to write a brooding YA fantasy with ancient aliens and a dystopian invasion scenario. If you enjoyed this story and want to see what happens next with Raya and her new friends, make sure you leave a quick book review. I entertain many fantasies and prioritize the ones that readers support. You can also join my newsletter to get a few free books and prequels to my longer fantasy series. For more fantasy and sci-fi books by D.S. Murphy and his alter ego Drake Mason, join the VIP Readers group on Facebook or sign up to receive new release updates at urbanepics.com. What to read next? If you liked the style of Worlds Between, check out Prescient, a time travel dystopia, or Selfie, a technological thriller. If you're more interested in Gothic literature, read Taste of Vampire, and, for Greek mythology, Scarlet Thread.